Sí, pero quiero, no sé si me pidió que le pida un café y yo me quiero pedir. ¿Aló? Okay, let's start. Thank you for having me today. I will be presenting this project. But before that, I just want to briefly mention that none of the views that I will present today reflect the views of the Federal Reserve Board, and that is particularly important because I am going to talk about inflation. So let's start. So in this paper, the main question is, what are the welfare effects of steady-state inflation? According to standard sticky price models, that are the models that I am going to refer to in this presentation, inflation decreases welfare. And the reason is the following. We know that while nominal prices are fixed, because of any reason, the real price is going to erode. So we could have, for example, two identical firms that will have different real prices only because they change their prices at different times. So we will observe relative price dispersion. Their prices are going to be different, but their costs, as I mentioned, are identical. So the relative prices are not going to reflect the relative costs of production, and this is going to generate inefficiencies. So in this type of models, there is a very tight link between price dispersion and the costs of inflation. Even though the relationship between inflation and price dispersion is crucial in these models, we don't have a lot of empirical evidence about this relationship. So in this paper, what I will do is to first estimate the relationship between inflation and price dispersion. There are several challenges that I will talk about, and I will try to overcome those challenges. But in the end, I will show you that I will uncover a new fact. That is that there is a upsilon-shaped relationship between inflation and price dispersion. With upsilon-shaped, I mean that around zero inflation, price dispersion jumps, and then as absolute inflation increases, this relationship becomes flatter. Now, after I found this fact, I tried to see if an off-the-shelf sticky price model would reproduce this relationship between inflation and price dispersion. And I didn't manage to do it. So what I did was to just extend a standard sticky price model to account for this new fact. And the way in which I extend it is by introducing a new element, that is consumers that will be searching for the lowest prices. And furthermore, I am going to give you some evidence on shopping behavior that supports this theory. Finally, I am going to take the model and also this new fact, and I am going to study the welfare effects of aggregate inflation. And what I will find is that inflation might have some benefits that have been overlooked by the literature. Okay, so the first thing that we want to know is what is the empirical relationship between inflation and price dispersion. There are two main challenges that I identified. The first is that we need to measure price dispersion resulting only from nominal rigidities. So there are several reasons why we might observe price dispersion among goods. So the most obvious one is that there is heterogeneity among products. So we will have products that differ in size, quality, location of the sellers, and also date of transactions. So the way in which I am going to account for this product heterogeneity is by comparing prices of products that have the same barcode. So, for example, this bottle of water that has a barcode. Well, what did I do? Oh, sorry, I did something. So this bottle has a barcode, and I have the numbers of this barcode. So I can identify the sellers in a particular geographic area and the week that are selling this this bottle of water, and how many quantities they sold, and the prices that consumers paid for this. So I argue that by having this data, I will be able to construct a measure of price dispersion that controls for product heterogeneity and mostly leaves in the measure the price dispersion resulting from nominal rigidities. The second challenge is that we need sufficient statistical power to identify the relationship. So when we think about price dispersion and inflation in our models, we are talking about aggregates. So what if we wanted to correlate a measure of aggregate price dispersion and aggregate inflation? That wouldn't be possible in my case, because the data that I use to compute price dispersion is for a very short panel. So it is from 2006 and 2017. And furthermore, in this period, aggregate inflation was low and stable. So we don't have enough variation at the aggregate level or enough observations to identify a relationship between both variables. So what I am going to do instead is to focus on product level inflation and price dispersion. So in this case, we have millions of observations, and also we have a large amount of variation, as I will show you next. So just a very brief description of the data. The data is Nielsen's IQ scanner data for US retail products. And as I said, it starts in 2006, and I use it until 2017. So we have weekly prices at the barcode level of items, around 3 million items sold all over the US. They can be classified into 1,000 categories, and I observed these items sold by around 35,000 stores in 200 metropolitan statistical areas in the US. And just a similar example, just to make things more clear, is a bottle of Diet Coke, a 2-liter bottle that can be classified into a broader category that would be carbonated beverages and can be linked to a particular store in a particular neighborhood in Chicago. So, yeah. Yeah, but, exactly. Yeah. So just following the example, I am going to pick a particular week and then take Diet Coke, which I am going to, all the items will be indexed by K. So I will take each item across all of the stores in a particular area. So Chicago indexed by M. And I am going to compute the price dispersion. So price dispersion is going to be the standard deviation of log prices among this set of stores in a particular week and area. So that is going to be denoted by sigma, with subscripts for the product, area, and week. And among the same group of stores, I am going to construct product level inflation as the average price change. So we have a measure of product level price dispersion, and a measure of product level inflation for each product, area, and week. And since I care about comparative statics, I am going to take annual averages of these measures. So I will end up with an annual average of the price dispersion and inflation for each product and a geographic area.
What happens if inflation moves in the time frame you're averaging, and the sigma is a function of inflation? Why do you need to do the average?
So the reason why I am doing the average is because I am considering a year to be the time in which all of the firms adjust to shocks. So it would be hard to argue that that would be the case if I work at the weekly level. So it's more like a steady state situation if I focus on an annual frequency. I mean, yeah. Okay. So then I have all of these data points for product level inflation and price dispersion, different products and markets and years. I start by...
And showed all the weekly numbers. Would you have had enough observations to confidently estimate both sigma and mu week by week?
Yes, because what I
trying to count the number of...
Yes. So I would have them, but okay. So what I did, these data sets are so big that you could say, okay, let's just focus on products that are sold every week by at least 5 retailers. So then, or...
Oh, so say more than that. So sometimes they're not, say something about that.
How these prices are computed on scanner data.
Okay. Okay, so Fernando was my advisor, so he knows all the details of this paper. So the way in which...
What you just said, there's a random number of observations. So say something about that.
Okay, so the way in which this data is collected is that the retailers give all the weekly sales to this company. So the company knows weekly sales and weekly quantities. Then you can back out weekly price for each one of the retailers. And now you have all the information of all the products that retailers are selling every week. So if I, for example, my goal is just to analyze the market of Diet Coke, I can say, okay, I want to compute price dispersion. So your question is about, would I have enough observations to compute price dispersion for Diet Coke? I can, for example, focus on markets that have for every week at least 5 or 10 or 20 retailers selling Diet Coke. Yeah. With positive sales, right?
I have a question. Right. I mean, when we think about inflation, we're usually thinking about, a process that is persistent, and then so the inflation rate is persistent. Whereas at the product level, if you think about price changes, the inflation you might have in a period might be, there was an increase in the cost of one of the inputs, and there's no expectations about the future. And so through the lens of these sticky price models, the behavior will be very different in terms of adjusting to, the two.
Right.
Have you thought about?
Yes. So in the empirical section, I am just going to assume that, like the prices of different products grow at different rates. I am not going to take a stance of why that's happening, but when I go to the model, I will also microfound the source of dispersion in inflation rates. And yeah, we can talk more about that when I go to the model. Okay. So then I have all of these data points, and I want to know if there is a relationship between product level inflation and product level price dispersion. So what I do is a bean scatter plot. This is just take all the product level inflation observations and divide them into 100 equally sized beans. So that is what we observe in the x-axis. And then for each one of the beans, I am going to take the average of product level price dispersion. Okay, so what you can see here is this upsilon shape that I mentioned in the beginning. So you have that around 0 product level inflation, price dispersion at the product level jumps, and then it becomes flatter as absolute inflation increases. Now, there is a lot of heterogeneity over time and across products and also across markets that I am not taking into account by doing this simple bean scatter plot. So what I do next, what I do next is just to construct the same bean scatter plot, but also including product year fixed effects and MSA year fixed effects.
What's the difference between the two statistics?
So the difference between the two plots is that here you are just estimating the means for each one of the inflation beans. And in the next one, you are estimating the means, but controlling for so you are observing a product year and taking into account that you are comparing same products in the same year and also controlling for location and year. Yeah, and then, well, my advisors, including Fernando, couldn't believe this figure, and I spent several months, carrying out different robustness checks, so that those are all the buttons that you can observe there. And the task was to make this figure disappear, and I couldn't do it. So,
do you know if the slope is approximately 1 on both sides?
no, I didn't
No.
check that.
No, look, it goes from 0.15 to 0.2. So there's 5 basis points, and then from okay, so it's the order of magnitude is off. No, because I'm asking this because just it may be indicative of whether there's idiosyncratic movements or aggregate movements.
Right.
So if one idiosyncratic, so if inflation is driven by one location, because it's making a large movement in the price, then you know that because of the formula for standard deviation, it has to have the shape of square root.
Right.
Square root plus stuff. But whether if you have an aggregate event, then I would expect that everyone is adjusting to a large aggregate event, and so the slope should be 0.
I see.
So I asked the question of the slope because it may be telling about whether the driver is large individual changes driving the average vis-a-vis large changes overall.
Yeah, I don't know if it helps, but one of the robustness checks was to compute the 90-10 percentile ratio, interquartile ratio, just to make sure that this was not being driven by outliers. Yeah, but we can talk more about that later. Okay, so next is asking what kind of model would reproduce this figure and why. So what would be the aggregate implications of having a model in which the product markets behave this way?
Sorry, can I ask just a quick question?
Yes.
Just to make sure. So maybe that's the reason why Fernanda couldn't believe it. So it's not, it goes against what Nakamura and Steinson found in their paper.
Exactly.
So in their case, it's more flat. There's almost no relationship, right?
Exactly.
So we should be surprised by, in that sense.
Yes, I guess that you should be, or I hope that you are. Yeah, but I mean, that is the reason why I try to build a model to explain this, because at least the standard models that we use cannot reproduce this figure. So this is, there is a jump around 0, but in the other models, the standard models, it is flat around 0.
Slope 0, and the other has a slope infinity.
Infinity. Exactly. Okay, let's jump into the model. This is the general structure. So I am going to assume that time is continuous and there is no aggregate uncertainty. So I will assume that there is a continuum of products indexed by K. So I am trying to make it as similar as in the data. But an assumption that is not very similar to the data is that these products are sold in independent markets. So going forward, I am just going to focus on the product market. I am just not going to talk too much about aggregation, so all the mechanisms are clear. In each product market, there is going to be a continuum of heterogeneous shoppers that will be purchasing this product. So this is the market for Diet Coke. There is a continuum of shoppers that are different for some reason, and they just want to purchase Diet Coke. Now there is a continuum of heterogeneous retailers that will be offering Diet Coke. So these shoppers need to find one of these retailers and purchase Diet Coke from this retailer. Now I will give you some notation. So again, we are just talking about product market level. So the retailer will be indexed by I, and again, the product by K. So cap P is going to be the nominal price of each retailer in this market. And I will also assume that there is an aggregate productivity in the market for a particular product. So that will be denoted by AKT. So this is based on Golosov and Lucas' working paper version, as Andres was talking about yesterday. So the nominal wage rate indexed by, denoted by W, is going to be our main nominal aggregate. And we can write the real price, so that is going to be just small p of a particular seller I in the market K as the nominal price over the ratio between the nominal wage and aggregate productivity. So that is going to be my definition of real price. And another important thing is the distribution of real prices that I am going to denote by F of K. Now I am going to focus mostly on the setup for the shopper in this market, because that is the novel part. So I am going to assume that these shoppers live for only one period. So I am going to drop the subscript T, because this is just a static problem. So these shoppers know how the distribution of real prices in the market of Diet Coke looks like, but they don't know which retailer is charging each price. So I am going to assume that they will search sequentially for the lowest price. Okay, so the goal is to find one retailer selling Diet Coke, and I want to pay the lowest price possible to me. So I will assume that they will get a first price quote for free. So each shopper is just going to start with a price draw for Diet Coke that might be the store crossing the street. Then if they want to obtain another draw to compare it with the initial one, they will need to pay a utility cost of gamma. And that is going to be the case for each subsequent draw of this price distribution. So after the shopper finds a retailer and accepts the offer, this shopper is going to purchase QK of P units of this good. So I am also going to assume that the search cost gamma is heterogeneous among shoppers. In particular, gamma is going to be distributed according to G, and it's going to be bounded between gamma lower bar and gamma upper bar. So there are going to be shoppers with a very low search cost and other ones with a very high search cost. And just to simplify the problem, because I assume this deterministic aggregate productivity on the retailer side, I am going to assume that there is a deterministic demand shifter for this product. So the problem of the, now we will formalize this problem. So a shopper knows that if he stops after S costly searches, he's going to get a random price of P. So what the shopper wants to do is to, depending on their search cost gamma, they want to choose a quantity, labor, and also a stopping rule to maximize his utility. That is going to be the expected value that he gets from consumption at a particular price that in this case is just a random variable. Minus the total cost of search, minus this utility of labor. So the budget constraint is simply expenditures at every price that at this point is just a random variable, needs to be equal to labor income plus the dividends that he gets from the firms.
Can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
So where's inflation here? I mean, so don't the consumers know that the prices are going up in the sector, and so they're trading off like?
So the easy answer is that these shoppers live for only one period. So inflation is not important for them directly, but indirectly, inflation is going to show up in the real price distribution.
Because typically the way we think about search and inflation is that, I mean, if they know that this person is higher, then they're going to search more.
Yeah, that is going to be here.
Okay, but not intertemporal. It's could be all like within the period. I see.
Exactly. Okay, so it is easy to solve for the optimal quantity conditional on any price, but then for the optimal stopping rule, the solution will be the following. So I mentioned that all the shoppers will have a particular search cost. And the way in which they are going to decide how many times they are going to search is by setting a reservation price. So I will continue searching until I find an offer that is lower than my reservation price. So if I have a very low search cost, that means that I will only accept very low prices. So I will continue searching and searching until I find a price that is good enough for me. So that is basically the way in which the shopper solves this search problem. Now, this is the main difference with Golosov and Lucas' working paper version. So we have all this continuum of shoppers that have a different search cost, and the retailers need to know how many of them they are going to attract if they set a particular price. So the shoppers with a reservation price larger than a particular offer are the ones that are going to accept that offer, right? That means that all the shoppers that have a search cost larger than the inverse of this reservation price evaluated at a particular offer are going to accept that offer. So this reservation price is basically defining the set of consumers that will be willing to accept a particular price. Now, we need to aggregate the shoppers according to the search cost. So this is the G prime is basically the density of shoppers that have search cost gamma. And then we divide it by the total number of sellers that are serving these types of shoppers. Now, this would be the total share that each retailer gets of a particular shopper. Finally, we just aggregate all the shoppers that are going to accept a particular price P. That is what I just explained. So this is the number of shoppers that a retailer will attract by setting a price P. And that is what I call the extensive margin of demand. And I will denote this by NK of P. So that is the main difference with Golosov and Lucas. And then this is the number of consumers. And we also have an intensive margin, that is how much these consumers are going to purchase conditional on being served by a particular retailer. So the main novelty of this demand is that it has an intensive margin, but also an extensive margin that depends on the price. So the other interesting part is that this extensive margin not only depends on the price, but also on the inflation level. So the extensive margin of demand is going to change as inflation changes. I will go really fast over the retailer side because there is nothing new. So
what you said last, that the elasticity depends on the level of inflation.
Right.
Where do I see that? In the F?
You see that in the F, exactly.
That was the endogenous distribution of prices that people, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
And you're saying that that distribution has some feature, like the dispersion will go out with inflation or something, and that is gonna, okay.
Exactly.
Are you gonna show us that, or? No?
I will show you some pictures, and I hope that they are enough. Okay. So the production technology is linear labor. There is an aggregate component that will just grow at this rate, lambda A. And there is also an idiosyncratic component in the production technology that is going to follow a mean reverting process. So monetary policy in this case just controls, it is controlled by the rate at which the nominal wage increases. So that is lambda W. And finally, by putting everything together, we have that the product level inflation rate is the rate at which the nominal wage grows minus the rate at which the aggregate productivity in the sector grows or decreases. And finally, there is a menu cost kappa of adjusting the nominal price. So that it gives us the standard problem. So I wrote the problem in such a way that we could get a time invariant distribution of the real prices.
So when you put the product level inflation with the wage and the idiosyncratic shock,
Sorry, can you repeat?
when you have the product level inflation, that is the difference between the wage and the idiosyncratic shock, and you interpret the picture, or you do comparative statics, are you going to move the lambda W or the lambda K?
I am going to back out the lambda AK from the data.
And take out the common trend, that would be the...
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so then this problem is standard, but the main difference is in the demand. So now we have this extensive margin of demand that depends implicitly on inflation. So this is just the standard Golosov-Lucas problem in which the firm needs to choose when to adjust and where to adjust. And the equilibrium in this case is going to be a fixed point because shoppers take the real price distribution as given to decide the reservation prices, and then we are going to aggregate the optimal rules of the shoppers to obtain demand, and then the firm is going to take this demand to choose their strategies, which in the end will give us the real price distribution, closing the circle. So I will give you some intuition about why this model reproduces this upsilon-shaped relationship.
So probably this is a question that for sure is outside the model, but something that is bothering me in the story is that there is this search cost is different for every product, whereas in real life, it's not that if I go to the supermarket, I buy a Coke and then also bread and butter, etc. And to me, whether I shop in only one place or different places, even though they sell different things, is related to aggregate inflation and price dispersion. So here it seems like the aggregation, of course, is not taking that into account, but I wonder whether that's in a way affecting how you interpret the data, because in the data, you don't know who is buying where, etc. It's just a scanner. Or if maybe that's controlled by the store fixed effect and things like that.
Yeah, so that is a shortcoming of the assumptions in the model, because I mean, it is hard to think that when I go to the store, I buy only one product. So that is the assumption that I make here. And yeah, we could think about what would happen if we assume that instead of having one shopper purchasing one product, we have one shopper purchasing multiple products, and that could have effects on the aggregate. But I mean, it might be a little bit complicated, but this is just a starting point to think about the figure.
I have just a question. I mean, I believe this is a model that generates price dispersion even in the absence of menu cost. The equilibrium will have price dispersion. Otherwise people would not be searching. So you have some underlying price dispersion even when kappa is equal to 0. Is that a feature that you wanted to bring into the, to match some empirical facts? Like, even at high rate of inflation, you would still have persistent price dispersion?
But
because there is something that is sort of maybe not orthogonal to the menu cost that is already generating price dispersion in this model, equilibrium price dispersion.
But you think that that's the case because there is an idiosyncratic productivity shock, right? Or you have
even with homogeneous products, this is variant, right? You get the equilibrium would be in mixed strategies, with the price dispersion, and so there is a force in the model itself that generates price dispersion, even in the absence of any heterogeneity, even in the absence of any cost. And so you're sort of superimposing into the menu cost this additional source of price dispersion. Huh?
You're thinking about also like variant four, but
over there, yeah. No, I mean, you were purified. Heterogeneity purifies a mixed strategy Nash equilibrium. No, it purifies it, but the extent of dispersion that you get, is the sort of dispersion that is caused by this sort of mixed strategy.
Is that?
Yeah.
This is something that who are.
No, the only thing that I wanted to say is that the way in which I introduce all of these sources of heterogeneity, and including the and also the menu cost, is because I want to match micro price facts. So, yes, nominal, including the including the epsilon shape. Yeah. So that you asked if I wanted to do it, and I want to do it.
But the price is the problem is concave, so there's a unique price conditional on your cost. So it's not true. It's not like per dead judge. I don't think. No?
No, it's not.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Yeah.
We should.
Yeah, I guess that I was still trying to understand what question was being asked. But yeah. There is no mixed strategies because this is a different setting. Yeah. Okay, so let me just explain you very fast how we generate this epsilon shape. So let's look at an equilibrium that produces this epsilon shape. So we have shoppers that have heterogeneous search cost. So shoppers that have a low search cost, probably going to zero, will search anyway. But shoppers that have a very high search cost will not find it profitable to search. So the shoppers that are searching will search until they find a price that is lower than the reservation price, that in this case is going to be very similar for a range of shoppers that have a very low search cost. So there is a large pool of shoppers with a low search cost that are only willing to pay for a very, very low price. So there are retailers that are more productive than others, and these productive retailers are the ones that will target these shoppers that have a low search cost. So they are going to set this very low price to serve these shoppers that are searching. And this is why we observe that this is the real price distribution. So there is a bunching behavior around the this low reservation price that is the one that searchers are willing to pay. And since there is bunching around this reservation price, when inflation is zero, so I don't think that I mentioned that this is the equilibrium when we have zero product level inflation. So in this case, price dispersion is going to be very low because of the bunching behavior. Now, imagine that we increase inflation by a little bit. So if retailers wanted to continue charging the same price, they would need to pay the menu cost every period. So that is not optimal for them, and they are going to allow lower prices to save on menu costs. And so these blue bars are the ones of my model, but with zero inflation. And the red bars is how the real price distribution looks like if we fix the search behavior when inflation is zero and increase inflation by a little bit. So in this case, retailers are going to let their prices erode a bit, what is going to increase price dispersion as shown by the red bars. So in a model where we keep search fixed and increase inflation by a bit, price dispersion is going to also increase. So that is just a standard result in Golosov and Lucas. But now, what happens if we let shoppers adjust to this higher level of price dispersion? So the shoppers that have low search cost, they will see that price dispersion will increase. So this is going to increase the search for the lowest prices. That means that since there is more search, there are some retailers that are more productive and can decrease their prices even more to serve these consumers that are searching more. So we will have that some retailers will charge even lower prices to attract all these shoppers that are searching more. But on the other hand, we have these retailers that don't see very large changes in their demand because they mostly serve the consumers that are not searching. So we will see that the price gap by productivity levels is going to increase as inflation increases, and this is what generates the jump around zero product level inflation that we observe in the data. So, yes?
Related to my previous question, like, do you have an intuition in terms of, because I like the shoppers model, I think it makes a lot of sense, but in a sense, you could have started with the first problem on some demand function. And you're telling us something about how inflation affects the demand function that then we'll be able to generate all the facts that you want. Mm-hmm. So do you have an intuition about like what is it that price dispersion does to the demand function that then changes the price, the optimal pricing of the firm? And it seems that you're saying something about that elasticity changes with price dispersion. So okay.
Right. So the key thing is that we start from this equilibrium in which retailers with different levels of productivity are charging the same price. So we have retailers that are very, very productive, but don't have incentives to set even lower prices because no one is searching a price that is lower than this one. But now if inflation increases and there is more search, those retailers that were charging prices, like they were not charging the lowest possible price. So they can decrease their prices to attract these consumers that just starting to search more because inflation increased. So, yeah.
So this is really what I just want to say, just to connect it. Mm-hmm. This is really what Hugo was saying. And it's also what Martin is the answer, because the point that is especially zero inflation, and zero inflation is a real model. And in a real model, that's why all these forces are there, and the infinite derivative is sort of at that point. Sorry, right. But I just wanted to. Right. It's not that we're huge, it's right on point, but the comparative static is here is a nominal and real model at the same time. Then when you move to the other one.
Yeah. Okay, I will just talk very fast because I run out of time. But there was a discussion. So we take time of the discussion. Okay. So then I take this model and I calibrate it to match this epsilon shape that we observe in the data. So data points are just these gray dots. And I am also interested on the frequency and size of price changes that have been standard moments that have been matched by the literature. So now I am just showing you two models other than mine. So the blue line is the Golosov and Lucas, and the green line is Benabu, that is basically my model, but without the idiosyncratic shocks. So the main takeaway of my exercise is that I can match the epsilon shape that we observe in the data, and that is not something that Golosov and Lucas can match, or not even this model without the idiosyncratic shocks to at some extent. So then so in addition, there are other moments that my model match, and one of them is the relationship between inflation and the absolute size of price changes. So in the data, this relationship is relatively flat. And my model also matches that. So the idea is that I can match both moments that cannot be matched by any other model that I analyzed. So okay, so I just wanted to provide some evidence on shopping behavior, because you might ask, okay, so why are we using this mechanism related to search to explain this figure? So a prediction of my model is that the shoppers that visit more retailers or that search more are going to pay lower prices. But the higher is product level inflation, the larger is going to be the difference in prices paid between the shoppers visiting 1 or 10 retailers. So that is something that I found in the data. So the data shows this blue line shows the so this is so the data that I use to compute the epsilon shape is at the retailer level, but this is a sister data set that is basically behavior of consumers when they visit different retailers, and I can observe which products they bought and the quantities and prices paid, also at the UPC level, at the barcode level, sorry. So here I am trying to replicate the prediction of the model. In the x-axis, I plot the number of distinct retailers visited in a particular quarter by a particular household. And the y-axis is the log of the relative price paid for the same bundle of goods. So the blue line shows the relationship when product level inflation is 0. When a household visit only one retailer, it's going to pay significantly higher prices than a household visited 10 or more retailers. And when we go to 5 or 10% product level inflation, this relationship is going to become steeper. So the households visiting only one retailer will end up paying even more than the household that visit more retailers. And if I compute the same, I simulate data from the calibrated model and carry out the same exercise, you will see that the model also matches this empirical evidence, but it's not targeted. So it's a good validation for using consumer search in this model. Okay, so just to conclude, we have been talking about product level inflation the whole time, but policymakers typically care about aggregate inflation. So what I do, as I was explaining to Andy, I am going to, so aggregate inflation is going to be just aggregate inflation across products. I am going to back out the product specific part of the inflation rate from the data, and then I am going to vary this rate at which nominal wages grow for the counterfactual exercises. So the predictions of the model are the following. When inflation increases, there are two components that will decrease welfare. The first is adjustment costs that will be increasing with inflation. And the second is that the higher is inflation, there is more search, so the resources spent on search are also going to increase. But there is a benefit of inflation in this model, that is that search increases competition, because productive retailers want to attract the searchers, and they are going to decrease their prices, so they will be they are going to be the ones selling more, so market concentration will increase. But since the more productive retailers will be the ones selling more, also the average markup in this economy is going to decrease. So if we compare what a model such as Golosov and Lucas predicts in the relationship between aggregate inflation and welfare versus my model, we will have that my model would suggest a positive aggregate inflation rate maximizing welfare. So the takeaway is that if we miss this epsilon shape relationship that we observe in the data, we will have different conclusions about the optimal inflation rate. Yes, so that is all that I have for today. You mean this? 20%. Yeah, that is 20% because, so I didn't mention this. So I didn't mention this when I went to the figures. So I have so much variation in product level inflation rates that I can observe up to 20% annual inflation. Yeah. Yes.
Hola, hola. Okay, great. This was a nice paper to read. It has a lot of things going on. There's data, there's theory to make sense of the data, so I really enjoy reading it. My discussion is gonna be mostly about the theory part of the paper. Let me summarize what Francisca does. So what she does is to uncover new fact about the relationship between product level inflation and price dispersion. And basically what she says is like, the data shows that it has this epsilon shape. It's very steep around zero inflation and sort of flattens out afterwards. She also shows that existing models with menu cost of, if you want, Calvashos cannot reproduce this pattern, and she provides some models that actually does. The key addition in her model is gonna be consumer search with heterogeneous costs. And this addition is sort of supported by the data in the sense that she shows that the households that search more actually can access to lower prices or pay lower prices for the products they demand. So from my point of view, it's like having a model that aligns better with the data in this literature offers the opportunity to revisit some of the questions that this literature has addressed. In particular, look at the welfare effects of inflation, which is what she does. And probably for future work or in like a broader research agenda is to look at the real effects of monetary shocks. That's like for future work. The current model has no aggregate uncertainty. So it's basically state comparisons. And so the focus is gonna be on welfare in her analysis. Let me tell you very briefly what the model ingredients are and what's new in the model relative to other papers in the literature. So there's, as it is usual in the types of model, there's an exogenous inflation process, menu cost, there's an individual demand elasticity which is given, and there are heterogeneous firms in terms of productivity level, okay? So what she brings to the table is heterogeneous buyers, heterogeneous shoppers in terms of the search costs, and so there's a distribution underlying those heterogeneous costs, which I'm gonna use the same notation as in the paper. It's gonna be this capital G, okay? So these ingredients give you the following equilibrium objects. There's gonna be a pricing strategy, just as in Golosov-Lucas. There's going to be a consumer's demand, and now it has an extra element, which is going to be the reservation prices, which is going to depend on the search costs. And well, there's going to be a price distribution, which is going to be endogenous. Okay, the whole point of the paper is like when you combine these, let's say the consumer's demand, you can derive like a demand directed to each firm. Okay, and that demand is what's going to determine the optimal price target, say, for a firm with productivity V, okay? And that demand is gonna have two margins, okay? First, there's gonna be an intensive margin, which is standard, so it's gonna be constant elasticity one. And then there's gonna be an extensive margin. And the whole point of the paper is that these extensive margins, you can think of it as the consumer base of each firm. It's gonna the elasticity of the demand of the extensive margin of the demand with respect to the price is not gonna be constant. It's gonna depend on P, okay? And the whole point is like when a firm increases prices, increases its price, it might be eroding its consumer base. So it's gonna lose consumers. So what this is going to give you is a demand elasticity that each firm faces is going to decrease with firm productivity, okay? But the extensive margin happens to be inactive for the more productive firms, because since they are productive enough, they can charge a low price, they can set up all the markets, so the extensive margin is not going to be there. And that gives you a way to think about what are from a different perspective of what she said at the very end, the welfare effects of inflation. A different way to think about the welfare effects of inflation in this model is like having search going on shifts production from low productivity firms to high productivity firms, okay? So, of course, having search in the model, since search takes time, is gonna take resources out of production, okay? But those resources that are put into production are going to be better allocated, right? So you have two effects going on. Which one dominates is going to depend on the primitives, particularly on the elasticity of the intensive margin of demand, and on what do you assume about the underlying distribution of search costs. Okay, so those two objects are going to be important to see what are the welfare effects of inflation. Okay, I was talking to Andy about this paper, and he told me that some people might find it useful or will appreciate this type of table. Okay, so if you want to place these papers in the literature, probably you can classify papers according to whether the demand elasticity that each firm faces is exogenous, like in standard models, like in Calvo type models or Golosov and Lucas, or whether it's endogenous, like in Francisca's paper. And the other dimension in which you can classify these papers is whether the price adjustment is exogenous as in Calvo or endogenous as in Golosov and Lucas. So this paper, Francisca's paper is right here in this cell. Okay, so it displays endogenous demand elasticity and endogenous price adjustment. So in this cell, it has company, is with some early papers by Benabu, okay? There's one paper here, in this cell right here, an early paper by Tomasi. It has endogenous demand elasticity, but sort of like the price adjustment decision is exogenous. So it's not really the same as Francisca's paper. But actually, if you add to this taxonomy the requirement that, well, since we know that in Golos of Lucas tells us that in assessing the real effects of monetary shocks, what matters is not so much how many prices are changed, but which prices are changed. And for that, you need to have a model in which there are firm productivity shocks. Well, it turns out that Benabou doesn't have firm productivity shocks, as Francisca said. So in that sense, sort of like this paper stands alone. Right here is the only paper that I know of that has endogenous demand elasticity, endogenous price adjustment, and firm productivity shocks. Okay. So I'm gonna simply make three comments on the paper. I'm gonna talk about think about the cross-category implications that the theory has. I'm gonna say something about the relationship between inflation and dispersion that the model predicts, especially outside the say -10 or -20 and +20 inflation rates. And then I'm gonna make a comment. I'm gonna say something about or think about the next paper, say, if this is our research agenda, something about selection on the buyer side, if the interest is in assessing the real effects of monetary shocks. So in my comments, I'm gonna be using the fact that one can show actually in the model that the reservation prices are actually decreasing in the elasticity of the intensive margin with eta, okay, and in price dispersion. So you can actually show that in the model. I skip that but that's something actually you can show. So the steepness. So the model has interesting cross-category implications that probably you can use to validate your theory a little bit more. You in the empirical part of the paper, you sort of average out all differences across categories, or you just remove them through estimating the fixed effects. But actually, the theory predicts that if you have categories that have arguably different demand elasticities, the steepness of that upsilon, it's upsilon, right? Upsilon shaped dispersion might change. So probably you can try to see if in that dimension the model conforms with the data. Okay, so that's one. Then regarding the relationship between inflation and dispersion, this is a conjecture. But what I think what happens in the model is that dispersion does not always increases with inflation. I might be wrong, it's a conjecture at this point, but I think, so what is happening in the model is if you have, suppose you're having more inflation, right? So that increases dispersion, which decreases reservation prices. But at the same time, you have that the largest reservation prices in the price distribution might be the upper bound of F, right? So it's to me, that sort of indicates that dispersion should actually flatten out or start decreasing once you move into large inflation levels. Okay, and sort of that's sort of weird. If you look at Andy's, Fernando, and Martin's paper, sort of like if you consider large inflation rates, so dispersion should keep increasing. What might be going on here is like you're sort of missing one mechanism for making inflation to increase actually reservation prices. One such mechanism is in this paper I'm referring to, Thomas, in 1994 in AER, is sort of like inflation. What inflation does is to depreciate the information contained in prices, because sort of like when people, consumers, buyers observe that the frequency of price changes increase, so that they just become less choosy and they stop search, reservation prices go up, and so that can fix this feature of your model. So that might be a thing to look at. And finally, so this is more like a comment for the next paper, perhaps. Is if you have this paper that aligns well with the data, probably the next paper you want to write is sort of like investigate or assess what are the real effects of monetary shocks in this model, right? In that paper, the future paper, would be nice to document or crunch data and theory to try to see which goods households search more for, and which buyers, what type of household search actually perform more search. Is it low-income household, high-income households, and whether how much of either those goods or either households, which type of households, how much of the consumption by households of these type of households or these type of goods explains of aggregate consumption, right? To see if this heterogeneity that you're modeling actually matters or not for explaining the real effects of monetary shocks. Okay, that's pretty much all I have. It was a nice paper to read, and I'm looking forward for the future papers. Thank you.
Just adding to his discussion, I mean, I really like the mechanism in the paper, and I mean, this feedback that you get, from price dispersion to more search and then more price dispersion. But following on your comments, again, it seems that this, the direction of this feedback, it might not be robust, and there is one direction which I was going to ask you. You assume some kind of distribution of search cost. Are you disciplining that distribution with like the data you showed us on the shopping frequency of shopping and so on? Because it seems that might play a role in terms of exactly whether the feedback is going to be positive or negative, right?
So the way in which I discipline the parameters of the search cost distribution is by matching the upsilon shape. And then, as I showed, I can also, after calibrating the model to match this upsilon shape and simulating data coming from this calibrated model, you can reproduce the results from the shopping behavior. So, but I am still not sure if I understood your point of the direction of the feedback.
I might be wrong, but in some ways there's two forces, right? Because when you increase the nominal dispersion, let's say, because of inflation and menu cost, that leads potentially consumers to search more. Searching more might have, the effect of actually compressing the distribution. Like in the extreme, if everybody were searching infinitely, you get Bertrand. And so there must be some characteristic of the, and as you said, I mean, you're calibrating the distribution of search costs precisely to get that epsilon shape. I think, I mean, honestly, from my view, it would be better to do the opposite, right? Calibrate based on the frequency of, store visits that you see, and the distribution of store visits that you see in the data. And then, if matching that, with the discipline of that data, you do get the epsilon curve. That would be a great success, right? I mean,
feedback went in the other direction, then it would not reproduce the epsilon shape, right? Like if price dispersion, when you have more price dispersion, then the elasticity will go down, then you would get the opposite. Like you would get something even worse than Golas or Lucas. That's, I mean, I'm guessing, but right. So I'm sure that in reality, both things are going on, but I guess what the evidence is showing that this effect is stronger than whatever else, search or other storage you have for why price dispersion is moving elasticities the other way. And the combined effect is just that the elasticity seems to be going down. I think that's what I think it would be useful, just like a reduced form demand function where you just shift the demand function and just show me, look, like when the elasticity go this way and when the shape moves that way, I cannot reproduce the epsilon shape. And when the elasticities or the function goes that way, I can. And one microfoundation is the search model, I'm fine. But the message is that the elasticities seem to go up with the inflation rate and dispersion.
Going? Okay. All right. Thank you. Sorry about the problems with my traveling, and so we had to change the program a bit. Thanks to Andy, especially because, you know, this paper was sort of a bit dead, and we kind of weren't sure what to do with it, and so Andy invited us. So I think now we have a better idea of how to actually write the paper. So hopefully what I'm going to try today, you find it useful. In fact, I think the paper was so old that we all the three of us had different affiliation at the time that we presented it last. Okay. So the starting point that I want you guys to think about at the beginning is basically this idea that a lot of times when we see fiscal adjustments, you know, for all sorts of reasons, changes in sort of political regimes, you know, crisis and so on and so forth, we see that they have unequal effects. Often they are done via cutting public pensions, you know, other form of welfare programs or transfer programs. And, you know, there is been evidence actually that they often lead to social unrest and sometimes even lead to basically just complete reversal of the austerity programs. And so more systematically, so that, you know, I don't have to tell you guys about this, you know, coming from Argentina, but there was a literature in the 80s and 90s by, you know, the paper by Dorn Michel Edwards is very famous in that literature, where it was trying to sort of explain or at least identify this idea of populist cycles, which was that the typical dynamics was, you know, a new government comes in, they implement a large redistributive program. There is going to be lots and lots of borrowing. You know, basically they throw a party, and then, you know, a crisis happens. Things go fast. You know, south really quickly, and you know, they have to basically reverse everything. So cut redistribution, either default on their debt or, you know, pay back the debt that they had accumulated during the sort of the party period, and so on and so forth. You can argue, and we talk about this a little bit in the paper, where some of the you know, following the European debt crisis, some of the Southern European countries had similar sort of experience. And so this is our starting point. This is going to be a theory exercise. And so what we want to do is we want to write down a model that can generate something like this endogenously. And so that's what I'm going to show you. So just give you a little bit of a sense of what the model is about. So it's going to be a small open economy model, overlapping generations, where generations of people are heterogeneous in their skill and income. We're going to think about a government that necessarily wants to redistribute, in the sense that they want to, you know, run a welfare program. And so, you know, the classic efficiency equity trade-off is going to be there. You know, you want people to produce, but at the same time, if you redistribute too much, they won't produce because they don't have the incentives. And so hopefully, I will convince you that the policies that we consider are general enough. So we allow for a rich set of policies. There's taxes, there's transfers, there's debt, and you'll see. The key assumption is that we have lack of commitment. So the government cannot commit to policies. And again, this is all sorts of policies. You can you can renege on the tax promises that you've made in the past. You can renege on your debt repayment promises that you've made in the past, and so on. Most of the talk today, I'm going to talk about one way, in fact, of how to determine policies, which is thinking about this fictitious planner that chooses policies to maximize some sort of weighted average of generations utilities. But in the paper, and if I have time, I'll talk about it. We also consider some sort of political economy models where people actually vote. Okay, so the main result that I'm going to show you is the following. Basically, what we're going to show is that endogenously in this model, even absent any sort of shock or anything, we have basically two repayment regime of foreign debt. When foreign debt is high enough, optimal policy is going to feature endogenous cycles in the sense that if I increase your debt today for whatever reason, a shock or something like that, then your debt tomorrow or at T+1 is going to decline, which is often not the case in most models that we write down because we want to always a smooth sort of consumption over time. In other words, so picture-wise, this is what I'm going to show you that in this model, policy functions look like this, in the sense that if you start from debt BT today, tomorrow, there is a regime where your debt is low, you're going to accumulate debt, you're going to keep borrowing and borrowing and borrowing until you until you reach a certain threshold, in which case you're going to circle around as you converge to the steady state. Okay, so that's the sense in which I'm saying that this is a theory of cycles, because cycles arise endogenously, even absent any sort of shocks.
At these rough levels.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. At these rough levels, they're going to be change on G or change on tau?
G or tau.
Like when you go from one expenditures or taxes.
Oh, when I do the model with shocks.
When you go.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. So I'm going to show you first at the beginning. I'm going to show you a model without shocks. Okay. So this is sort of a policy function that comes out of that. Then when I put in shocks, I'll think about G shocks. So governance purchases shocks. Basically.
No, but I meant like when you go from one where you change the regime, the change will be you had to pay the debt. Do you do it through higher taxes or through lower expenditures?
Oh, very good. Okay. Again, I think the model is not going to have a lot of implications on that, meaning depending on parameter values, I can come up with examples where you cut taxes, you cut transfers, increase taxes, you cut transfers. That's part that I think is not going to be very robust to parameter values. So I'm going to show you a log example, and there I think we can talk about it, but at least for now, I don't think that there is a lot of robust implication that comes out of this model regarding actual policies of tax policies, transfer policies, and so on and so forth. Bottom line is just that external debt is going to look like this. Okay. All right. So let me give you a little bit of intuition. I mean, hopefully, as we talk, as I'm going to spend a lot of time on this intuition, and so it's useful to mention a little bit at the beginning, and so hopefully I won't confuse you too much. But so the basic idea is that in this model, there are two sources of time inconsistency. So what are these two sources? One is the classic one. You just don't want to, if you borrowed in the past, you just don't want to pay it back. That's sort of the classic example. But the other one, which is a little bit more subtle, even though, people like Ivan and others have worked on this, is the idea that, it's always optimal in this model, in these models, dynamic models with heterogeneity, to promise low taxes and then renege on that promise. This is a model without capital, so reneging on that promise, at least even at that moment, is not going to have any effect. Meaning, when we sort of say, okay, the government says, I'm not going to tax your assets. People are going to save. Rich people are going to save a lot. Poor people are not going to save that much. Tomorrow comes, all I see is an unequal population. And as a government, I don't like that because I care about redistribution. And so I'm just going to confiscate all the assets and put 100% tax on assets and just redistribute across everyone. It doesn't have any cost at that moment because it's all sunk in the past. And so that's sort of the perhaps less classic source of time inconsistency.
FYI,
Sorry.
FYI, the current presidential candidate, like 10 years ago, where there were private pension funds, confiscated all of them to then give government pensions.
Right. Okay, very good. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. And so basically all of these cycles, endogenous cycles that are going to come out are going to come out of the interactions between these sources of time inconsistency, which one dominates. Now, I'm going to try the line and then hopefully it doesn't makes you interested enough to listen to the rest of it. So to think about what the intuition is, so think about a government that has to pay, repay more debt, yeah? So when current foreign debt increases, what the government like to do is cut transfer program, potentially also cut, but depending on, the importance of the income and substitution effects on labor supply, potentially also decrease taxes, but, depends on where you are on the Laffer curve. Bottom line, you want to increase inequality and reduce consumption, right? You want to cut transfer programs and cut consumption, also aggregate consumption. And you see, I'll come back to this point that equality in this model and a lot of models, in fact, is a normal good, meaning that the richer we are, the more demand we have for inequality, equality. And so now, when the government does this, the current higher inequality, we're going to have higher inequality today. People are going to be smoothing because they're going to save over time. And so this smoothing means that inequality today among the young guys, higher inequality today among the young guys is higher inequality tomorrow among the old guys. And so that means more temptation for default tomorrow. How can you avoid that? By cutting back on debt. Okay. And so in other words, because you know that people are going to save on their own and you can't do anything about that, you can try to affect it, but to the extent that you'll see why it's not possible to affect that. This higher inequality in the future means that we have to do something to cut back, the chance of a default. So reducing debt even further is going to be the solution. Okay. So that's what I was just saying. Yeah. Yeah.
The assumption is that the government can tax the old on their global assets. So you can tax them in. So I'm wondering what happens in a world where the old save in US bonds.
Yeah, so that's a good point. That's a good point. We're not allowing that in the sense that you can, you have access to all of their assets. You can put a tax even on their US dollar assets. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. My comment is related to what you mentioned, that our paper had a lot of the features that you're discussing, but I don't see so well the difference between foreign and domestic motives in the general versions of those models we wrote down. So we had an OLG economy. We also had an economy with heterogeneous agents quite more generally. Yeah. And there I can think there's some very rich guy we're borrowing from and we don't care a lot about. It's going to look a lot like the foreigners, right?
True.
So there's really a gray line.
No,
here.
I agree. In that sense, I think.
Of course, we didn't look and find cycles.
Yeah,
but I'm just saying.
No, it's necessarily.
I think conceptually
fair. That's fair. Trying to distinguish between aggregate versus sort of inequality. So aggregate defaulting on your aggregate obligations versus defaulting on your promise.
But it's not going to make a difference for you. You're probably going to look for the best punishment. I think it's the same. I think we didn't look at what you're looking at, which is to try and find some kind of cycle business. We characterize what the taxes were and stuff, but I don't see a big distinction conceptually between.
You're right. You're absolutely right. It's just a one way for me to intuitively think about it. I think once I go through the model, it's going to be clear why I like to do this separation, but ultimately you're right. There's no difference between the two. We're just defaulting on paying somebody, either the rich or foreigners. Absolutely. That's right. Okay. All right. I also, I couldn't help myself putting a quote, you know, being in Argentina, putting a quote from Perón, but basically the idea is, it seems like at least when you go back in the day, there was a bit of this going on that, you know, there were people who, you know, this with this theory, the boys here, of course, eat more every day and consume more. The surplus is smaller, but these poor guys have been submerged for 50 years. I've let them spend and eat and waste everything they wanted for 5 years, but now we undoubtedly must begin to reorder things as not to waste anymore. Anyways, I thought it was kind of cute to talk about this. Okay, so just in terms of the literature, let me quickly mention, you know, the paper obviously is related to the stuff that Mike and Tom have been working on optimal fiscal policy, often with commitment, to Ivan works on, and Mark and Manuel's work on optimal policy without commitment, and particularly also it's related to a series of papers in political economy where Daron and others are thinking about populism as effectively policies towards the left. I'll have some comment on that at the end, but let me just get to the model. Okay. So let's talk about, something. So let's talk about the inverse. All right, so it's going to be a discrete time model, a small open economy. The foreign interest rate is R star. There's going to be an OLG structure in the sense that every period there's going to be a continuum of households and who are born, young guys who are born in that period, and they're going to live for 2 periods. And we're going to think about the government. So now going back to households, households are going to have standard preferences. Most of the analytical results I'm going to show you, no, all of it is going to be based on log preferences. So they have log utility over consumption and log utility over leisure. Yeah. So Y is going to be their individual income, and theta is people's productivity. So people are going to be heterogeneous in terms of their productivity. Some people are very productive, some people are not very productive. And there is some distribution of productivity. For simplicity, and in this model where I don't have any source of shock, I'm going to make a normalization assumption where all the productivity is just in expectation or average to 1, basically. Okay, it's just a normalization. Yeah. Okay. We're going to assume that households have access to a complete, by that I mean complete asset markets, but only domestically. Okay, so we're not going to let them borrow directly from international credit markets. If you lived in a world where you could put capital controls and could separately tax different types of assets, that's without loss of generality. So let me just go with that assumption. Taxes and transfers. So there's going to be a tax on the young guy's labor income. So when you're young, you produce and you earn labor income. When you're old, you have assets as an individual in this model. You have assets and you could pay taxes on those assets. And then you will get transfers when you're young and then also when you're old. So T is transfer when you're young, P is pensions, or think about it as pension, public pensions when people are old. Okay.
How should I think? I just don't know where it's notation or where it's.
So I'm going to show you a model where there's not going to be any shocks right now.
But the thetas are different, no?
Very good. So we don't have individual specific transfers and payments.
Yeah, that was it.
Okay. So in other words, this is a version where all the quote unquote tax functions are affine. In the paper, we have some stuff with non-affine taxes, mainly just to confirm that it also goes through, at least under some assumptions, but we thought that this is just cleaner with affine taxes. So you can't do the Mirrlees thing of, doing nonlinear taxation. In terms of budget constraint, again, things are standard. When you're young, you pay some tax on your labor income to the government. You receive some transfer for the government. You can consume that, or you can save some of that. When you're old, you're going to save, and then you're going to pay some taxes on that saving. You're also going to get some pension or transfers from the government, and you're just going to consume that. Okay, so 2-period dolce. Yeah. What about the government? So the government determines all the relevant policies, including the taxes and transfers that I talk about. On top of that, they also determines, the government also determines how much debt to issue domestically and how much debt to issue to foreigners. Yeah. So B is the debt to foreign lenders. BD is domestic debt, which is held by held by households. Okay. The government budget constraint is a standard, potentially allowing for default on international lenders. We don't need to think about default on domestic debt because asset taxes are similar to default on domestic debt, and so we're just going to do that. Okay. Does this all good? Yeah. Okay. Well, we're going to look at best equilibrium where delta on path will be 1. Yeah, it's always 1 on path. Off path, it becomes 0. Yeah. Yeah. I want to make sure that I said it right. You don't default on path, you can default off path. 1 on path, 0 off path. Yes. Yes. And so we're going to have, standard credit market clearing, the assets held domestically by households equal to government's domestic debt. And then as long as the government is actually borrowing from international markets, the price that it pays has to be default probability times the inverse of the interest rate. Okay, so nothing special. Again, we're going to look at equilibria where the government is not going to default. Yeah, but so you might as well assume that it's 0, 1. Okay. What about government preferences? What is it that the government cares about when they maximize? What is it that they're maximizing? So we're going to assume that if you're an individual of type I, so your I being your productivity, you have a welfare weight in the government's payoff function, which is discounted at some rate beta hat, and alpha is the weight in front of the individual of type I. Okay, so people have, different people, potentially different types of workers have different welfare weights showing up in government preferences. Okay. And the government objective to keep things time consistent, just in terms of the objective of the government, we're going to assume that they put a weight of 1 over beta hat on the initial old, and then beta hat to the T on the future generations. And within generations, you put alpha across different types of individuals. Yeah. Okay, so nothing really complicated in that sense. And so we're going to think about the class of inequality averse preferences for the government, meaning these alphas are going. So remember that theta was your productivity. So higher I means higher labor productivity. So they're going to, in a world where we don't have individual specific tax functions, the high theta guys are going to make more money. And so they're going to have higher earnings, higher assets, and so on. And so alphas being decreasing in type means that we're averse to inequality. As a government, we'd like to get rid of all inequality if we could. So utilitarian would be the alphas are all equal. So you put equal weights on all the types. The sort of standard Rawlsian assumption is that you just care about the type with the lowest productivity. Okay. And then the other assumption that we're going to make, and this is going to be the key assumption of this paper, is that the government is impatient relative to foreign lenders, in the sense that the interest that the foreign lenders are charging the government, R star, in expectation, is lower. It's lower than the discount rate of the government. Okay, so the government cares less about the future relative to foreign lenders. Okay. Beta without the hat is not relevant for this for the calculation because the objective of the government, that's what matters. Beta is the individual.
It's not relevant for the problem.
Yeah, exactly. It's not relevant for whether debt is going to increase over time or foreign debt is going to increase over time or decrease over time.
But it matters for. Oh, it matters for smoothing, right?
No, absolutely, it does matter for smoothing. Sure. But in other words, in a world with commitment, which I'll show you in a second, beta hats is what determines how debt, foreign debt, moves over time. Okay, so we're going to do basically follow Ivan's 2007 QJ paper in the sense that we're going to characterize allocations that come out of any competitive equilibrium instead of thinking about policies. So, given that we have lump sum taxes available, competitive equilibrium puts no restrictions on aggregate allocation. It only puts restrictions on distribution of allocations across different types. And so basically what that means is it's sufficient to think about these aggregate objects, consumption among the young, consumption among the old, and an output that satisfy a sort of intertemporal budget constraint for the whole country. These will tell us what the tax rate is, what the transfers are to the young and to the old. And they are also going to determine these things called the Negishi weights, where the Negishi weights are effectively, think about it as inequality. So as a generation becomes more and less equal, the Negishi weights are going to change. Because the Negishi weights, basically, they depend on time and depend on the type of each individual, okay? So in other words,
so these Negishi weights are going to be a function of the alphas.
They're going to be a function of the alphas and the aggregate variables. And the aggregate variables in the sense that aggregate consumption, aggregate GDP, and so on. It's what basically competitive equilibrium says, that we need to have a linear tax function that. Yes, sorry. No, sorry. No, my bad. Yes, that's right. Alpha is not, the Negishi weights are not a function of alphas. They will interact with the alphas. Correct. Yes, without any government in a laissez-faire, they are the alphas. The Negishi weights are the alphas in a competitive world. You can compare them with alpha, yes. Okay, so, now this is going back to what you were asking. With log preferences, things become really simple in the sense that the Negishi weights are only a function of each individual's productivity and aggregate GDP. So if GDP goes up, we're going to have more inequality. If GDP goes down, we're going to have less inequality. And the idea behind it is that it's simple. GDP goes up, I need to lower taxes to have people produce more, and so inequality goes up. Okay. And so all the income and substitution effects are in the background, canceling each other, going against each other, and so on and so forth. And it just comes down to this very simple formula. Okay. With other preferences, this formula doesn't hold anymore. If you had, for example, constant relative risk aversion or non-log log in general, but at least in this case, things are very simple. Okay. So Negishi weights, in fact, are linear in productivity, which makes life a lot easier. Okay. And the thing to know this is that as GDP goes up, this sort of think about this as like a random variable. This random variable increases in a second order stochastic dominant sense. So one way basically to think about inequality among the old at date t+1 is really the GDP at date t. Yeah. So in other words, if we think when we look at an economy at t+1, we're going to deal with a level of inequality among the current old, and that level of inequality is determined by how much we produced yesterday, which is what. Okay. Yeah. All right. Sorry, I'm going a bit slow, but I just want to make sure that all the pieces of the model are well understood. And so we can think about standard payoffs as a function of aggregate variables. Okay. The key thing is that now when you think about payoffs of the government, you have sort of the standard sort of, first year macro terms showing up. Yes. Yeah.
I'm sorry. These are the weights for all periods, right? Can you put it again? Sorry, it's just a notation. Yes, they have a T. So
they
I
have
need
a T.
to think about
but the Y also has a T.
The Y has a T, and that's why these have a T. And
yes,
the point is that the I and the T's are kind of very simple.
Exactly. They interact with very simple. You can sort of think about more general class of preferences. It still is simple, but it's not going to be as simple. Yes, yes. Yeah.
Consistent with the first or not?
Yes. So again, it's a way of summarizing inequality in the sense that as Y goes up, this thing becomes steeper as a function. Negishi weights become steeper as a function of theta. And so quote unquote inequality goes up.
But there's a T+1 down at the bottom.
Yes. And that's why it says inequality among the old. Yeah. That it's important. It's important. It's important that today's GDP is inequality among the old tomorrow. And that is going to be the main thing, actually. So yeah, thank you for bringing that up. Okay, so compared to sort of a standard models of default, which a lot of people are used to, where we just want to maximize some government's objective, here, the thing that shows up is this cost of inequality. So H of Y here is the cost of inequality. And so the more we produce, the more we're going to have in terms of inequality, and that's going to be cost. Okay. Fernando is giving weird looks. Yeah. Because this is if you want to think about, is the value for the, okay, good. The way to think about it is because I want to make the payoff of the government time consistent. Correct. I'm going to make the payoff of the government time consistent. And so as a result, I have to put in the beta in the payoff of the initial old. And so since I have the beta in the payoff of the initial old, it's going to show. No, it's fine. Okay.
We're just going to repeat what you said.
Yeah, I know.
I want to make the
I
payoff of the government time consistent.
Yes. I want to, so in other words, I do not want to add further time inconsistency just coming from the fact that government's objective changes over time. That's what I meant. Yeah, it is, you're right. It's not a very precise language. Okay, so now, so the optimal policy problem is a standard. You want to maximize the payoff of the government subject to everything being competitive and lack of commitment. And so I'm going to do something a bit fast and loose here. And so I'm just going to assume that lack of commitment means that at any point in time, the value of government has to be higher than some outside option. Okay. And so now let me describe what that outside option is. So W lower bar is the value of a government that's in full financial autarky. So no foreign debt, no domestic debt either. So nobody is saving, none of the households are saving. And there is no consumption inequality among the old. Okay, so the idea is this. Sort of what is the temptation of the government to do? The temptation of government to do is every time they see a bunch of old people that are unequal, put 100% tax on them and redistribute it among everyone. People know that in advance, so they're not going to save if they expect this to actually happen on path. So you would think, again, since we don't have a proof, that's why I'm going to use the word you would think, that this will be the worst equilibrium. I remember Ugo at some point telling me that it's not, so I'm going to blame him. But we also don't have a proof. If you start from a finite horizon model, where at the very last period there is a cost of default or something, then this will be the worst equilibrium indeed. It's also the worst Markov equilibrium if you want to think about sort of the set of Markov perfect equilibria. At this point, as I said, we just don't have a proof that this is the worst equilibrium. We all suspect that it is, but It's pretty bad. Yes, exactly. But the key thing that I think is important that this one sort of identifies is something that perhaps is a bit non-standard, which is that in this model, because people, when in the worst equilibrium, because nobody is saving and the government has to pay the old guys, it makes the efficiency equity trade-off worse. Yeah, so in other words, deadweight loss of taxation is going to go, deadweight loss of taxation in the alternate world is going to go up. And so for various reasons, first of all, households are not doing any smoothing, yeah, between today and tomorrow. That's bad news for them. And also the government has to pay a bunch of old guys. They have this pay-as-you-go system where nobody's saved anything. And so that typically puts an extra burden on the cost of taxation. And so so there's going to be all these extra deadweight losses in this alternative world. Okay, in this sort of bad equilibrium. And that will allow the government to actually borrow even in a world where there are no shocks. Yes, Tom. Okay, you're gonna make fun of me for something. Okay. Okay, so let me talk about the boring thing. So optimal policy with commitment is simple. In this world, we have an impatient government. They'd like to front load everything. So consumption and equality are both front loaded because inequality here in this world is a normal good. So over time, inequality is going to go up, output is going to go up, consumption is going to converge to zero, output is going to converge to the highest that it can be. Yeah, and that's going to be the steady state in this world with commitment. Okay. So now let's talk about the world without commitment. Again, let me remind you, modulo Ivan's comment about maybe there's no difference between these two, and I agree with that. Again, the government wants to reduce their payment to foreigners in aggregate. They also want to default domestically so that they reduce their payments to domestic citizens. You always have a higher incentive to repudiate policies when foreign debt is higher, and you always have a higher sort of tendency to default when inequality among the old is high. Okay? And so what that defines is basically a quote unquote commitment frontier, if you want, where, so on the x-axis I have foreign debt, on the y-axis I have GDP last period, which is inequality among the current old. Yeah. And so this divides the state space. The state of this model is how much foreign debt we have and how much inequality among the old we have. This divides the state space into one region where things are sustainable and another region where things are not sustainable, meaning you cannot come up with any policy that supports this. And so on that frontier, you're indifferent between defaulting and not defaulting, okay? Or reversion to the worst static Nash equilibrium or not, okay? So the first thing I want to show you first, let me just show you a preliminary result, which is that in this model, there exists a sustainable steady state with positive level of debt. And this is due to this idea that I was talking about, which is that when in autarky, in full financial, quote unquote, double autarky from domestic households and foreigners, we have this worst efficiency equity trade-off. And so that effectively creates an endogenous cost of default, if you want. Yeah, in the language of the sovereign debt literature, and so it allows the government to borrow. Okay, so that's why we're going to have basically a steady state. A steady state like that where B is positive. Okay, the government is able to default even absent any sort of shock or anything like that, even when they're impatient and so on, because of this cost of default. What did I say? Yes, sorry. My bad. Yes. Yeah. All right. Yes, that's right. Okay. Thank you for that save. I'm gonna blame everything that I screw up today on that. So thank you for that. Okay. So now a little bit of math allows us to sort of say, because of this log preferences, cost of old inequality is a separables function. And so the only relevant state variable in this model is really debt, in the sense that old inequality does not affect what's going to happen to allocations in the future. It puts a bound on what foreign debt you can come up with, or quote unquote are sustainable, but it doesn't affect what's going to happen in the future in terms of allocations, which makes life a bit easy. And so we can write down a simple recursive problem where the value of the government, absent the inequality among the old, is this simple formula where you're maximizing utility from consumption, disutility of leisure, and cost of inequality. And then you have some continuation value, which depends on foreign debt. We have quote unquote the country feasibility / budget constraint, if you want to, use imprecise language. Bottom line, the key part is this one, where the value of the government tomorrow is going to be how much debt is there tomorrow minus the cost of inequality that they have to tolerate among the future old, okay? And that has to be higher than the outside option, okay? Okay, so there is an easy part to this, which is the low debt regime. When we have very little debt or positive assets, if you think about that recursive problem, when B is really low, then the sustainability constraint is a slack. So policies are sort of similar to the commitment policies. So again, front load consumption, front load inequality, and debt is going to increase over time because interest rates are low. You want to do intertemporal smoothing. It's very standard. So now let's think about, so in other words, when in this world, when the government has more debt today, their debt is going to be more tomorrow, okay? So now let's think about the interesting case, which is the high debt regime. So what if B was above a certain threshold? In that case, sustainability constraint is binding. And what that means is the value of the future government is fixed. It's equal to value of default. Whatever you do as the current government is not going to affect the value of the future government because it's pinned down by the value of default, by the value of the static Nash or worst equilibrium, if you want to go. And so the problem becomes simple in the sense that you just want to maximize the payoff from consumption that you get today, payoff from leisure, and the cost of inequality only among the current young, ignoring the inequality among the future old, because the future old's values is fixed. Yeah. And so we can sort of think about determination of government policy via very simple idea. I want to make sure that the future government gets a value of at least W lower bar. That's the set of points that the constraint that I face. It's a convex set because all the value functions are convex. And then I want to maximize my own utility, which I get from this current generation. Yeah. And so the point of optimality is simply where the value of the current government is tangent to the value of the curve representing the commitment frontier. Yeah. Sorry? That's not going to be in the 45 degree line. For the oh.
Around different points.
I didn't understand what you said, sorry.
One will be the effective one that the next government will inherit.
Correct.
And so,
I'm not quite sure.
I know, but then it'll land in another. Let's forget about it.
Okay. I think I have to because I didn't get it. Sorry. I think I have to forget because I didn't get it. Ah, okay. Okay, hold on to that. I think it's going to become clear once I actually show you more pictures. Okay, so basically what am I showing you? I'm showing you the preferences of the current government for a particular value of debt today, yeah? And so as debt goes up, you have to pay more to foreigners. And so this is sort of the trade-off that the current government faces, absent the payoff of the future old and the future generations. And so this is the determination of optimal policy today. Now, suppose B1 goes up. So when B1 goes up, you have to make more payments to outsiders. Yeah. So in some sense, the value of the marginal value of consumption goes up. Yeah. And the cost of relatively, the cost of leisure is going to go down. So you care less about leisure, less about inequality. Yeah. And so this is this idea that equality is a normal good. When B goes up, we cut both consumption and increase output / decrease inequality, increase inequality. And so now when this happens, the point of optimality has to be this point, B2 prime, where so you can see B1 went up, but B went up, but B prime went down, okay? So the idea is inequality is a normal good. I want to reduce it. I want to increase it when sorry, I keep going back and forth. So I have to pay more to foreigners. How much time? I have to pay more to foreigners. So I will reduce sort of consumption today, but increase output and increase inequality. Yeah. The only way that I can make things sustainable is by reducing debt even further. Yeah. Okay. And I cannot, in some sense, you might think that I want to do the opposite, which is do a little bit of smoothing, borrow a bit even more. Yeah, but there's no point in that, effectively, because the value of the future government is fixed. You can't do anything with borrowing more. The only thing you're doing in a world where you borrow more is tolerating more equality, which is bad for you. You don't like that anyways. Yes, yeah.
The right-hand side of sustainability is W.
Lower bar, correct. Correct. So it's, in particular, it's not a function of debt.
It's not a function,
And so that's sort of, you know, if we knew that this was the worst, that in that sense, that we knew that this was the best equilibrium, but we don't know. And so we're sort of doing this reversion to this. What we know is that it's a static Nash. So we know that. Okay, so in some sense, now we have our first, our main sort of theorem, which is that there exists a B star such that for all B less than B star, B prime is increasing in B, and sustainability constraint is slack. Above a certain threshold is decreasing in B, and the sustainability constraint is binding. And the steady state debt, and perhaps this is what you were talking about, steady state debt is always above B star, okay? So going back to what I showed you in the intro, this is what the policy function looks like. You sort of accumulate debt until you reach a certain threshold, and then you start fluctuating. And so again, let me sort of rephrase what I've already said, but I think it's useful to keep that in mind. When external debt, for whatever reason, goes up today, we're in the high debt regime, the current government wants to make payment to avoid default. It's going to cut transfers and increase inequality because inequality is a normal good. Households are forward-looking, and so they want to do smoothing of their consumption over time. And so what that means is that higher inequality today is higher inequality tomorrow. This is what we call the inequality overhang, as opposed to sort of the standard debt overhang. And so future government wants to default. How do you avoid it? By cutting down debt. Okay. So the key part, and the one that I was highlighting, that I highlighted, is this idea that we have equality being a normal good. And so that's something that we can perhaps talk about empirically and so on and so forth, but that's really what's driving everything. Nothing about the log. So I have lots and lots of robustnesses that I'm not going to show you since I don't want to, bore you, but sorry. No, absolutely, yes. We need that. We need the impatient. Yeah. Otherwise, everything, the commitment outcome is in fact sustainable. So just to show you the dynamic, so imagine that you start within this frontier, this quote unquote commitment frontier. You sort of, as the government, you increase your debt, you increase your GDP / inequality until you hit the frontier, and then you jump over the steady state to the other side and circle around. I should mention that we have not actually shown that the cycles actually dampened. We cannot characterize sort of whether the eigenvalue of the system is bigger than one or smaller than one. We don't know. All we know is that it's downward sloping. Okay, so in that sense, the cycles could be dampened. They could be blowing up over time, or they could be exactly a limit cycle. And so, Fernando, you were asking about the policies in the log case. Because of particular way income and substitution effects are, the tax sort of proportional taxes are increasing in debt. pensions are this V shape where, you know, as debt goes up in the sort of low debt regime, pensions go down, and as it goes up in the high debt regime, pensions start going up, and so on and so forth. Okay, so this is sort of very natural. I have 1 minute. So let me actually, yeah, I have lots and lots and lots of robustnesses, which I don't want to bore you with. If I could, I cannot use this to use the links, no? Yes. If you can just. Okay. So we thought actually so the motivation was of this sort of populist cycles were during Bush and Edwards. But even when you look at Italy in the past 10, 20 years, you see somewhat similar behavior. We have governments that keep coming to sort of do austerity. We have governments that get replaced by governments that are populist and so on and so forth. If you look at the yields between, thank you, I'll finish in one slide. If you look at the yields of Italy's debt relative to Germany, in fact, you do see quite a bit this sort of cyclical pattern in them. Now, you could say that there are other shocks happening. I don't want to really argue strongly against that. So let me just conclude with one thing. So I've shown you the model. Hopefully, I convince you that this is a mechanism that seems fairly robust. One thing that I want to mention is that this is sort of this idea, the model kind of, when you think about political economy, models of populism sometimes sort of call left policies populist policies, which is sort of, I think, over time, especially in the post-Trump world, I think perhaps are imprecise. This is sort of a model where it was sort of along the same sort of idea that populism is interpreted as policies towards the left, and I think this is what exactly during Bush and Edwards also meant. More recently, we sort of I also have some work, and there are also other people who are working in this area where we think about information as being the key the driver of populist policy, where populists use misleading information to mislead the public into choosing inefficient policies effectively. But that, I think, is separate here. It's everything is efficient, so the interpretation is really weak institutions. But I'll learn to discuss and talk about that. Okay, thank you.
Here? Perfect. Great, so thanks for the invitation and for the chance to discuss this very nice paper. I'm gonna start as other people by disclaiming that nothing I'm about to say is the opinion of the IMF or anything remotely similar to that. Okay, so let me start with what I think is the want operator in this paper. So the authors are about writing down a theoretical model which delivers this cyclical behavior between two phases. One that they call populist, where output is low, consumption is high, the economy is going into debt. Okay, and at the same time you have low inequality. Okay, and then each populist phase is followed by a phase that they call austerity, where it's exactly the opposite. Inequality goes up, output goes up, and you repay the debt. Okay, so there's a lot to well, I keep getting confused with the buttons. There's a lot to like about the paper. I think that the theory is like super elegant, and so on. I'll come back to that at the end. And I should say this overshooting component, and this came up in the questions. It's infrequent to find this type of behavior with fully optimizing agents that are completely rational and understand the economy. So this is like there's a big achievement to make this happen. And if you want, if you were convinced by the exposition, it kind of helps you think through some behavior that looks inefficient. There's Latin American examples and so on. Okay, so my plan for this discussion is I'm going to tell you a little bit how I think about the result, which is a bit different from how Ali presented it. I think that's kind of nice. And then I'm going to draw a couple of comparisons with other things that I was reminded of reading this great paper. Okay. Okay. So how it works. So this paper is built like a stool with 3 legs. Okay, one leg is about creating this trade-off between equality and inequality. Between equality and productivity, and there are 2 legs that are about financing the governments. Okay, so the leg number 1 is about creating this trade-off between efficiency and equality. And what you have is these three ingredients. Okay, you have these productivity types, labor income taxes, and an endogenous labor supply. All right. Well, this creates such that if you want to collect more tax revenues, this helps you decrease inequality because the taxes are linear in productivity and so on. But at the same time, it makes people not work so much, and therefore this reduces output. All right. So finding the state is a dangerous art because output inequality are the exact same thing. All right. That's the dangers of making a tractable model that things get mushed together. Okay. Leg number 2 is foreign borrowing by the governments. Okay. So when you're doing the policy number 1 of reducing inequality, and then you get low output, you can still consume by borrowing abroad. All right. Then, because there are no technological or mechanical costs of default, you have to sustain the repayment on the equilibrium path with incentives created by the equilibrium of the game. All right. So this leads to the first source of time inconsistency. We have to enforce debt repayment. This leads to an endogenous debt limit. All right, which is endogenous and state dependent. I'll come back to this. And there's no shocks or complete market, so it's really 0-1. So you can borrow as much as you can credibly promise to repay, and that's it. The second way in which you finance the government is with domestic debt. All right, and this is the exact same thing. You have to borrow from the young people who are working, and you need to provide incentives for yourself to repay the debt afterwards. So there's 2 types of default. You can think of the micro foundation with taxes and so on, but it's really you sell some bonds to the young guys, and then you choose how much if you want to repay or not. It's the same thing as with the foreigners. Okay, so this leads you to the second source of time inconsistency, the second repayment constraint, credibility constraint, which again, because finding the state is a dangerous art, domestic debt is the same as inequality, is the same as output. Right, so the 3 concepts are they're 1-to-1 mapping in the model. Okay, so you have an inequality limit and a debt limit, or a domestic debt limit and a foreign debt limit. Those are exactly the same thing. And actually, these 2 debt limits or inequality limit combine into one constraint, which is a sustainability constraint we were talking about just a moment ago, which I kind of like to write it in a slightly different way that Ali presented it, which just tells you that if you want more output, you have higher cost of inequality, so you're going against the constraint, so you need to open up the other side. And how do you open up the other side? You have to reduce foreign debt, so that if you have more incentives to default on the domestic debt, you need to have lower foreign debt, so the incentives to default on the foreign debt are lower. That's basically the tension. Okay, so both of these types of debt create this time inconsistency, but the key about that is that the trade-off between both types of debt is also time inconsistent. So different planners at different moments in time disagree about the optimal composition of debt between domestic and foreign. All right, and so because domestic debt is inequality, is output. You have when you issue foreign debt, you have benefits today, get resources, but you have to pay tomorrow. But inequality has benefits today because you get resources, but also cost today because you have inequality itself, and then tomorrow you have the cost. So this creates this agreement between the different planners at different points in time. All right, and so that disagreement leads you to a situation where when you have to repay a lot of foreign debt, what do? You need high output. And so to get high output, you tolerate high inequality. And to mitigate the inequality, you issue a bunch of domestic debt. Okay. And that tightens your constraint tomorrow. So you have to reduce foreign debt in order to be credible about repaying the domestic debt you're creating. All right. And this leads you to, this is what leads to the cycles in my view. But a part of this is you're able to do a lot of domestic debt in order to repay the foreign debt, because you know that the guy coming after you can issue a lot of foreign debt to repay the domestic debt. And so on and so forth. So it's very purposeful, and it's all about creating these incentives for debt repayment of the type that you're creating, right? The type that you want to issue. That's how I view this the thing. So the 2 comparisons. The first one. So present company excluded. One of my heroes is Ennio Sacchetti, and Chris Phelan and him has this very nice paper where it's a very kind of a similar idea, and I was reminded of Phelan Sacchetti all the time reading this paper. So in that other paper, for those of you who might not be familiar, you also have the endogenous labor supply, and you also have this time inconsistency because you want to make people save and invest, but then afterwards you want to tax the capital stock away, right? Because it's the most efficient way of collecting taxes ex post. Okay. So in phytoplankton, there are no cycles, and the simple answer is because the only link between two periods is the capital stock. So you don't have two things, you don't have two types of debts. Okay. You know, there's different ways you can induce savings, but they all boil down to the same thing the next period when the constraint actually binds. Okay. Because of that, there are no cycles there. Although they have an example where if you start with very high capital stock, you overdo the descent and then you come back, and it's not really clear if you actually have cycles or not. But also, of course, as Ali, I'm sure you know, they solve for the entire equilibrium value set, and they have this and I think maybe this algorithm can be used in your paper to say something about equilibria that are maybe not the best SPE. I'll come back to that at the end because I think it can be interesting. The second comparison I want to draw, sorry, I was also reminded of things that people in Latin America were thinking about in old times. All right, so we had this thing called the stop and go model. Okay, to think about these cycles very much like these ones. Okay, the cycles they also had two phases. The phases had different names, and that says something about preferences. Let us say more than that. So maybe more for Ali than the rest of the company. Right. So yeah, the preferences of the writers. Yeah, absolutely. So that is the phases were the stop and the go phase instead of populism and austerity. So in the go phase, you had growth, you had industrialization. These were models of developing economies. So the urban manufacturing was growing, wages were going up, output and consumption were growing. The economy was, but at the same time, all exports were coming from agriculture. And that at that time, people thought that agriculture could not expand very easily. So you had this situation where fixed exports, and then wages were going up. So imported consumption was putting pressure on imports. And the same thing with manufacturing, you need imported inputs to make manufacturing work. So you had a situation which was completely unsustainable, if you think about it this way, where you end up in the stop phase, where it's a balance of payment crisis. Okay, and the way to resolve the balance of payments crisis was a devaluation meant to lower dollar wages. This removes the pressure on imported consumption, and a recession to also reduce the demand for manufacturing goods, and that relieves the pressure on imported inputs. Okay, so you also had these cycles between these two, but it's in a way this is, the story is the opposite, is very different from what you have in mind. Because in Ali's story is very purposeful. You're doing this to create incentives for debt repayment. And here it's all, either the government is myopic or the shock is unexpected. They're the same thing. Okay. But what I think is interesting about comparing Ali's model with the stop-go thing is that there are very stark and empirically testable differences in the stories. Not only a flavor of what the story is about, but also you can look at the data and see differences. And what I think is striking is that in the go phase of the stop-go model, you have output growth. Even though consumption is growing more than output, you have output growth, even though in the populist phase of Ali's model, you have low labor, right? And so output is low, right? And conversely, in the stop phase of the stop-go model, you have a real exchange depreciation, wages are going down. And I don't know what happens to wages in the austerity phase, but after-tax wages must be going up because you need people to work a lot. Right? So so I think looking at the data with a lens like this one can be really helpful to to narrow down which episodes this model actually is speaking to. So I think that can be something interesting to do. Okay. So let me close with a couple of questions. I think the theoretical exercise is fantastic. It has all the telltale signs of theory papers that at least I like. All the assumptions are there for a reason. The characterization is kind of sharp, and I really like this. You have all these different little models where the basic idea applies everywhere. So I thought that was kind of that was very nice. All right. Then I have two kind of questions. So the first one is about quantitative performance. It's a bit of an unfair comment to make because it's a pure theory paper. So asking about quantitative is a stretch, but I did a little a loose replication of this, and I had some trouble making the cycle appear beyond like the third or fourth decimal place. So that was kind of that was a bit underwhelming. But I noticed that in the appendix you have this 3-period version where things look like they're bigger. So I guess my question here is, whether you think that that if it's like a full life cycle heterogeneous agents thing, you would have more traction. I kind of think yes, but I wonder if if that's actually true. Right, and then the last point is all this model is about solving for the best SPE, and we talked a little bit about that. Everything is supported by this W bar, which is really harsh. The punishment is a lot harsher than even what people in the sovereign debt literature use after a default. You have autarky forever. No one ever saves anymore. It's a Nash equilibrium, but it's pretty harsh. And so I kind of think of that as actually pretty strong institutions. So the model on its face, to me, speaks more actually about US or advanced Europe than Latin America or peripheral Europe, if you want to think of it like that. All right. Then the other thing is, the Euro crisis. You spoke about Italy, and I think that was nicer. And I'm not going to pretend I know more than about Italy than you have an Italian co-author, so not saying that. But in Latin America, this purposeful creation of incentives, doesn't really, it doesn't remind you of shifts in policies that were imposed by military coups and so on. So I kind of like that you mentioned Perón and 48 and 52 because it's the same person and it wasn't really forced to do things. But some of the other like Chile with Allende and Pinochet are a bit more, they map less well into the best SPE kind of thing. And so I guess my nerdish question to close the comment about the focusing on best SPEs is, do you have a sense, and this is why I brought up Fell and Sacchetti, is whether there is a sense that, are there more SP sub-imperfect equilibria that are also cyclical? Is it all of them? Is it just the best one that has this property, or how that's working? That's what I have. Thanks so much.
Yeah. So, no, I really like the paper. I just didn't have a good intuition for the cycles yet, and really feel like it might not be robust to, could it be the OLG structure or something weird like that? We did OLG actually to make things simple. We had the infinite horizon, but maybe OLG here is kind of causing the cycle. I just, that would be interesting if you know something about how general it is or why you think it might be robust or big.
Yeah, so whether OLG causes the cycle or not, I think the answer is yes. In an infinite horizon model, you typically, at least in versions that I'm thinking of quickly off the top of my head, you often get this idea that inequality is irrelevant for policies. Even so, I think Mark Aguiar, if I remember correctly, Mark and Manuel's paper, it's sort of a. Okay, we can talk about that. We can talk about it later. But
we had the paper with infinite horizon first. So the paper you talked about here that we wrote first had the infinite horizon model, and there, everything works out. Then you can do OLG too. We did it in the Polish version. Would say inequality doesn't matter. You still have this temptation to do a land reform, quote unquote, and redistribute everything. Has nothing to do with whether the horizon's finite or infinite.
So what I meant to say was, if you have if you take your 2007 QJ paper, where we know that people are all forward-looking and they're all saving to smooth out consumption, there is a relationship between Negishi weights today and tomorrow, and so on and so forth. So in other words, inequality is fully, quote unquote, persistent because of the individual optimization behavior. And so that pins down basically those Negishi weights that I was talking about, where we're not going to have fluctuations as debt goes up and down, or as you hit the economy with shocks. That's what I meant. But we can, if you want, we can talk about it more afterwards.
Yeah, I'm not sure about what you mean, but when we had it, we had idiosyncratic uncertainty also. You just have always a force that inequality is growing if you don't So
No, that's right. That's not
you're,
what I
I think thinking
disagree.
of a case, maybe.
No, what I'm talking about is in the aggregate, how aggregate variables are interacting with inequality over cycles. It's just because of this perfect smoothing over time, you're just not going to get a lot of interactions. That's all I'm saying. And so in that sense, I'm agreeing with you that OLG is delivering the results because it creates sort of breaks the link between inequality today with inequality 3 years from now, 3 periods from now.
Mhm.
So in that sense, that's what OLG is doing. OLG is shutting off that link between inequality today and 2 periods from now, which is going to be present in a infinite horizon model. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Just more mechanically, like I think I kind of understood the explanation when you were constrained. No, I mean, with the government is constrained. Yeah. I think I understood the explanation with when you do the comparative static that you change the B to the A, why it will go basically negative. I think I understood. But then can you just now explain again what happened? Let's say now you cross the point where when that's not constrained anymore, why the slope changes? Can you just explain it?
Oh, there is because interest rates are low. So interest rates are low, which means that you're just going to front load consumption.
I see. Sorry. I see. So you're saying and that effect is cut off because whatever your continuation is,
Exactly.
is this,
fixed, yeah.
then you change it. I see. So you just explain it. Sorry, I'm just. Thank you. Going to be across the street, so follow the assistants. Outside the university. Okay, so it's. Yeah. When we get off of the
It's going to be 40 minutes for the presentation. Okay. We'll start with the afternoon session. We first have Effie Adamopoulos presenting stagiaire contracts and unemployment during recession. The paper will be discussed by Martin Baraja. So, Effie, the floor is yours. 40 minutes.
Is this on? Yes. Okay, thank you so much. Many thanks to the organizers for putting the paper in the program, and thank you all for being here. The paper that I'm going to present is a macro labor paper. It's a joint work with Luis Diaz-Catalan and Ernesto Villanueva, and it's called Staggered Contracts and Unemployment During Recessions. Just a minute. Okay. So a key question in macro labor is whether downward nominal wage rigidity amplifies the effects of recessions. So in other words, do more people lose their job during recessions just because their wages cannot adjust downwards? And identifying downward nominal wage rigidities is actually not so straightforward. The macro literature actually has adopted two different approaches. The first is the incidence of nominal wage cuts. How frequent are nominal wage cuts in the data? The second approach, that is the one that we are also adopting, has to do with staggered labor contracts. Labor contracts that get renewed at different times, and they set nominal wage growth for 1, 2, or 3 years, during which everything is settled and cannot change. Okay? So this is what we are doing. And today, I'm not going to present any macro model. I hope you don't leave the room. However, I believe that the results that I'm going to show you can inform all of you that write macro models and the assumptions you make. And I'm going to show you an advantage of our setting, of our approach, that we don't have to impose anything. We don't have to assume who is subject to rigidity or not. This will come naturally, will be determined by the institutional setting. Okay? So let's see whether I can give you something useful for your models, okay? So what we do in this paper is to study the probability of being non-employed or no during 3 large recessions. And we do this by distinguishing workers whose wages could or could not adjust. Okay? And the idea is very, very simple. If you are a worker that by chance you are covered by collective contracts that got expired and got renewed before the recession, it's likely that, you know, the social partners back then, they had said actually quite generous nominal wage growth. They were not foreseeing, no, the recession. So there, the wage growth agreed in already settled agreements is fixed. The recession starts, the agreement is an agreement. Okay, there is no way of opting out. I will explain the institutional setting. However, if by chance you are a worker that you were covered by a collective contract that got expired and renewed after the onset of the recession, then the social partners could observe things are not going well. Okay? So they agreed on nominal wage growth that perhaps it was not that dangerous because it's a recession. Okay? This is the idea. This is the idea. And we analyzed Spain for 3 reasons. First of all, because we have 3 major recessions in the last 30 years that we can actually study. Second, and very, very important, a very big part of the workforce in Spain is covered by these collective contracts that are automatically extended. So you don't have to be part of a union. Okay? And what is really, really nice in the case of Spain is that we have a lot of variation to actually to exploit, because these collective contracts, they are not just at the sector level, as in Italy, for example, they are also at the province level. So we have the metal workers, I don't know, in Barcelona, and then the metal workers in Madrid. Okay. So we have a lot of variation to exploit within industries and provinces, and also within occupations. I'm going to explain exactly what these collective contracts do. So what we are going to test, first of all, are job losses more common among workers covered by collective contracts that got signed before the onset of the recession? If so, how persistent are these job losses? So they lose jobs, do they find afterwards? A third point that is, we believe, our key contribution has to do with heterogeneity. Heterogeneity among workers whose wages were close or far from the minimum wage floors that are set in these collective contracts. And then the fact that we can analyze in the same framework 3 different recessions with many different characteristics can allow us to say something about the role of inflation and the role of institutions. And the recessions that we study are, first of all, the 93 recession, the 2009 recession, and the first year of the COVID pandemic. Let me give you some small preview of some characteristics of these different macro shocks. So the 93 recession took place in a period of high inflation. above 4%. And at that time, the collective contracts were of short duration, of 1 year, 1 year and a half. Mm-hmm. Exactly. So per year. But for Spanish standards, this was high, yes. For example, the 2009 recession took place in a period of 0 inflation, okay? And at that time, the collective contracts had on average a long duration of 3 years. And then this first year of the pandemic that we studied was, of course, very abrupt, as you know. It was still in a low inflation period. And it was coupled with this unprecedented policy response to the short-time work, the furlough. Many other countries adopted it. So instead of firing people, you could reduce their hours, and part of their salary was subsidized by the government. Okay? So let me show you these 3 shocks also in a graph. This is the monthly unemployment rate. You can see here in 93, in 2009, and a small peak actually during the pandemic. Why? Because, as I already said, what they really used was this short-time work. Okay, so let me tell you a few things about these collective contracts and how exactly they work. What happens is that employer federations and unions meet, and they have to set these minimum wage floors by occupation that are going to apply for everybody in the province and in the sector. Okay? And this is very, very important, that there is like automatic extension, regardless of the degree of unionization. And something extremely important is that it's very, very difficult to opt out, especially during the first 2 recessions that we studied, the 93 and the 2009. So it's not that you can say, now there is a recession, let's make a firm level agreement and let's not respect what we had agreed at the sector province level. No, this is not possible. So this nominal wage growth set in the collective contract has to be respected no matter whether there is a recession or not. Okay. So here comes the question on macro models, okay? How could we model a collective contract? Well, the most common assumption that macro models do is the explicit contract, that all wages are going to move in the same way with the nominal wage increase in collective contracts. This is typically the assumption. However, more recently, there is also work by David Card in Portugal. It seems that actually collective contracts may fix minimum wages and not move the whole wage distribution. And I'm going to show you that indeed, this is the case also in Spain. Okay. Yes, please, of course.
The contracts never specify any indexing or?
It does. So
it does.
I'm going to use also this. It's very important. So there were some escalation clauses that were saying that, okay, these are the nominal wage growth for the first, second, for the following 2 years. But if the inflation is very high, then perhaps there can be some additional increases. And you will see, and I'm going to show you that in 93, this is actually something that happened. In 2009, these escalation clauses were there, but they were not effective because the inflation was 0. Okay. So many of these contracts have this escalation. It's not perfect indexation, but you will see that in 93, there was some effect, yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes? Let's wait for the micro.
So if a firm wants to lay off someone, they do it in terms of seniority also? in Spain?
So there is employment protection. There is employment protection. So there are firing costs. But I'm going to show you that all the results that I'm going to show you are also hold if we just focus on permanent workers. So it's not a story of temporary workers.
No, but I meant whether within them, whether they need to fire people indexed by their seniority, like in another other union contracts, they have that, the first person to be laid off is the one that is the most junior. And the second person is the second most.
Contract. No, it's not part of the contract. No. But this is very important because each country has its own institutions now. So in Spain, this is not part of the collective contract. Okay, so what are we going to use for identification? So most of the collective contracts in our data immediately get renewed right after expiration. So we are going to use the signature date, and we are going to define the treated and the control group. This is a diff, a simple diff, not diff in diff, okay? So the treated group is going to be workers that were covered by contracts signed before the onset of the recessions that are subject to wage rigidity. No. While the control group are workers covered by contracts signed after the deterioration of macro conditions that could potentially observe the new situation and agree on nominal wage growth that is not that high during recession. Okay. So let me show you with a picture what is exactly our identification. Our treatment is time invariant. We don't have a staggered treatment. If you had bad luck and you were a worker whose collective contract, let's say, signed in March 2008, they couldn't foresee it coming, the Great Recession. They settled nominal wage growth of 3% for 2009. Okay. While if you are a worker whose collective contract got expired after the onset of the recession and got renewed, let's say in June 2009, there, they already saw that there is a recession and they settled just 1.3%, again for 2009. So we are going to define a worker subject to rigidity, treated, or a worker not subject to rigid control throughout the analysis like this. Okay. Perhaps afterwards, some of these contracts get renewed and get expired. We don't care. Our definition is at the onset, okay?
Can I ask you something?
Yes.
So what happened with the people that is near the vertical line? Because here in your example, you have like 6 months after. So within that period, I could have been laid off because the wages was still sticky. And the same thing. So it will seem to me that like the best thing that you want to have is just a contract that expires or was renewed before and after, but within the month or something like that.
So I'm going to show you, so this was just an example. I'm going to show you the results for workers by quarter of signature. And I'm going to show you first that they didn't foresee it coming. And then that, the adjustment happens almost immediately. I'm going to show you, but it's very important.
So, sorry, the dates are like fixed every 2 years, or do they change the dates?
So the date is part of the agreement. So, so when you renew, you say, this is going to be for the next 2 years. This is going to be for so the duration of the collective contract is part of the negotiation.
Do they have like an exit, I know, clause? Yes.
Yes. So the clauses are only in terms of indexing to inflation. That's all. But there is no way to opt out if this is your question. To rebargain, no. There is no way. There is no. Okay, but then this identification strategy that I just presented to you was using the signature date. And there are some, like 15% in our sample, some collective contracts that got expired but didn't get renewed. And this may be, not random. Perhaps they don't get renewed because they strategically postpone because there is a recession, who knows? So what we do as a robustness is to use the expiration date as an alternative strategy that may be more exogenous than the signature date. The results are very similar, okay? But what is really nice with expiration date is that we can also check heterogeneity by collective contract duration. So what I'm going to show you towards the end of the presentation is what happens if, as a worker, you are subject to rigidity just for 1 year or for 2 or 3 years. Okay, so the first thing that I'm going to show you is that indeed what I'm claiming all these minutes, like half an hour, those contracts that get renewed after the onset of the recession set less generous nominal wage growth. And I'm going to do it like this, quarter by quarter of signature. And I'm going to see whether they reacted already before the onset and how fast after the onset of the recession react. Okay. As soon as I have this so-called first stage, so what happens in the nominal wage growth in the collective contracts, I'll move to the worker level analysis. And here at the worker level, I'm going to have this event study with lags and leads, and my outcome variable is going to be whether, as a worker, in every given year, you are non-employed or no. And of course, I'm going to have industry and province fixed effects. But the main regressor is going to be this, whether the collective contract that covered this worker was signed before or after the recession, whether this worker is treated or controlled. He is subject to rigidity or not. Okay. Now, as I said in the beginning, our data have also something unique that actually contain the wage floor that corresponds to each worker, because these collective contracts are by sector, province, and occupation. So what we can do is merge them to our social security data and see for each worker how far he or she is from the corresponding minimum wage floor. Mm-hmm.
Do you get like earnings?
Yes,
Then you get like earnings in Social Security?
We have earnings,
No, but,
yes.
but how do you get hourly wages?
So these are not hourly. These are monthly.
Where
we have the part-time and we do full-time equivalent. Yes, yes, yes. They have. Yes, yes, yes. And we also do some robustness excluding the part-time.
You look at other countries, and then you see this problem with the Social Security data. You see kind of earnings and very rough indication of hours. So you never know what is the...
Here we don't have, for example, we don't have overtime, but we do have the exact percentage of part-time, yeah.
But then if you don't have overtime, how do you know what's the...
So that's the thing. That's why we are going to do bins. Okay. So we are going to do bins, and we are going to see how many of workers earn at most 10% above the minimum, the corresponding minimum wage floor, 10, 20, 20, 40, 40 plus. Okay. So there is some measurement error, there is some, so we do have here at 0, the vertical line are the workers that get exactly the corresponding.
below the minimum, which tells you that there is measurement error.
There is a measurement error, absolutely. But what I want you to get out of this graph is the concentration around here, 0.10. Ex ante, if we were asking also the experts of the labor market, they will tell you, oh, 80% get the minimum. So ex ante, people were expecting a very high concentration around the minimum. We cannot find it. And we do something similar also for Italy. So yes, there are binding minima, but we are talking about 10% of the workforce. Most of the workforce, more than 50% of it, are actually earning wages that are very far from the minimum.
But sorry, just to vary, it's just,
yes.
I understand. So if the idea of identification is that you want to have a sharp cutoff, the measurement error is kind of a problem. But I guess
there is no sharp cutoff. Here
I know that's we see it. We see there is no sharp cutoff. So then the issue is, okay, so we can do something sharp. Then we want to look at someone that is very far away from someone that is close.
Exactly.
And hope that the measurement error is sort of not related to the distance to the, not that the people low wages are like more like in parts in which they do a lot of overtime, so they change with that.
Exactly. Thank you so much. So this is what we are going to do. And when we do the diff in diff, we are going to use those 40 plus as our control. Why? Because those people, they have a large cushion. They have extra elements in their wage that can be cut and they can serve, as a way to get away with these rigid wages. No? So our... Yes. Of course. So I'm going to show you this. So in this diff in diff, we are not going to just compare those subject to collective contracts that got renewed before and those with collective contracts that got renewed after, but also workers whose wages were close or far from the minimum. So we're going to have those very close compared to those far. Okay. Perfect. And this is just the equation that I just described. Okay, so the data we're using is first of all this register of collective contracts from 92 to 2020. What is really nice is that we have the exact signature date, the industry and the province, and the percentage nominal wage growth. And we also have the wage floors that are also by occupation that correspond to each worker. We are going to merge them to the Social Security data. If I have time, I'm going to show you also some analysis with the labor force survey, which is the only data set that also has information on short-time work. And this is what we use for COVID. But let's see, because I only have 15 minutes. Okay. So yes?
You identify persons. So you identify persons in the three sources and merge them.
So let's focus to the first two. First two.
Yeah. So
and then for the COVID, we do 1 and 3.
And in the 3, you have like an ID.
We have industry and province, we know.
But you don't know the person.
No.
In the first 2, you do.
Yes.
But anyway, so then the shock is at the level of
exactly. The shock is at the level of industry province. So yeah. This is what we need to know in order to pin down, treat it, and control. Yeah. Okay, so we do some standard sample selection. So these are workers aged between 18 and 57 years old, and we also impose at least 1 year of tenure as of the onset of each recession, okay? So, first picture, whatever I'm saying up to now makes sense. Let's see. Okay, so these are results at the collective contract level. Here it's for the 93 recession, here is for the 2009 recession. And here I'm going to show you the negotiated nominal wage increase set for 93 by collective contracts that got renewed at different quarters. And here I'm going to show you the negotiated nominal wage increase set for 2009 by collective contracts that got renewed at different times, compared always to our benchmark. And you see, first, reassuringly, there are no pre-trends. This means that they couldn't foresee it coming. Okay? And then, right after our vertical lines, you see already this downward adjustment. So those collective contracts that got renewed after the onset of recessions set around 1 to 2 percentage points lower negotiated nominal wage growth.
Yeah, how are you dealing with indexation and changing inflation expectations?
So indexation was never there like complete. What was there in both recessions is that some collective contracts, around 60%, they had some escalation clauses, and they were saying if the inflation is much different than the expected 1 of 2%, let's say, no, in 2009, then perhaps there will be some additional increases. Okay. However, this is very important because in 2009, these escalation clauses were completely ineffective. It was zero, the inflation. Here, they could make some effect. But still, before going to these escalation clauses, which are very important, let's keep in mind the macro environment. Here I said 0%. Here it was 4%, the inflation. Okay. So this adjustment of nominal wage growth in collective contracts of 1 to 2 percentage points, here this nominal adjustment was actually real. While here, no, because it was just 1 to 2% and the inflation was 4. Okay. And even the escalation clauses were not, perfect in order to convert the nominal into real.
Well, when you say 4,
exactly. There was. Yeah, true, exactly. So instead of having wages being rigid, they were not, exactly.
When you say 4 is before, after, in both periods?
During 93. Because this is nominal wage growth for 93. Each dot is for 93. There are, when they sign, they get signed at different quarters, setting nominal wage increases for 93. It's very important. So it's not that there were different inflation at different times. Now I understand you.
So on average, were they growing at 4% in 93 before?
Before
the normalized zero, is it a 4?
Yeah. It was around 3%. Yeah.
So it's -5. It was
if
3.
If you consider. But that's where you will see. You will see that
no.
There are.
It's not. It's 3.
But you will see that there are no consequences. Yes.
So it's.
How much time do I have? 5 minutes only. Let's see. 10 minutes. Okay. Let me show you the results. This has to do with actual wages of the workers. So this was at the collective contract level. Let's see at the worker level. Let's focus on 2009. Here I'm going to show you the results for workers close to the minimum, a bit further, 10-20, and much further, 20-40, compared always to the 40 plus, to our control group. So this is the diff in D. And you can see exactly what we were expecting. Then the rigidity counted for really so
nominal or real wage?
These are all nominal. However, in 2009, whatever is nominal is also real. Okay? So in 2009 is exactly what we were expecting. Rigidity, especially among those close to the minimum, and then disappears. While in 93, because of the escalation clauses, the rigidity also appears here. It was not perfect indexation, okay? So that's why you don't see homogeneously everywhere. But again, yes? Yes. Well, yes, let's say in 92 for 93. Yeah.
92 for 93. And then we compare for those ones, we compare those that were close to the minimum with those that are farther away.
Yes.
And then closer, just to make sure.
Absolutely. Exactly. So those that were signed before and after the onset, and also workers who were close and far from the minimum. Okay, but then this is what happens on wages. Show me now what happens on employment. 93. Nothing. Exactly. Why? Because the nominal wage rigidity didn't translate it into real. So why would we expect to have any consequences? The inflation greases the wheels of the labor market, as Card was showing, as Andres is showing in 2 recent working papers. Instead, if we focus on 2009, we do see very persistent increase in the probability of being not employed. Here, the nominal wage rigidity was also real and had consequences. Question? No? Okay. Okay. So, yes?
Couple of things.
Yes.
One, is that by the quarter, by the beans? Also?
No,
is
this
that more
is,
concentrated in the lower bean, or?
it's the next slide. Okay, I'm coming. So,
And the second question is
yes.
just about the data. It's the wages in the Social Security capture all type of labor compensation. So there could be some amenities, bonuses, whatever. That
These
is
are
not
just
there.
base wages.
Okay.
It's important, yeah. Yes.
So on the units here, this is
The
so
probability.
this is the probability increases by 1%. And what's the unconditional probability of becoming unemployed? So as to have a benchmark?
So
Or
we haven't quantified yet our results, but in terms of labor demand, it's around 1. So we saw that the collective contracts, it was 1 percentage point difference in terms of wages gets translated to 1 percentage point increase in unemployment.
so it's big.
It's big.
It's very
big. But it comes now, who are the ones that get laid off and how many are they? Okay. So let's do it by distance from the wage floor. Here we focus on the 2009 recession and we want to see what happens to those close to the wage floors, further away and much further away compared to the 40 plus on whom nothing happens. What do we see? All the employment losses are concentrated among those close to the wage floors. How many were they? 10% of the workforce. Okay. As soon as you go further and further away, no effect. So yes, wage rigidity can lead to employment losses, but only if it's real because there is low inflation, and it only affects a particular part of the workers, this 10% that is actually close to the wage floors. This is the main takeaway. Now, why we don't find anything in 93? I was saying, it's because of the high inflation. People told me, but perhaps it's just because it's a weird recession. So what we do is to just focus on the 93 recession, within this 93 recession, and classify provinces as high and low inflation provinces, and do some heterogeneity within the 93 recession. These are the low inflation provinces, and these are the high inflation provinces. And I'm going to show you results by—
How different are they?
So the average was 4%.
Yeah.
So these are below and above average. So these are 2, 4, let's say, and here is 4, 6%. Okay. Yes.
It's like a change in the relative, in the price of the non-tradables across
also. You can consider.
provinces.
In any case, I mean, this is very suggestive evidence, but we find, if anything, something here in the low inflation. It's not statistically significant, but it's suggestive that, you know, where the inflation is very high and there was no real wage rigidity, we find nothing. Another heterogeneity that we do within the 93 recession is by the presence of escalation clauses. And we also see here, among the 65% of contracts that had an escalation clause, there is something almost significant and with a bit of delay, suggesting that, you know, it is the inflation. Okay, even if we studied within the 93 recession, that could have been, I don't know, different than the 2009 recession. So what we did is also to use the expiration date. And what I really want to show you is this, the heterogeneity by collective contract duration. So in 2009, the average duration of collective contracts was more than 3 years. Okay, so what we are going to do for 2009 is actually to distinguish short contracts and long contracts. Short contracts are those that they were expiring within 1 year. So yes, perhaps there was some rigidity, but lasted very little. And long contracts, there were those that were expiring 2 or 3 years after the onset of the recession. And what do we see? All the employment losses are among those long contracts because the rigidity lasted long. Okay, and firms fired them. Okay. For COVID, I don't have time, just 1 minute, but I can just tell you that the effects of rigidity are reflected not into job losses, but into short-time work. So instead of having adjustment at the extensive margin, we have at the intensive margin. So let me conclude. We do document a trade-off between wages and non-employment. But there are specific conditions, and there is an interplay between this rigidity, inflation, and institutions that leads to different results. In 93, there was no real wage rigidity, so no employment losses. In 2009, there was real wage rigidity, so there were people actually losing jobs, but how many are those? Those 10% that were actually subject to rigidity because they were close to the wage floors. Okay, so the key takeaway, the contrast staggering can amplify employment fluctuations if we are in a low inflationary environment, and this is going to be harmful for 10% of the workforce. Thank you so much. The question afterwards?
Okay. All right. Thanks, Effie, for the presentation. Thanks for to Andy for inviting me to discuss. And so I should say, this is it's a great paper. I'm teaching, I teach one lecture, sometimes a bit more on wage rigidity. teaching now in the fall, I'm going to teach this paper because I always find it hard to find lots of theory, not many good papers on wage rigidity, and in particular the effects on employment losses. Why? I also have a paper on wage rigidity. So I teach that one. I teach his, and I teach one of our students at MIT that was on the market, and he had a great paper on it too. And that's it essentially. And now there's a couple more. And also one thing that I really like is that there's no fancy kind of metric. There's nothing. No, it's kind of there's an institutional feature of how unions work and how the contracts work. I'm just gonna do a different diff and run with it. So I find that refreshing and nice. So what I'm gonna do is kind of go briefly over the main results. I think they're clear enough that I don't need to spend a lot of time there. And then I'm gonna talk about one identification concern that Fernando was already kind of hinting at, which is this idea of that there's a cushion between what's the minimum wage that's binding and where people are. And something that I was concerned about was, well, maybe like workers are different in some other ways, not just in the distance. One way could be in how much they want to work or how much are they working. And but then I'm going to show you one placebo that Effie didn't have time to show you that kind of alleviated that concern for me. And I'm going to mention one more thing that she didn't have to mention too. So I'm going to do that. Then I'm going to quibble a bit with this interpretation of inflation greasing the wheels of the labor market. And I'm going to also give you, I think, where is Effie? There. one suggestion, which is entirely free disposal. And as always, my wife tells me feedback is a gift, and I answer, can I return it? So that's the. Sometimes she tells me that when I come back from a conference, I had a nasty discussion, and sometimes she tells me that when I'm misbehaving, and so yeah, and so that's about the inflation comparisons. And then finally, because I kind of wanted to have fun with the paper, and I figured maybe the audience here would be interested in this, and at least I was curious about she showed you a lot of numbers, but there was a question here about what the magnitudes mean, like how do I think about that? And to me, that meant, okay, let me just put it in a simple model. And I'm going to do one exercise, a very rough numerical exercise to try to think about not recessions, which is what she was interested in, but what would be the cause of a ramp up in inflation? And when you have this staggering of wage contracts. And I think this may speak to a lot of people. I know it speaks to my family. We think a lot about the cost of inflation or prices, pressure, and whatnot. But when I talk to my family, my friends, they tell me, no, it's like my wage is not catching up. I'm always running from behind. And this is exactly what's happening to these Spanish people that have a contract that lasts for 3 years. So I'm gonna do that. And all right, so what the paper shows essentially two facts. I'm gonna show you the 2009 recession, and I like the results more on the minimum wage cushions than the other ones. I find them nicer. So I would just a comment. I would put those front and center. And so the first thing that Effie showed us was that if you're kind of close to that minimum wage, so you have a small cushion, then when you interact that with the fact that your contract was signed before the 2009 recession, then you see that those people actually have a much higher wage growth than the people that are both further and sign the contract after. And in turn, because of that, that's the cost interpretation, you also see that those people had worse employment outcomes precisely because their wages could not be cut. And that's more or less the message. And now one comment would be, and this relates to the question over there about what are the magnitudes. I think I'd like to know what is the labor supply elasticity. At the end of the day, you're estimating, two reduced forms, the effect of the shocks or the treatment on wages and employment. So you could do, the ratio. And but you can do it with two-stage least squares, so you can give us some standard errors. And eyeballing it, I got a semi-elasticity that was between 1 and 2. I couldn't do the elasticity because I didn't know what the level was, but that's something I think would be nice to report to compare with other papers. So those are the results. Okay. And now, in terms of identification, at least for those facts, it relies a lot on this idea that if you're closer to this, the zero, your cushion is smaller, and hence when the recession hits, you're more likely to be fired. Now, the obvious concern, I would say, is, well, but what if the workers that are kind of close to here are very different than the workers that are here in other ways that is not just, the fact that their wages were closer to the cut. And so one thing, so I don't know if I didn't see you talk about this, but or it wasn't clear. So this is not the whole wage distribution for the whole industry and province. So the contracts, the way they work is that they work for the minimum wages are for different skill categories, and which I think are occupations, correct? So you're not comparing people that have very high wages with people that have very low wages because their occupations are entirely different or the skills are different. This is all within. So that already takes care of, I think, a sizable chunk of some heterogeneity that you may be heterogeneity that you may be worried about. But still, I think it's very plausible that maybe people that are around here are less attached to the firm that are close to the cushion than people that are here that are maybe more productive in other ways. I don't know if you have some information on like gender or things like that, other things that would speak to more or less attachment, because that could be explaining the facts on employment. If the people here have a larger labor supply elasticity, then that could give you the fact that it's not that this is more binding, that it causes them to lose their jobs more often, but it's just the fact that they have a larger labor supply elasticity. Right. Yeah, you're right. So doing something like that would be useful. Now let me say one thing. Then when I thought about it for a bit longer, there were two things that kind of alleviated this concern. So the first thing, so one view is, okay, there's not much you can do about this. Your indemnization is on the contract signing date, not on the distance to the minimum, and that's life. Now it is true that you're interacting distance with the signing date. So if there's an observed heterogeneity that is giving you some identification problems, it must be because it's the people that have a larger labor supply elasticity are precisely the one that are not just closer to the minimum, but also at that time of the signing date. So that it's maybe harder, but it could be happening. But also you do this exercise that you didn't show, which is that if you look at the construction sector, so that's a sector where there was national wage setting. So there's no variation across provinces and in wage growth, but there's still variation in signing dates. Okay, so now a placebo that you can look at it, which is the one that they do here, is do we see employment differences across people that signed before or after the 2009 recession in this case, in this sector where we shouldn't expect it to see anything because there's been no differences in wage growth. And the answer is no, you don't see. There's no differential employment losses between the contracts that were signed before and after, as long as those had the same wage growth. So if it was my story of an observed heterogeneity, I would have expected to see changes here because it's precisely the heterogeneity and not the fact that the wage was changing differentially. So, I thought that was a nice exercise. Okay. Now, so that's more, that's for the results. And then for the 2009 recession. This is the part where it's like taking, free disposal. I think you have excellent evidence for the 2009 recession, more than enough for a great paper about wage rigidity, unemployment loss, and whatnot. In the paper, the way it's written now, it's kind of like you put the 93 recession and the 2009 recession side by side, and I find that comparison much less compelling in that, well, first that you don't need it. Maybe you can put it in a different paper, or maybe it can come at the end after you showed us like the main evidence on wage rigidity and employment losses. But in particular, because people will give you a rough time about, well, but the recessions are different in other ways beyond inflation. This is like pre versus post Euro labor markets. There's other changes in the wage distribution that have nothing to do with inflation. And in fact, something that hints at that is that it's not just inflation that is different across recessions, is that when you look at the fraction of wages, the fraction of workers that are in this, close to the minimum wage, in 2007, it was like 9%. That's the number that you showed us. But in 1991, it was 22%. And so the whole wage distribution is much more compressed in 91. And I kind of would have expected the opposite if it was just inflation. that you would have found maybe more wage dispersion, not less and less compression. And also just the fact that no, this number is different, that's maybe driving some of the difference too, that you have more people in those bins. Yeah. What is that?
The fact that he said, it's also true for both the firms that are, for those that don't sign before.
Yeah.
You know. No, but the pre and post euro, that's a time effect. That should be taken out. That's taken out because you're comparing within.
Not if the elasticities are different. Not if the labor supply elasticities of the people are different.
No, but isn't it like a difference between the two groups?
Yes, but it may be differentially affected the two groups, the fact that you reform the labor market.
You're saying, so you're saying, okay. And that's why you're saying the second part. Sorry.
Correct, yeah. No, otherwise it would be a time trend, yeah. So, you know, everything just get muddier. The mess, I don't think you need it like that part. And moreover, is it really like the story of, so at least the way I understand it, maybe people have a different impression. So inflation greasing the wheels of the labor market, to me, is kind of like, no, wages were fixed, and then exposed, you have some inflation that kind of lowers your real wage, okay? And that's the greasing the wheels. Whereas here, the way that it works is not that, it's instead that ex ante, the contracts are shorter. And you did find, no, and your evidence actually points to that, is that the reason why, say in the 2009 recession, you find the effect is precisely because you have these very long, some contracts that are very long. And so the story seems different than the car story. And in fact, I find this interesting. It would be like the models that we're writing maybe should think about kind of like endogenize the length of the contract. So they should be the choice variable. And then how that depends on the inflation and whatnot, which seems very natural in my view. And not the, you know, a surprising inflation exposed during the recession because, you know, the Fed did something is what alleviates the employment consequences. So yeah. All right. Okay, so now I'm gonna go a bit beyond the paper and I'm gonna do a very rough thought experiment, which is, okay, let's think about a permanent unexpected increase in inflation, pi, and let's say that you have a real wage before this shock happens, and with central probability lambda t, your wage is renegotiated at t. Okay, so some people will have their wages renegotiated early, some people will have their wages renegotiated late. And then your nominal wage is fixed before that, so your real wage is going to be depreciated at the inflation rate until it adjusts. And then after that, you know, you go back to the real wage that you had before, so full indexation, right? So this is not the consequences of long run inflation. It's more about the transition from a low inflation to a high inflation steady state. I didn't know how to think about, you know, staggering and effects of long run inflation, because why wouldn't you just index in the long run and there would be no effects through this channel? But along this type of transitions from low to high, there would be, or you know, some transitory change in inflation, there would be an effect. Okay, so what do you get? So let's just think about the utility of a worker in this economy. So what is it? It's between C, with probability lambda t, your wage adjusts at t. Between 0 and t, you had a constant nominal wage, and your real wage declines at rate pi. And then at t, now the wage, you know, your nominal wage adjusts at the inflation rate, and you go back to your original real wage. And that's it. Yes, exactly. It's a model of everyone that's here that's in Argentina. Exactly. That's what I was trying to get at. And no, there's a lot of strong assumptions. You can't really save. One question I always ask, I mean, it's a question for you too, like, you know, why is this a deal? Why is it a problem that, you know, wages are going to adjust a year from now? You can just borrow and then you pay. Okay. So people here ramp up your credit cards. So everyone's hand to mouth. There's CRA, so constant relative risk aversion. I think that's, you know, going to confound the smoothing part with the risk part here, but that's fine. And then also, because I'm lazy, I'm going to do exponential probability. So that's important, actually. So the probability that your wage adjusts at some point t is exponentially distributed. All right. So I was kind of surprised by what I got. So let me start first with the case where workers are risk neutral, because one would think, okay, maybe a lot of the effect just comes from the fact that your real wage is on average low, and that's this part. So if you do that, and if you compare two economies, or well, actually, well, a locus of economies, so different inflation rates and then different lengths of contracts. So the red line is 1 year, which was Spain in 1993, and the blue line is like 4 years, which is the 2009 length. All right, and what you get is something kind of small and some effect here, like maybe 1%, 0.5% of in consumption equivalent losses from reasonable inflation rates. But as you start cranking up the risk aversion parameter or the intertemporal elasticity, you start getting kind of larger effects from inflation and very large differences from I didn't have a good sense on how 1 versus 3 years compare, like in magnitudes, but you can start getting pretty large losses, which was something that kind of surprised me.
How much is inflation?
So it's 2, 4, 6. And here, one thing that is admittedly rough is that you would think that maybe as the inflation gets larger, then the contract duration would also change. That's kind of, you have a bit of that in Andres' paper. So that, if I were to do this exercise seriously, I would do that, but I didn't because I didn't have time. And but that's something that surprised me. My expectation was that a lot was going to be on the expected part, less so on the risk part. And in fact, the risk part, which is what people actually also have in mind, this idea that you're worried that your wage is not going to adjust, is the risk part. It's not that, and you could get pretty large effects from that. Okay, that's it.
Hi, Effie. Here. So there was this massive expansion of temporary contracts in the late 80s, right? Or in mid 80s. So I know 93 is after, but give it some time to kick in, European Union, cohort effects and stuff. Do you have a decomposition because like effectively firing costs went down in the 90s a lot? Or you have the contract in the muestra, so did you look at that? And it's not playing a role? Oh, okay, sorry, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Thank you, really fascinating. I want to insist on the point about total compensation of labor. I can imagine the situation in which there are some amenities that are the same for everyone, and percentage point are going to be more important for those with lower wages and may contaminate results to some extent.
In the one that you have the minimum wage, I will also plot the marginal product of labor, or like output per worker, something that is related to marginal product of labor.
There was this evidence that people that work very close to the minimum wage get the loss of employment. In the guys that were far away or a little bit, do you find any wage movement downwards? So in that they adjust downwards, so that in that sense they avoid to be, that would be evidence consistent with your hypothesis.
I thought beyond the nice interest on recession, so the institution itself is very interesting. That you have a large number of workers deciding for a binding salary for a small number of workers, and then making them be more exposed to unemployment. I think the institution itself is interesting.
First of all, many thanks to Martin. It was very helpful, especially the model, and we will definitely try to present the results in a different way, because as you say, in 2009 our results are also more solid. We also have a smaller measurement error. That's why, there is this difference that you mentioned in the percentage of workers close to the minimum. No? One thing that perhaps I could show, but I have only 2 minutes, is that we did some heterogeneity analysis. And we actually find that our results are driven by men under permanent contracts. And there is no real heterogeneity between young and old. So it's not a story of these people that have children that have low attachment. No. So this is important. Then the issue of amenities, we will love, of course, to observe amenities. We do not. I don't know whether our placebo with construction has a bit this flavor, no? Because this means that, the collective contracts also set amenities, no? And it seems that it's not the amenities driving the result, because in this construction sector, there are different contracts that get renewed at different times, same nominal wage growth all over Spain, but perhaps amenities are different and still we don't find. But it will be nice, to have this information. About the marginal product of labor that Andres was saying, and it's something that, we really wanted to also check like inefficient separations in some sense. So what we did, and I have some extra slides, is to check, for example, whether people that are non-employed are because they got laid off, if they have like an involuntary layoff. We do have this information in the sample. So in the social security data for Spain, there is the reason of being non-employed. And we see that around 60% actually of this increase in non-employment is because of involuntary layoffs. But I think it is a nice idea also to do something with the average wage at the firm level. We don't have value added in order to do like productivity. Mm-hmm. We cannot, because in the social security data, we don't have the fiscal code of the firm. Yeah, unfortunately. But this thing of the institutions that Saki was also mentioning, it's amazing, no, that they set this nominal wage growth that is supposedly for everybody. So this nominal wage growth is both for those close to the minimum and for those far from the minimum. But what happens, and this goes back to your question, is that in theory, they give this nominal wage increase to everybody, but they counterbalance it by reducing other elements for those far from the minimum. Okay. So this is the trick. They can get away, although supposedly it's for everybody, the nominal wage. Yeah, yeah. So I think, thank you both. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Thanks, Andy, who's not here, for the invitation and the opportunity to achieve a milestone, which is getting under Tom Sargent's skin. This is joint work with Treb at Dartmouth, Simon at Atlanta, Sharad at Georgetown, and our great team in CaixaBank for the data. Oh, there's a clicker. And I'm gonna do something unusual for Minnesota, Chicago, and NYU audience. Give me 5 minutes, please, because I don't think the question is exactly what you have in mind. So let me set the expectations first, even though we have a bit of an agenda here, okay? So this paper is really about what is the effect of an economic shock within a spatial network, okay? I like to say this paper is about measuring how local is local. Which is not trivial given how connected everything is. Okay, so let's say, and this is partly why I asked you for 5 minutes. let's say you want to understand the effect of a shock within a spatial network, okay? You have one option. Let's say you have a great data, a great identification strategy, a natural experiment. And let's call I, just to put it in a way, in a sense that you can understand easily. Let's call I zip code 33309 in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Let's call shock Messi. And then, you know, you have this exogenous shock, let's say, and you have outcomes. Let's call it price change, right? Why? Then you wanna, you know, no one saw it coming there. You have I, you know, some permanent characteristics of Fort Lauderdale, horrible place, beach. And then you have T, which is summer, right? You might expect prices to be high because it's summer. And then a bunch of other stuff. Then you let the data speak, and you don't need Frisch's shocks or anything. You estimate the price, the effect of Messi arriving in prices. However, it's going to be really hard just like that to make welfare statements. It's also going to be really hard to get an idea of, is that shock a local shock to some other places in a way? I mean, it's not local in the strict sense, but you know what I mean. Fort Lauderdale is in a very dense spatial networks within Miami, within the US. There's people traveling from Dallas to see him and things like that, okay? So that's the option one, if you had a really cool identification strategy. Option two is, let's say you don't, or the shock is not as clear, and then, or let's say you're really interested in making welfare statements or aggregate implications. So then you build a model, let's say a la Eton Cortum hat algebra, the easiest model you can think of. And then the advantages of that is then you're gonna have an easier time to make these aggregate and welfare statements. And if the shock J is for Lauderdale, you're going to be able to understand also the impact of that shock for everywhere else, for all those people that are traveling to see him. So you incorporate general equilibrium spatial linkages and have a model for counterfactuals, but then you might need to assume these Frisch's shocks that are the infamous Frisch's shocks. And also, you know, sometimes you need to do this whole structural estimation. We might or might not be worth it. So this paper is about option three, okay? We're gonna say we want to be able for somebody that has some maybe good identification strategy, but doesn't wanna build a model, to say something about welfare and to incorporate the general equilibrium linkages in an empirical framework, okay? So what we're gonna do is use theory, like a very basic theory first. We don't have a quantitative pretension, at least until the end, to understand the welfare effects of local shocks with minimal modeling assumptions, and at the same time, exploit rich variation that we get from very nice data from CaixaBank to incorporate this general equilibrium. How is that gonna work? What is this simple framework that I'm talking about? We're gonna do a simple envelope theorem, first order effect kind of environment, like theoretical environment, applied to residents, consumption, and commuting choices. That's gonna give us a first order expression for an analytical welfare. And then the second part is gonna apply a few more assumptions. We're gonna do some total differentiation to market clearing to write elasticities, price and wage elasticities as a function of general equilibrium spatial linkages, okay? And then, only then, we're gonna apply our methodology to estimate the welfare changes after some tourism money comes into Barcelona, exploiting rich new data from a bank on expenditure and income. That includes where people live and where people buy, and a measure of income. We're gonna have some measure of elasticities, but I want to preempt expectations. Again, this is an agenda. Our main result today is gonna have to do to how important it is to incorporate general equilibrium spatial linkages even in an empirical fashion, okay? So we're gonna have some welfare distribution across space, but without to be able to talk about reduced form, I needed to have more of a structural model behind. And that, I'm just gonna tell you where we're at. But for now, the main result is gonna be that ignoring all these network general equilibrium spatial spillovers underestimates the welfare gains from tourism, okay? So if you just were to consider Messier shock of Fort Lauderdale or that zip code, then you're vastly underestimating that effect, okay? So again, to go against the Minnesota tradition. Yes, okay.
Sorry, just maybe I should wait and you'll tell us, but how do you deal with externalities in?
Oh yeah, no, it's, can you wait? Because it's, yeah, I mean, it's gonna take some time, but we're gonna have a way to think about them in the interpretation. But if I enter now, it's gonna take 10 minutes. Yeah, we're mostly gonna estimate some structural notion of amenity adjusted prices, just even in the empirical framework. But yeah, just I need to talk about this at the end. So for now, okay, no externalities, no anything. So yeah, I just wanna, again, as part of my effort in not creating false expectations. So the literature we relate to the most is really the first and the last, okay? So our approach is gonna resemble a little bit of Ariel's and Bacchus framework. So there's gonna be a welfare change as a first order approximation in a static fashion with a spatial budget shares as opposed to what they do. And then we are going to incorporate, similar to Steve Redding and Yuhei's paper, shopping, very, very rich shopping data. Okay, so what's this framework? And then in the second part of the talk, I'll tell you a bit more about the application. So think of a city as a set of n blocks, okay? In each block, we have both a representative agent and a representative firm. Its firm in each block produces a differentiated variety, okay? And in the application, we're gonna use aggregate data, but we do have the potential of incorporating sectors. So you can also think of I as a location cross sector. The firm has constant returns to scales technology, and the resident in each location has homothetic preference, okay? So for now, that's all we assume. Resident blocks are separated by iceberg commuting, both for commuting, for going for work, and for shopping. You have an iceberg cost. And there's a bunch of tourists in the rest of the world where the numeric good is produced outside of the whole spatial network. So that comes from outside. And the question we're gonna ask is, let's take an exogenous shock that comes, again, completely from outside. And we wanna understand the impact on the heterogeneous impact on each of those residents. What are those residents doing? Residents make two choices. Yes. That's a great question. It kind of both. So we want to think of it as just an exogenous shock to the total size of tourist money in the city. But then we're going to use the data to allocate that vector. That's mostly for the total differentiation purposes. But then the share of the part of its shock of the E that goes to its location is fixed by the data. So it's kind of, yeah, it's kind of both, but we like the idea of it being just a pile of money that comes from outside. And then the data tells us that, no, this is where tourists like to be. But we're going to totally differentiate with respect to the big E. So the resident makes two choices, okay? I kind of did backwards, but the first choice is where to work. They have, so given prices, so given WIs, given PIs, the iceberg costs that transform WIs and PIs into an index at the residence level, where to allocate a fixed labor endowment across the city, okay? That's the first choice. And remember, we have iceberg costs. Given that, we get a maximand, that's the income of residents. And that income, then the second choice is given prices, where to consume, okay? So those are the choices. We are imposing that there's this kind of, I mean, it's not reduced form, breaking the whole thing. So we are imposing that there has to be some congestion, some commuting friction in the form of a Whitley convex function, just to make sure, you know, that we can match some shares in the data, some congestion, but other than that, the problem is solved with the envelope theorem, Roy's identity, and then we get the following. Because of homothetic preferences, we get that the indirect utility can be written as a ratio of a wage aggregator and a price aggregator scaled by that time endowment, which you can also associate to total population. So the first insight, we're gonna have two insights, okay, that I'm gonna keep coming back. The first one is the one that's just a first order impact of price changes and income changes on the welfare of residents applied to a spatial framework. So the first one says that the welfare change, this first order welfare change of the impact of wages on prices is just the difference of the weighted average of the wages weighted by the commuting choices, or the commuting shares, which are fixed, and the subtracting the price index, which is the same, the price elasticities times the spending shares. Okay, so that's I think that's the easier part to explain because it's an extension or an application of Hulton's theorem and many other people's work, in this case to a spatial context and a static framework. Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, so so in general, I'm gonna say N as the residence location and I as the production location or consumption location. Obviously, the city has both, but yeah, when I say N is locals, okay? I am gonna aggregate to residents to tell you, how are different locals differently exposed to these heterogeneous shocks. Could work in any I, exactly. So they pick the vector and they have ISR costs, so you might decide to allocate different. And they could consume in any I. And the I for now is just location, but you could think of it as I location sector.
Maybe I missed this. What are the units of the commuting that is the weight multiplied by the wage?
This, sorry.
No, in the form, the CNI.
Oh, those are shares. Oh no, sorry, not here. I'm actually bad notation. Here it's consumption. So here
the commuting, the ones you had with the wage in the other slide.
Here?
You had the sum of the wages times CNI in the other slide after there.
So these are shares. These are kind of a portfolio, like where do you get your income from? Okay, this is you based on the previous choice, given a fixed amount of time, you're gonna say, I'm gonna allocate, because this is a representative agent, you're gonna say, I'm gonna allocate this share to working in the beach, this share to working in a non-touristy location. And then, so that's why, depending on how those wages respond, those are gonna reach the other location depending on who works where.
I see.
Okay. So that's now it comes, so things get, so we have to make a couple other assumptions. So that's the first part, cool. The second issue is we not only want to have a way to aggregate those destination shocks to residents, we also want those elasticities to incorporate the spatial linkages, right? Like we want to have a way for the prices in downtown Miami to respond to the shock of Messi. And so we're gonna have that prices are competitive, so I don't have a slide on that, but we're gonna have the representative firm in location I. There's a fixed factor, but we're only gonna care about propagation of labor income. So in equilibrium, we have that the GDP of location I, which is sales, equals the purchases of locals plus the purchases of tourists, okay? There's no savings or anything. The purchases of locals are just the spending shares times income, okay? And then the tourist shock, this is what Andres was asking. We're still calling it ET, but it's allocated based on the data eventually. And then the labor income is going to equal the labor income of the household. Okay, so this is how we close the model, and the capital income also goes away. So now we're ready to answer our second insight, which is what is the short, and you're gonna start seeing qualifiers now, the short-run impact of a change in these tourist money from outside the city on those prices and wages. Let me go to an illustration and then come back to the whole Leontiev inverse kind of characterization. So let's say we have that amount. Yeah.
What's happening with the balance of trade between the city and the rest of the?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. We're kind of disregarding it now. So we just have that windfall from outside and we're assuming capital leaks, but we're still not worried about it. I mean, we will, but yeah, right now we're just taking it in that sense. So that part is a bit not taken care of. Yeah, so yeah, let me, before I get into matrix notation, there's this windfall from outside the rest of the world. And I'm going to take the extreme assumption that this money is entirely heterogeneous. It only comes into Barceloneta. Now I'm switching to Barcelona. Okay, it only comes in one part of the city, 100%. And then I'm going to make the assumption there's these two locations, I and J, that are only firms, production and consumption locations, and one residence location. The residents of M work and consume in both I and J, okay? So what's gonna happen, okay, the whole amount of money falls into I, let's call it Barceloneta. And then because people from N work in I, then you have that become an income shock to location N, and then people from N work in I and J, and then you start having this set of recursions, okay? So you start from a very heterogeneous shock that only falls in one part of the city that reaches all other locations through spending and commuting networks. Yes?
Just a clarification, the factor inputs here, do you have fixed factors in each
We do
location,
have
or?
a fixed factor, but we're kind of being loose about it. We just assume it's there. So we keep only a share of income that stays in the city. But for now, the money that comes from it just goes away. It's competitive markets.
I guess I'm just asking mainly about land.
Yeah, so that's going to be a bit of the elephant in the room, the housing and land. That's partly why we've deferred modeling the whole trade part and the capital income, because we need to think more of how it connects to the housing dimension. But right now we are detaching the fixed factor from housing and land, and we're getting it outside, partly because we want to think about how to connect it. So now that we have this, well, this is a matrix form. But I'm going to show it to the recursions. Again, disclaimer, it's short run. So supply is fixed, shares are fixed, response to a first order shock in a static framework, okay? So it might seem like this is, you know, why are you even doing this? But I'm going to show you an application that we think makes sense, and then we're going to build from there. So I'm going to skip the matrix are intuitive, but this is the same, okay? What happens after we do that total differentiation in the market clearing is that we do this Neumann series expansion, and we get, as you can imagine, the elasticities, the changes in prices with respect to the shock as a function of the total shock scaled by what fraction of the shock over GDP. This is something that comes from the total differentiation. And then this is the important part, okay? We have a whole Leontiev matrix, if you will, to propagate. And this M matrix, sorry, I keep going back and forth. Okay, this M matrix, it says, okay, you get a shock that becomes an income shock through commuting, scaled by the income of the residents. Again, this all comes from the total differentiation. Then it becomes a spending shock somewhere else divided by GDP, okay? This is what we get. And that matrix that we know has nice properties propagates across the city, making shocks in one part of the city, shocks in another part of the city for several iterations, okay? So let me wrap up this part, and then you can ask some questions on this stylized framework. So the question we were trying to ask in this first part was, what is the welfare impact on residents, possibly heterogeneously in the city, of a demand shock in a spatial network? We propose a framework that provides analytical expressions for residents' welfare, at least first order, and this is going to be important, general equilibrium spatial propagation of demand shocks, which are those two equations that relate the original shocks to the other parts of the city. So what is it that we need in our toolbox to be able to implement our welfare function and incorporate general equilibrium effects in the elasticities are consumption and income shares, and a way to identify those elasticities. Okay, so the next part of the talk is going to be about the first two, and then I'm going to move on to identifying. But so I defer answering Ali's question partly because your question has to do with what we call prices, which are going to incorporate more than prices. But I'll get back to that. Yes.
It relates to my question in the sense that it relates to the lack of wealth of the agents of the residents. So it is important because I think there's some implicit assumption in that whoever owns those fixed factors or the international tourists, there's some recomposition on wealth among them is not affecting the residents. But if you had something like the residents are becoming wealthier vis-a-vis the tourists, or they own some of those fixed factors, that would also be part of your first order welfare calculation.
I mean, this is
the envelope theorem would account for changes in wealth. Right?
Okay, I think for the first order we're fine. Maybe I'm not getting it, but so it's gonna be important at the end. That's why I partly said our main result right now is a comparison between what happens with and without spillovers, because it's gonna be hard for us to get the level of welfare now, and it's related to a number of issues that I'll bring up. So let me get back to that later. But I still don't get what you think it would affect. So all we get there is, so you say we can have more than labor income. So if tourists bring more than labor income, if they also bring rents or capital income, that should be part of it shouldn't be wages. It should be just any income that comes from destination.
Something in exchange. There may be a change in consumption compositions because he's going to consume in the city today, but the fact that I'm becoming wealthier also will enter my consumption decisions. So it's if you had wealth, I think the GE, as much as you have changes in prices and changes in wages, wealth would be part of
the envelope theorem.
Yeah, because the envelope theorem kills only control variables. It doesn't kill states, and wealth is
okay.
Part of the states.
Let's maybe talk, because I think we talked about this, but let me get back to that when we talk about why there's still some challenges regarding the actual level of welfare. Okay, so what's this data? So we have some the clickbait part of the title, the tourism in Barcelona. So part of why I think it's not going to make a difference is, so the framework we're going to apply to, or the setting we're going to apply to, is the following. Okay, our second insight is going to allow us to incorporate those spillovers in the elasticities as well. So we have to be careful where to apply to. So tourism is clearly large. In Spain, is 11% of GDP, and it's disproportionately an urban phenomenon. Okay, and cities are spatial networks. So in particular, so this is from a survey because we wanted to get a big of a more aggregate data sense. We only have it for Catalonia, or total Spain. It's a highly seasonal phenomenon. Okay, so every year the seasonal change is much larger than what you had in mind, which is probably the change in welfare from the 80s to now, right? So even though we're not going to be able to speak to the welfare benefits of a secular increase in tourism, we are going to speak to the welfare change due to seasonal variation in tourism. And this is something entirely anticipated that happens every year. So that's important for us because we're going to take this stand of shares won't change. So we're not going to let people move. We're going to get these elasticities in a setting where you already picked where to live when you knew this was happening every year, okay? And then it's obviously contentious. So what are we going to use for the shares? So the shares, they come from CaixaBank, the largest bank in Barcelona. It's not the largest bank in Spain as well, because they bought Bankia, and it's disproportionately represented in Barcelona, okay? We have a combination of POS data, okay? Every time you go to Barcelona, Caixa has most of the most. It has a very large share, over a third, and yeah, over a third. So every time you go, it's recorded. The data we use is based on millions and millions of transactions, but we're only going to use it aggregated to 1,100 census tracts. Okay, so we don't deal with microdata. Oh wow. Okay, so we have 1,100. We know where people live. We have a lot of transactions, aggregate them at census tract. For a subset of those transactions that are clients of Caixa, we know where they live. And for 20 COICOP sectors that we're not going to use today, we're just going to take the whole amount for 36 months. For tourists, we know 15 countries and an aggregate per month at the location level. We're going to combine that with payroll data of those clients of Caixa that have payroll information. So it's about 400,000 accounts. And then we're going to use as a reference, like the total income using the mean, but we've played around with median as well of those people there. And this is only payroll, okay? We've also explored, but the income data actually matches very well aggregates. We've done that. And the mobility, so the expenditures and the expenditures come both from here. This is payroll, and the mobility, we're gonna actually, so we moved to using mostly, we used to use an imputed measure of who buys lunches where, because we don't actually have where the firm or where people work. So we were using expenditures at lunchtime in weekdays to understand who works where. We moved on because the INE in Spain reports actual mobility data based on cell phones. They just do it at a slightly aggregated measure, but we have now an imputation between the two. So sorry, this is a little older. Exactly. It's just we don't actually know where you work. We know the payroll, and we had an imputation from our own data that we now combine with official cell phone tracking, slightly more aggregated. And the elephant in the room, housing prices are going to be incorporated ad hoc. They go up, but we use it with Idealista, just AOLS. But I'm going to ignore that because we don't really have much to say there. It's just they go up. So I'm going to show you two facts that inspire our empirical analysis. The first one, I'm going to show you those S and those Cs, okay? So the first one, first I'm going to show you the shock. The first one is that tourist spending varies across space and time. And that is going to give us an identification strategy, okay? This is, if you know Barcelona, for those of you that don't know Barcelona, we have these pointers that I'm going to, I used to get rid of them. Okay. Anyway, so we have these pointers here. So yes, tourism is concentrated in the city center, as you can expect, on the beach. This average yearly expenditure per square meter by tourists for 10 deciles. Okay, so yeah, it is a heterogeneous shock. Not all the money comes in the equally across the city. If the money was if this map was one color, then our methodology wouldn't matter as much. Do you have a question?
I was wondering, what's the time when your data ends, and if you capture call-outs crack on tourism, or if it exists?
So if we capture what?
The mayor that didn't like tourism.
Yeah, so actually we do. It overlaps very well that she's no longer there. We actually used to have a scatter plot with the share of voters for that party and our effects that we no longer have. But yeah, it overlaps with that. So that picture I had of it's contentious. Well, sorry, I don't have a lot of time, but it overlaps with that period. Yes. But we don't really find that it correlates as much with the share of voters, but yes. So when we started, it was a big deal. She had on the table a tourist tax and no one knew how it was going to be designed. So in part, we started because of that. And this is where identification comes from. Eventually, we might get 2020, in which case we can estimate the elasticities in a different way with the collapse in February in Barcelona. But for now, people come at different times. Like the French disproportionately come later in the year than other countries, and also in this Easter holiday that, but they come at the end of summer, and in this Easter holiday that no one has as long as them. The Belgians look similar, and then you have even the Spanish one. So we have a way to try to control for tourists versus recurrent locals. So we have some constraint on the number of days the credit card is in Barcelona. So the Spanish ones are kind of uniform. Okay, so we're going to exploit variation in the arrival of these different nationalities and pair it, that's the shift, and pair it with variation in who goes where. So I mean, this is an extreme case. There's quite an overlap. The Spanish tourists actually go disproportionately to other areas. These are bivariate chloroplates. So basically it says the green areas are locations where the US tourists go and the French don't like. And the purple ones are locations where the French really like that the US tourists. Yeah, so this is, for example, Camp Nou. So apparently the US really like it. Anyway, there's a lot of overlap in these two, but we have nationalities that don't overlap as much, so we get more identification. Okay, let me speed up. These are the shares. These are our matrices. So and so this is consumption. And the point, the bottom line here is they're highly localized. And that's also good for us, because otherwise we wouldn't care about our method. You know, if everybody buys in the same places, then who cares? So the idea is a person that lives in this city center spends 7% of their share in their own census tract and the ones surrounding, okay? But the 7% it's in their own, and also get 8% of their income from that census tract. This one looks not empty, because remember, we get this from one level more of aggregation and impute in between. But it was very close, broadly speaking. And this is a different resident, and we have more everyone, but it's highly localized, okay? People like to buy and work close by. So how are we gonna use, and now I'm gonna answer Ali's question on possible spillovers and externalities. So I'm gonna start feeding in the elements to this expression. Notice I already changed the first one because we don't actually observe wages. So we already do the aggregation to payroll ex ante. And then we're gonna say, okay, how do we actually calculate these objects with all the general equilibriums or spatial spillover recursions? So this is what the theory tells us. So in a sense, so how are we going to implement it? Okay, we actually have data for these guys, and we're just going to build a regression around it and see what happens. Okay, then I'm going to talk about interpretation, because so I talked a bit with Ariel about this. Like, our theory kind of tells us that beta should be 1. So we're going to see how we interpret the result of this regression. Okay, and now it's where I'm going to address. Is this what you had in mind by externality, non-pecuniary effects, Ali?
The urban guys always go on and on about spatial externalities.
So I'm going to have something to say about non-pecuniary effects on this side. And on the supply side of the good, it's related to my point before. We're going to interpret the extent to which those matters based on comparing our regression to beta 1. Okay, so I'll tell you a bit more about it, but those are the two things I'm going to be able to tell you. So about non-pecuniary effects, so we don't really have prices, okay, but we might not even want them, because we want to get what our model tells us is those P's are not actual prices, they're amenity adjusted prices, right? If congestion goes up, prices go up. Like, you don't like, I mean, you like some people, but not crowded. So you're just they're treated equally. So the solution we take is use expenditure share gravity. And that we have some parametric assumptions for this part to recover an amenity adjusted prices that I'll show you in the next slide. The second one is that identification strategy. Tourist spending may be correlated with other changes in prices and incomes, right? Those epsilons. Like, everybody likes the beach in summer, you know, they might not like it as much, but they still like to be in the water. So we're gonna have that shift share that I already explained. So what we do about the non-pecuniary, we run this gravity where we take the destination effects and we actually enrich the distance. So we take distance from an app. I don't think I have it here. It's called Here. So it just averages over ways of transportation. Okay, ways of transportation on Google Maps and stuff. Okay, so we get a measure, so an iceberg friction, and we build a price like this. Okay, the estimate is kind of the elasticity of substitution, but let me move on. So this is the shift share, which is exactly what I told you. The shift is the what we call the joy division graph, and the right one is the okay. So let me just go to this. The right one is the different shares by nationality. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna split that general equilibrium formula, or inspired by the theory, and we're gonna separate it in three terms. The average one, which is what you would be getting if you assume that Messi only affects the zip code 33309. Then we're gonna split the Leontief inverse times the shock in the terms that affect the location, including own recursions, right? Like you working in your own location and things like that, and the rest. And we're gonna estimate that actually before separating in own and else, that beta is 0.34, which we interpret as supply side potential changes mattering, okay? That's why we're gonna link to a structural model eventually. And then if we split both matter, okay? Both own the recursions through my own location and elsewhere shocks matter. So let me I'm gonna run through the income. So this is how, you first order GE and so on and so forth. So the average matters less and less, and the GE terms matters more and more. But so for incomes, it's not, so we get that the G matters also about 0.3, but we get that only through my own recursions. But we're not so married to the identification for now. But I want to show you what we do now. Okay, let's say you believe my 0.3s. Okay, it's 0.35 for prices for the G effect. The average effect disappears if you keep in mind those general equilibrium spillovers. The G matters the most for both incomes and prices. So what can we do about it? We feed in, so we predict income and price changes using those elasticities, okay, that we're feeding into the data. We build the general equilibrium matrices from the shares, and then we predict the January to July shock using our IV. And then we take the baseline shares in 2017 and we feed in those, we substitute in the equation. So again, let me first tell you what we find and then what we can actually conclude at this point. So here is the change in income. So the first part of the welfare change, and this is a change in the price index. So here you see heterogeneity, the change in all cases, well, it goes up because we predict using our estimates. And this is January to July. So in almost all locations, there's an increase in tourist spending, even with our instrument. And then it goes from 8 to 12% and from 5% to 11% in the case of prices. But our main result is that it looks very different than if you don't take into account these general equilibrium recursions. This is if we put together, so this is if we take the difference between both price and income. So you have the change in welfare accord, including the Leontief, the empirical Leontief inverse. And this is what you would have gotten in terms of average effect. So you see, first, there's more heterogeneity, and certain locations you would have gotten a negative change when we got a positive. So to summarize, this is the histogram of changes. The average with GE is 2%. The average with no GE is -2%. It is hard to get the level. We're not married to the zero being in between. Okay, let's say we have this diff in diff. We're not sure if there's a location that can be used as a control. We're working on it, but in either case, this is going to be true. Okay, so if you ignore general equilibrium recursions, then you would be underestimating the benefit, at least, or overestimating the costs of tourism. We're planning to link it to a DEK model. For now, we do get that in percentiles. We get close, the scale is different, but we want to be able to give you more answers to, the supply side effects and where things are coming and to what extent. So we think our approximation is good, because if we add the predicted prices from a DEK model, they come out insignificant, but the income comes out significant. So we're still working on it. So how much time I have? I'm done. Okay. So a new method for estimating welfare impact of shocks within a spatial network for lazy people that don't want to solve the model, or you don't want to settle on these shocks. And we think we capture well the price shocks at least, and we're working on the structural interpretation to be able to understand the reduced form estimates. And yeah, that's it.
Right. Okay, thanks a lot for asking me to discuss this paper, Andy. And thanks for Rocio. Oh, thanks to Rocio for answering me all these questions I had. I had to prepare the discussion based on the slides, the most updated slides. So there was a lot of information missing, but I congested her email last week and she was great. So thanks a lot. So, so there's a very interesting question here, which is tourism good for locals? What would happen for locals, for the welfare, if there was no tourism in a city like Barcelona? Thinking about it as a trade economist, an inflow of tourist money is good. It's like more people want to buy the goods you produce. So the way you would think of it is there's a higher demand for the goods you produce, that there's an increase in the terms of trade, and that is good for aggregate welfare at least, like a positive export demand shock. But then you think about tourism, and you think about a couple of things. One is, like housing. One of those goods you produce. Typically, we think of housing as a non-traded good, but for tourism, it's a traded good. So the price goes up, and that hurts people that spend a lot of their income in housing. So that could be bad for some people. And there's been recent attempts to reduce, to regulate the rental market because of tourism. In New York, Airbnb is being regulated a lot, and in Argentina, there's a big discussion now in Buenos Aires about regulating rents, in part because prices are going up, in part because of tourism. Exactly, it's one part. It's not only that, but at least in this article was one part of it. So that's kind of one thing. And again, this could have heterogeneous effects depending on how much you spend on housing, and also like redistributive effects. And then the other thing is amenities that could be affected. Here's a couple of pictures. This is Santorini on a busy touristic day. This is Barcelona, Las Ramblas. This article, why traveling to Paris, Barcelona, Venice has become into a nightmare. Okay, so so this is kind of things you want to take into account for this question. And you can think of amenities as changing the quality of the goods you consume. And the impacts of tourism is very heterogeneous, right? So tourism is very geographically concentrated, as Rocio was saying, and also the how much you interact with tourists and how much your income comes from tourists is very heterogeneous across people. So I see two kind of contributions in this project. One is kind of methodological, which is to quantify the heterogeneity, combining theory and rich data. And second, the application to Barcelona using high resolution data. So what I will do in this discussion is kind of what I learned from looking at the slides, which is kind of mostly this methodological contribution, the different steps that Rocio went over. And I also have a bunch of comments and suggestions. As I discussed, and I feel like because the paper is kind of, in some sense, preliminary, I might have my suggestions could be useful at this point. So, all right. So first, how to calculate welfare, like a very general micro theory 101. What is welfare here and how to think about amenities changing or quality changing. So here's kind of the way you're going to think about measuring welfare. So think about residents of a block, and it's very high resolution data. We're talking about a block here with some preferences that vary by households living in the block over a vector of goods that here basically, so this is a vector with where I0 is imported good. Okay, so I mean, the money from exports, you're going to spend it on imports. So that's I0, and then there's all these other goods, right? And it's important that these quantities are going to be adjusted for amenities. You can think of it as for the given amount of sandwich you eat in Barcelona, maybe the amount of tourism affect the effective units of sandwiches you consume. So these are quality adjusted quantities. And then you have a budget constraint, right? Where the prices are amenity adjusted per unit per efficiency unit of sandwich adjusted for quality, okay, equal to your income. And the income could include the renting, the profits from owning and renting a property. At this point, it's very general, right? And this gives rise to, given prices and income, you have some Marshallian demand of residents of good of block N. Okay, so then what's a thought experiment? We start at some point where there's some vector of prices and income in every block, and then tourism comes in or leaves, whatever way you want, and there's a new set of a vector of prices and income that these consumers face. Okay, and the way typically we think of welfare is not in terms of utility, because utility doesn't have an interpretation of units. So you think of it as a money metric, which is basically how much I have to increase the income, initial income, by this fraction fee, right? This is a number like bigger than 1 if I have to increase your income, so that you're indifferent to what you buy at the prices with tourists, PN, prime, and prime. Okay, like I'm giving you income until you reach the indifference curve in the equilibrium or in the point with tourism. So that's kind of, this fee is the measure of welfare. If fee is bigger than 1, that's good for welfare, but we prefer these prices and income to compare to this, right? Now, to a first order, using purely Shepard's lemma, this fee, or this is the log of fee actually, the percentage change is just the log change in income in the block minus, to first order, weighted average of the spending on each block. Okay, so think of this as where you eat out or where you buy the goods. Okay, so this is kind of, so for given changes in prices and income, that's it. And these are all amenity adjusted. Okay, so if the amenity level goes down when tourists come in, you don't like to be surrounded by tourists, then the prices are going to go up. So this is going to lower welfare. And for this result, by the way, you don't need to assume homotheticity to a first order. You can even have heterogeneous agents within the block. So it's much general than what you wrote in the slide.
Interpretation here is that if you're working, is one of these guys too, right? It's
Yeah. So this for a given change in income. Okay, so then the other part of the calculation is what is the change in income? So that's here. So the assumption here is that, and here it's only workers. There's a question about who owns the fixed factor that is not very clear in the paper, but I'm going to focus on workers. So they're going to be choosing where to work, and they're going to obtain a different wage in every, depending on the block where they choose to work. And this is a representative family, so they can allocate a different fraction given an endowment of labor. Small shock, again, envelope result. The change in income is just the change in wages weighted by the initial allocation of where you work. Okay, and I'm using B's here, not C's, because C's I changed the notation of the paper. That's one comment. Okay, so to calculate welfare to a first order, what you need is the changes, the spending shares, how much you eat out in Las Ramblas versus Sagrada Familia by block. You need to know the commuting, like where people in each block work, in what part of the city. And then you need to know the changes in prices by block and the changes in wages by block. And that's it. Okay. So if I could measure these directly for the impact of that tourism has on this, like if I had a perfect natural experiment, That's it, I'm done. I just plug in these shares and prices. But we don't have this nice natural experiment. So what they're gonna do is they're gonna write a model to predict those changes in prices. Here's kind of I thought this is a macro conference. So this is kind of before adding all this heterogeneity. Here's how it works in a one region, one block, or homogeneous blocks. Every region is equally exposed to tourism. So think about output of the block. They're all the same, the blocks. It's just some productivity and amenity adjusted times the hours or the amount of work in that block. And this again, like there could be a shock to producing efficient units of sandwiches. If amenities go down, that's going to be a decline in A, right? So there's a market clearing which says that the total production of sandwiches in the block is equal to, has to be equal to demand, which is coming from tourists, and demand coming from the residents. They spend SII on domestic sandwiches and 1 minus AI on imported goods. Okay? And I am assuming trade balance. I need to. The welfare question needs to assume trade balance. Otherwise, we don't know what happens to prices. So in order to solve for prices, I think you're assuming trade balance. I mean, except for the fixed factor. But that you're, yeah, the fixed factor, I think it's kind of, there's, yeah.
You also have some tradable good.
Yeah, the imported good, good zero. That's good zero, exactly.
Okay.
Imported good is good zero, yes. So you spend SII on Barcelona goods, 1 minus AI on foreign goods. Then there's only labor here, so labor is equal to production. And then there's a demand for domestic versus foreign goods, which I assume here it's CS. This is not specified in the model, at least the one I saw. So there has to be some demand, like how much, when the price of local sandwiches goes up, you substitute towards imported goods. If you solve this, very simple, you get this expression for the wage in the region, and you can see right away that when spending by foreigners goes up and amenities are fixed, then the wage has to go up. So there's an increase, there's an improvement in terms of trade, the wage goes up, and that is good for welfare. People prefer that. And the elasticity matters, right, sigma. The more substituted are the domestic and the imported good, then the smaller is going to be this terms of trade effect. Similarly, when amenities go down, when you don't like foreigners around you, that's like a decline in the production function for efficient units of sandwiches. So that's going to increase the price, but it's going to lower welfare. All right. So that's the one region version of the model. The multiple region has a bunch of twists. So now there's going to be many eyes, they're all different. So this is like the value of output. Again, there's only labor here. There's no fixed factor. Has to be equal to demand on the good that is produced by that block, which is equal to demand by foreigners. It's the total foreign money times the amount that they spend in this block, plus the amount spent by locals in every block, right? So this is like how much somebody living in Sagrada Familia spends on Las Ramblas. And you have many of these. And each of these is a demand that depends on prices in every region. So that's kind of the first interaction. When prices change, that's going to change all these bilateral expenditure shares. And the other thing is that income now in region N depends on the wage that people get by working in the different blocks. Okay, those are the B's, the commuting. Okay, and the prices are these. And these commuting shares depend on wages. If the wage we're working in Sagrada Familia goes up, more people will reallocate to working there. So you can see that these are all complicated interactions that you have to take into account all these shares changing and how that affects wages. And again, there's a fixed factor in the model. I think that the spending the income is thrown to the ocean, but that will be important too. I think that's one thing that like who owns the housing is super important, but that's not considered in the model. All right, now, they write this very nice equation that Rocio solved. They say it's under minimal assumptions, but I think they're not minimal at all. They're super strong. Fixed labor allocations, that's like short run, that's fine. Like, so people don't move in the short run where they work. Although it could be that for seasonal reasons, you start working in Sagrada Familia and then you move out. That's one. Fix all these shares, spending shares and community shares, they're constant. That's not short run, that's Cobb Douglas. So that's assumed. And fixed amenities, A's are constant. Okay, so Yeah, so that's like the sigmas are 1, Scott Douglas, so shares are fixed, and the thetas are 0. Okay, so that's what is assumed. And under that assumption, they have this very nice formula for the change in price. They break it down into the own shock, the direct effect, and the G effects, but it's kind of shocks that affect you only, your block, and then all these spatial interactions that come from the fact that people are buying in our locations and commuting. And what's nice is that if you give me these shares, these matrices, which they have in the data, and this spending, how much tourists spend on every block in the city, which they kind of have indirectly, that's it. I can calculate the prices. There's a similar formula for income that I don't have here. And then I can calculate these prices and I can plug them. And by the way, there's no elasticities involved here because I either assume that they're 0 or 1s. But once I did that, then I can do that right away. But instead, they don't want to do that. And that's kind of, I think this should be better explained, like why they have this fully specified model, but then when they go to the data, they add these betas into this estimated equation. The theory says that this one is 0 and all these are 1s, and there's no fixed effect because in response to tourist shock. And when they estimate these betas, they get like 0.33 with very low within our square. So to me, that's kind of says you want to allow for these other elasticities, theta, sigma, fixed factors, maybe those are going to give you betas that are different to 1s or 0s. And then you can actually use these regressions to estimate those elasticities. That's what I would do. Okay. So that's one thing. And kind of here's the other issue with this methodology, which is instead of using the equation to predict prices, they don't want to use the data on price. So they only have data on rental prices. So they use those, but the other prices they don't have. They have a model that predicts prices, but they don't. Instead, they want to estimate those parameters. So, but for that they need to know the left-hand side. So to do that, they infer prices using a CS demand, right? So if you have the elasticity, so this is like a gravity elasticity on spending. If you have the elasticity substitution, and you have some measure of trade costs, and you can estimate these fixed effects by N and I, and then if you have sigma, you can invert them and you can get prices. It's like, typically we estimate elasticities with a gravity equation. Here they estimate prices. But the problem is that with that, you need to have sigma different to 1. Otherwise, spending shares are fixed. But the model imposes sigma equal to 1. So there's a bit of a discrepancy. So again, that estimated equation that imposes sigma equal to 1, it's inconsistent with the way they back out prices. And the second thing is that, okay, so I don't know how they got the sigma, if they estimated or not. And the other thing that I like is that they estimate prices relative to amenities, because these are amenity-adjusted prices. Given the spending, you can back out those. The issue is that in the model, they assume the amenities are constant. So, I mean, the problem with this approach is that there's 2 strong assumptions that are made in the model that are not, that they're not relaxed when they go to estimate prices. An alternative is to use some measure of CPI prices and rental rates that they observe, maybe combined with some measure of some cardinal amenity measure like traffic to get prices, or just use the model to predict prices. And the final comment, so what do? They have these different diff regressions to estimate these betas. Okay, that's kind of what I said before. Again, the model imposes that the betas are 1 or 0s, but they want to estimate these betas. The estimation comes from seasonal variation. So it's like July versus January. I think it's a very clever instrument, like how changes in the inflow from different nationalities, it's a very natural bargaining instrument. But they're going to estimate the impact like very seasonal effects. So one surprising thing is that they get stronger effects of tourism on prices and income. So I think that's natural for things like Airbnb, that is very seasonal, right? The prices of Airbnbs go up in July in Barcelona. Maybe amenities, of course, they're very seasonal. But I would think that income, if you work for tourism and there's more tourists, that's where you get more money. I would think that income would be much more related to tourism. But in the estimates, it's the other way. So it would be great to clarify why that is happening. And the other thing is that so this is the last point. As every different diff, this is going to, again, assume you believe these changes in prices and income that they infer. What this regression is going to estimate is the impact of tourism on prices in Sagrada Familia versus San Cugat, which is an area more residential where very few tourists go. So you can estimate the differential effects, but not the intercept, right? So that's well known that there's a missing intercept in these different regressions. But for welfare, I need to know the level, not just the differences. I need to know like how much prices go up in in every region, not just one versus the other. What they do is they impose that prices do not change in regions that are not exposed. I don't know if that captures the whole GE of the model. That's an assumption. There's other approaches. One is to write a structured model, estimate elasticities using the regressions, as I said before, and then the model is going to predict some absolute level of changes in prices. They can use those. Some people have used this, like this paper by Gallet and Rodriguez-Claret for trade. And there's another approach that Adao and Arkolakis and Esposito have, which is they show in trade environments how you can use different diff, not just one, like a bunch of them, to estimate all the parameters that you need to answer the G question. Basically, but it's like the more standard approach, where you write a model, you use some regressions to estimate some parameters, and then you plug all those in. So I'm going to finish here. I think it's a very ambitious project, very interesting, amazing data, amazing question. I'm still not convinced that the methodology, like this kind of combination between reduced form and theory is I'm not totally convinced about that yet. At this point, I would like to see like more the third part of the paper, which they do this, by the way, which is writing a structural model and then estimating the elasticities. Maybe there's value added in this second approach, but I think that could be clarified a bit more. Thank you.
Yeah, so I guess I have to explain what I meant when I talked about externality. So, and I don't know if Ariel's way resolves my issue at least. So if you take a, say, for example, production function, where at each location output is a function of the labor that's provided in that location, but also a function of all the laborers in the surrounding areas, then in that sense, and the labor demand is not being chosen, only chosen by the firm itself, then you're going to have this form of externality. And then I don't think adjusting for amenities, because it's going to be endogenous, adjusting for amenities is going to take care of that problem in that sense. So at least I wasn't sure how adjusting for amenities is going to solve that issue, in the sense that all the formulas are going to change. So that's what
I can answer otherwise.
Yeah, I had a question about your data on consumption. What happens to consumptions from locals? No? On the one hand, do you get that the foreigners are spending on a very cyclical pattern, and wages are going to also follow a cyclical pattern, but consumption will follow that pattern or not, depending on credit markets? No? Did you look into that, or what is the model telling you, and what's the data telling you?
Can you repeat the last part of the question? Like it's gonna look like?
Yeah, whether consumption basically has a pattern, a cyclical pattern or not, and what are your assumptions on credit markets behind it? Huh?
Okay.
Seasonal, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna just answer one thing well, answering Ali in connection to Ariel's discussion. Yeah, no, that I think I got it eventually, that you weren't just worried about congestion or just people hating people, but that it was more about the supply side. And that's going to be entirely what he says. We assume all those fixed shares and fixed allocations, and that's why we get a 0.3. So there's that remaining 0.7 that's coming from everything we're assuming away, including that supply adjustments. Absolutely. And we're hoping to, we still liked the tractability of the framework, but we're gonna address directly, based at least on the DK. I'll look into your other references. What is it suggesting that we're missing the most? I assume what you're suggesting, the supply adjustment or the firm adjustments are gonna be important. Yes, about the consumption of locals. So we did look to the raw data some time ago. I'm gonna look it up exactly because we stopped looking at the aggregates and start looking at the distribution. I do not recall it being like as cyclical, definitely, but I'm just gonna look for it and talk to you today or tomorrow because I don't want to say something I don't remember. And I was gonna tell to the point of the diff and div. So the results I showed you, I should have been more specific. We started just showing results for not commuting towns, but we have 35 commuting towns outside Barcelona. And it was harder to interpret because they're big and you can do per capita, but you don't have as many locals. So it just seemed easier to get rid of them. But that's actually a great point because now we can think of them as possibly the reference for the diff in diff, even though we're gonna look into the two references you gave. Final point about Saki's comment again. Yeah, so I think the capital income's definitely feasible, and we just need to think more about housing. That's why we've been deferring these. Capital income, great. You just think of this as a portfolio of money from the city, and then it could be capital income. Wealth is what I'm a bit more confused about, like how wealth in the, having the market clearing, how would wealth show up in the total differentiation or the, but yeah, I mean, I just meant to say that capital income for sure, when we bring in housing, we'll think about it more carefully, and rental income.
Any other question? Actually, I realized that we have time for more questions.
Okay. So
Someone else asking this question that will know, but say I go to one of the people that Tom was talking about, and they will say, let's say if we forget about externalities for a second, okay? So wouldn't they just run a regression in which you say, oh, I have this instrument, I want to know the effect, I just want to be very clear, that will be the effect of having more Belgian people, more expenditure. That's perfectly captured because Belgian people like to go places where there's chocolate versus whatever, Argentinians when there's meat. You use this variation, and then you regress consumption of people and income, I think it's kind of your question, in an area, and then you say that's the answer. You know what I mean? Like, you don't, and they will say you don't really need a model or anything. I'm not saying I am, Tom is already, disowning me, but you know what I mean? Like you go to a different time and day of the week, that's a way that it will be done. Everyone looking at me like I'm crazy, but
I'm confused. So you mean like the average? Is that like the average?
What people will do, like if you go a different time and day of the week, what they will say is the effect of having more expenditure in this part of Barcelona and this other part of Barcelona is answered by the regression that.
Without general equilibrium spillovers.
What is that? Who do we need?
Okay, no, thanks. But I'm trying to figure out if he means what I call the average treatment effect.
The whole paper was out to say, no, that's kind of wrong.
Okay.
But then I was expecting that there will be, I thought that was it.
Like nominal spending, or you have to do prices deflate?
They will deflate by the price. Yeah, so like,
I think that's what
no, but you don't need even expenditure shares. You know what they will do? I mean,
isn't that the average treatment, what I call the average treatment effect?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
You guys are looking at me as I'm saying. That's a straw. Okay, let me just be clear. That's a straw man. That should be clear. I thought that the paper was, we're going to put a straw man there. That is basically the average treatment effect. And then we're going to do something else. But then I was expecting that there would be more discussion on to what extent this was an straw man. And anyway,
okay.
This is, I thought, am I right that that's the idea of the paper?
I mean, in a way it is. I mean, we're not just digging into, but we're saying it's all through general equilibrium spillovers, even if it's your own general equilibrium spillovers. But yeah.
Rocio, Just one question. I mean, I saw the average effect is kind of positive on welfare terms, but I guess there might be a lot of heterogeneity across regions. So how much the general equilibrium effect sort of equalize the shock that maybe initially it will, it will hit the guys in the cathedral, and then benefit
So
others.
how much time I have left?
No, 2 minutes.
Okay, because that was literally, I know I ran through it, so it's my fault. That was when I show you the welfare under our average welfare GE, that's basically me or adding general, well, I added the whole the whole infinite sum. But if you notice, there is indeed less, like once you add the whole recursion, you do get a bit of smoothing, and you're absolutely right. Yeah. If you just see the original shock, you get regions that you get very little increase in income. And if we added San Cugat, we would get practically zero, I think. So you're absolutely right. There is a bit of a smoothing effect other than, yeah.
I have a question following Alejandro. Do you have all this data from CaixaBank, right? And you have and they handle the work and the consumption. Can you track people, like the income of people might track tourism, and if the consumption is flat and you see their balances, you can test the permanent income hypothesis from Friedman, individual by individual. And in the aggregate, so that would be very cool.
Yeah, so you mean unrelated to tourism, just like yeah. So not not to advertise other people. So, but I know they have an agreement now with Pompeu, and there's somebody working more on the income dynamics side. They're starting same way BBVA has its team now. Caixa Bank, which again right now is the largest bank in Spain, more than BBVA. They're starting to look at this income dynamic stuff. So I would have loved to be that one, but they're doing that.
That's exactly.
Okay, yeah, no, that's true. Like this bank data is amazing. We had to deal, I didn't get into details with representativeness issues, but I'm happy to talk more. But yeah, no, absolutely. This is a new world.
And that's why I asked about credit markets, because if you do have, if you can do consumption smoothing, you should improve.
I mean, Caixa is the largest credit, or like they give more credit than any other bank in Spain, especially mortgages. So yeah, no, I wish to continue on that direction.
Oh, okay, thank you very much, Rocio. So coffee is waiting outside.
Got room for everybody? Good. Okay, so we're going to start, well, almost on time. I'm going to make it really, it's a great pleasure for me to introduce Ivan. He's was a student of ours in the first round of master students more than 5 years ago. And actually, he was one of the first students we sent abroad, so I would say that was a pretty good presentation letter, dude. My pleasure to introduce Ivan. The floor is yours. Oh, it's going to be more like 7 minutes, so questions are welcome.
Thank you. You can speak here, right? Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Juanpa. And Juanpa was one of my first professors with Fernando, a bunch of people here. So yeah, it's really a pleasure to give the talk here. Be back home, sort of. And I have also my dad and who was a professor here back there, so be nice to me. And yeah, I'm talking about something also that feels like home, talking about inflation that I remember thinking about back when I was a student. Maybe it's part of what attracted me about economics. And now it's popular again in the world, I guess. So you can write about it, and it's not just for a few Latin American countries. This paper is, this is going to be more of a, here's a paper. I'm adding at the end something about another paper, but it won't be as far-reaching, obviously, as Tom. That's impossible. So please interrupt. Let's make sure we're on the same page, like any seminar. That would be my hope. Title of this paper is a little controversial. I admit, I don't even, so it looks more political or something than it should be. But there's a reason we put that name. But you could read it as disagreement instead of conflict. Maybe it sounds a little less political. All right, but let me start maybe because, given following the footsteps of Tom, like I said, is impossible, but still, let me try to do a tiny version of that by starting with a quote. So we all know this quote. It's often repeated in this country. And I think this is obviously, no one argues with money mattering a lot, but the first thing you learn when you want to think about inflation then related to this quote is the money demand equation. Very useful way to think about inflation, in particular for very long run things. So even Friedman then, caveated this, that there are many other factors in the shorter run. But, it always left me feeling like, what's the mechanism? Why does the money demand equation make prices go up at the grocery store? The vegetable selling guy, why is he, he doesn't care what's happening with money demand. What's the real mechanism? Let's work that out. And for all its flaws, I think the models that have some nominal rigidities give you a little bit of a sense of that, give you some intuition. And so, something like a Phillips curve, you end up having there. It tells you that what matters for inflation is output relative to supply, and something like inflation expectations. Okay, oversimplifying here, right? Because the problem with the money demand equation is some things are endogenous. like output. Okay, so holding a lot of those things constant, which is obviously very good in the very long run, you can proceed, but otherwise you run into some troubles. Which brings me to Tom's talk the other day, because I think it's perfect. He was really emphasizing, I think, a lot that once you start thinking hard about things, and it is important to think hard about them, just many more things that you took as given are endogenous. Okay, so one message I felt Tom was giving, oh, by the way, something, this is the easiest version, but if you start thinking harder, the Phillips curve has other elements and it gets more complicated, right? But you really have to think of these things together then. So money might affect inflation by affecting, in combination, these two equations. But as Tom said, it's not enough to have n equations and unknowns. We kind of want to dig deeper. Everything's interconnected. Potentially, I didn't put quotes because I didn't get an exact quotation, but there's, I think, the spirit, and potentially everything's even endogenous. So we need to go deeper beyond the equations and understand where they came from. And because whenever we want to think a little bit outside history or a little bit outside some kind of counterfactual, we're going to have to worry about those equations and understand them better where they come from. And so I would add that I'm just curious. I want to understand the motives and the mechanisms that are really driving things. Okay, so coming back to when I was younger, just 5 years ago, Juanpa, just the money demand equation felt really good. It was a really important step, but it always left me, wanting a little more. And so I also think that's where this paper is coming from. So that's as philosophical as I get. I can't be as enigmatic as Tom, obviously. So but gives you a sense of where the history of where this is coming from. So what do we actually do in this paper? We're going to ask exactly, you always should write a paper, have some questions, but then at the end you figure out what are the questions you really feel you answered. Then you say, those are the questions. So these are the questions I think we have made some progress on, which are understanding better what the mechanisms are for how inflation arises. And a sort of similar version of that is, what is the most proximate cause of inflation? Okay. And by that, I'll make a distinction sometimes with the root cause. So it may be, for instance, that the root cause of inflation is something like monetary policy, but I want to understand, how that's working through other aspects in reaching the decision of price setters or wage setters to increase their prices, right? And a related question, which I'm going to kind of be pushing, and I think this is at the heart of much work by others, but sometimes, when it's said very explicitly, it looks a little strange, which is, what's the most useful common framework to start thinking about inflation that goes across a wide set of models? That's something I want to kind of answer. So what I mean by that is, there are many models, but maybe at the heart, the inflation part is very similar, okay? And so a version of that is, I want to talk about an incomplete model. I want to look at a subset of actors, a subset of, in the end, mathematically equations, and think about inflation that way. And that's going to be maybe one step back, but maybe two steps forward. One step back, because it always is good to have a full model at the end of the day. But the incomplete model, which I'll call a framework, is very useful because then it works across many models. Okay. So that's kind of a philosophy of what I'm doing. And I think that's in line with, when you look at just money demand. So it's perfectly kind of what people are doing in a different way, all right? Money demand or seigniorage, and you just focus on that. Right. So what is my answer in a nutshell here, summarizing, is two ingredients. I think conflict is one of them, and that's going to be a notion of disagreement on price, relative prices, okay? And then the other is staggered prices. And that, to me, the staggered prices does live within the new Keynesian tradition, okay? But it grabs the best part of those models and doesn't grab all the details that maybe are shortcuts or shortcomings of those models, okay? So that speaks to, again, trying to grab a subset of things that we think are more robust and more important. And so let me give you you had a question? No, I thought you raised your hand. Okay, please do ask questions, all right? But so let me give you an analogy I like giving nowadays, which is, Here's how I think of inflation now. Instead of starting with all relative prices are set by a Volrasian market, and I use money demand or something to pin down the level. And then how do I think of inflation? Well, I don't know, money supply changed. I like to think that, you need to think of the motives of those people that change prices. And I take as given that prices are not like one stock with one price in a centralized market. It's just many, many goods, and the prices are to some extent staggered. So I'm using those two elements, that first element of staggered prices. And the other element I'm going to use is this idea of disagreement. So what is inflation? How can it be related to relative prices? That almost seems an oxymoron. We think usually of a dichotomy. No, think of relative prices on the one hand, then think of absolute prices on the other. And I'm saying, no, that's the wrong way to think about inflation. And so here's a metaphor. So imagine I have an animal here. I don't know, think of it as a deer, okay? And I have a lion, okay? And the deer has some preference over how far to be away from the lion, okay? So it has a preference in space in relative terms with the distance it wants to be from that lion. And it doesn't really have a preference where to be in absolute space because the grass is good everywhere, okay? And the lion has some preference over how close to be to the deer. It wants to be closer, actually, than what the deer likes the lion to be, okay? So what's going to happen is this, that if the deer and the lion are too close, the deer's going to move away. The lion's going to try and get closer again. Deer's going to move away. And suddenly those preferences that are relative preferences translate in absolute positions, okay? And that's how I think, that's a good metaphor, I think, for thinking about the inflationary process, okay? And I struggle to think, once you think of it that way, of any other way to think about it. Yes, Andy. Oh.
But when you think of it that way, what if they move towards a wall? That is the quantity of money.
Yeah, well, no. Okay. I'll try and come up with a metaphor for other things like money later, but okay. There's going to be address boxes in this paper, okay? Because it's about relative prices, and I'll show you how to think of that disagreement in relative prices in the address box and how they imply inflation, okay? And so the contribution is to think of this conflict idea in a general way that creates these bridges to outer macro. It's not this wacky idea that lives separately, okay? In Spanish, we say puja distributiva, okay? And it feels like this heterodox idea has no relation to modern economics or macro. And I think sometimes those ideas are also abused to say, no, money has nothing to do with it or something. And that's not going to be my position. My position is there's kind of some wisdom in all these things, and there's a way to connect them, okay? All right, and then I'm gonna do two things. I'm gonna first isolate conflict in a very simple model that's gonna, I think, force you to think of conflict, I hope. And then secondly, I'm gonna develop a more standard model that looks a lot more like our standard macro models and create a framework and a kind of a decomposition of inflation that brings out the importance of conflict, okay? So here's a little figure also to capture what I'm trying to do. So if we think of any model you want, any model that's supposed to tell us what's generating inflation, I guess it's like a black box here, it's a blue box, okay? We're gonna be studying that box, that there's a staggered pricing game that price setters and wage setters are playing and generates inflation, okay? And we're gonna try and talk about something, we'll call it conflict, this disagreement on relative prices. An input into that is gonna be something we'll call aspirations, okay? Which is like what you wanna get. In the case of the deer and the lion is how far they wanna be from each other, okay? And we're not saying those things come from nowhere. There's some, in a real full one would have to tell me where they come from and you'd have another box, okay? But today I'm gonna focus on this part. But again, that's one step back, 2 steps forward, because that means whatever box you come up with on the left, the stuff I'll talk about will be useful for you. Okay, that's the spirit. And again, we do this all the time. When we do consumption, we often study consumption and aggregate consumption across many agents for a given set of interest rates. take Ayagari, Bewley economies, OLG economies, we do that. And then we may plug that into a model where interest rates are endogenous, but no one complains first, say, no, don't do that. Interest rates are endogenous until you tell me how exactly, no, we like studying that separate part, understanding it better. And I think that's the way the mind of economists work at the end of the day, right? And similar with money demand. It's another example where we do have and like to think of that block. Okay, I want to clarify something quick, which is what we mean by proximate cause is that inflation is caused by conflict and basically conflict alone, okay? But that doesn't say that monetary policy is not important, because things like aggregate demand that might be impacting, will be impacting conflict and hence inflation. And monetary policy can obviously be a lever that affects aggregate demand and hence inflation, okay? And fiscal policy can be something that affects demand and hence inflation, or fiscal policy can be something that conditions monetary policy, as in, Sergeant Wallace, et cetera, seniorage needs, and will affect demand and hence inflation. So this could be fit in a very traditional orthodox, way of thinking, all right? It's just opening that up. So one view of this paper is, I'm gonna just break things up more intuitively, but you can still have your traditional view. Yeah.
Seems like a mechanism.
Yeah.
What's the difference between approximately and
We're not sure your microphone's on, but I heard you. So the question is, conflict is a mechanism. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. Conflict is a proximate cause,
Yeah.
or is a mechanism? You differentiate between mechanism and proximate cause in your first slide. So here it seems like a mechanism.
Yeah, to me, the fact that there's one arrow is more the fact that it's the proximate cause, and the fact that, that by working it out and understanding it, I understand the mechanism. So I see that distinction. I could have many things pointing into inflation, but I understood the mechanism. So I think it's both, but they're not exactly the same idea, but yeah. All right, another thing we know is expectations can affect conflict and hence inflation. So, or I would argue that's the right way to think about it. Okay, I'm gonna show you what I mean later. But that's already intuitively a way in which, we don't think expectations affects inflation through demand necessarily. It could, but we also think it affects it more directly, and this is the way I'm gonna be talking about it. But here's one, now I'm starting to step out of the standard. If you want to think about labor market institutions, or even whether the major union leaders are sympathetic to the government, does that matter for lowering inflation, for example? Being from Argentina, I do think it matters. Okay, one second. So let me finish this idea. So if you think union members being sympathetic or not with the government is going to matter for this inflation, I find it very hard to think of that into my standard textbook model. Maybe we could come up with a full model of that. But this conflict view, you'll see, is going to help you understand that, at least in a simple way, very, very easily. Yeah, sorry, Juanpa.
No, you seem to be making an effort to make the point that that there's only that arrow going to inflation. So anything else that happened has to go through this mechanism. So you started saying we don't really know anything about. We go to the money demand, we increase M, we know that increasing P in the same proportion is a solution, and we never knew more than that. You're trying to get into how that happens. You really need to make the case that it's always through conflict?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll make the case, but let's see at the end, you might not be convinced. I think it comes back to, if you, at the end of the day, want to say, if you accept that I think the prices are somewhat staggered, it's almost tautological, but I think there'll be a rich set of ideas around that, but it's almost immediate. I mean, if you need all prices to go up and they can't all go up at the same time, you have to explain why people were wanting to move their price relative to others. So that's a way of getting at. But of course, it depends on you accepting my assumption that there's some staggeredness. I don't need a lot of it. Any amount is okay. But once you have that, I think it's very hard to get away from that. Yeah.
So a little bit insistent on Juanpa's point. Sometimes we evaluate elements in models according to the counterfactual that they produce or the different policy implications they produce.
Yeah.
So if we model conflict explicitly as opposed to bypass it as we usually do, what is really going to be different?
Yeah, I think it's going to be open. In my opinion, it's more of a, if you're interested in looking at mechanisms, understanding them, because maybe that'll help you understand better how to create new models. That's one answer. And that's where I was getting at with these other boxes. So I think this would give you a fast way of thinking about conflict, but then you might want to write a full model. So yeah, that's one answer. And likewise here, I was going to talk about energy shocks. I might talk about, at the end of the talk today about that and the presence of maybe real wage rigidities in response to those energy shocks. And maybe some things we'll think about in the future. So precisely one of the things I want to stress is, if you were just going to stay with your traditional model, this might give you some insight, but you might not care. Fine. I think there's heterogeneity there. But it also, I think, is just a perspective of way of thinking. I don't think it's true that we learned like a computer here, use money demand to solve this. We had stories and we had an intuition that which ones are more important. And so I do think it matters to peel back and think about these mechanisms. All right. So this is an outline slide, and then we're just going to get into a bit more business. There's really two parts to this paper. It's almost like two separate papers. There's going to be a stylized model. It's unapologetically stylized, simple, and conceptual. Think of it as an intuition pump, not a realistic model on purpose, okay? And what's the point of that model is to shock your system, I hope. I mean, so it's not going to look like the model you're used to, but it'll be kind of reasonable on some level. But it's going to be far from macro models on purpose. We will not have money. We will not have savings. We won't have interest rates. We won't have output, and we won't have employment. So it's obviously not the place I want to go to in the end, but it's a good place, I think, to start, because if I produce inflation there, and I can talk about inflation in an interesting way, you won't be able to say inflation is due to money. There's no money in the model, okay? And if you, or inflation is due to excess demand, well, there's no output. Or an overheated labor market, well, there's no labor market here, okay? So at a minimum, I think you'll find this interesting. Maybe it'll think I think it also nudges you to think about conflict as something, at least by counterexample, you need to think about, because here's an example where you can't think of it your usual way, okay? So I think some people will find this at least interesting. And then the second part is going to look more traditional model, and it's going to be more about grabbing a subset of those equations and think of the interactions that staggered price setters and wage setters have, okay? And there we're going to work with a general end sector network model, and produce some results showing how in a sense, inflation is driven by conflict, okay? All right, that's the part that's more, linked to traditional models. I'm gonna skip this slide and come back to it at the end, because I think I'm doing badly on time to talk about the literature, and might be something people have questions about later. Yeah, so, yeah. So I could talk about it then. Okay, thanks. Happy to come back to it later. So here's the stylized model, okay? It's really like, here's preferences, here's technology, here's exactly what people can do, and then we'll solve it together. So imagine there's two people, A and B, and there's two goods, A and B. And A has an endowment of A and B has an endowment of B, and I'm normalizing those to 1. So we're gonna live in a unit Edgeworth box, and I'm just going to give A preferences over good A and B, and B preferences over good B and A. So I'm in the Walrasian simple world. To keep things simple, I want symmetry. So I'm going to make people really care about their own good versus the other good, and assume that when I flip things around and I think of the other agent, they think the same way of their good versus the other good. Okay, but a simple case would be Cobb-Douglas with 1/2, 1/2 or something. But it doesn't have to be 1/2, 1/2. Exactly. Yeah. Okay, so the key thing is, this is just going to be repeated over time. Agents meet each period, and there's an identical exchange economy. So if we approach this from a Walrasian perspective, we would say, the equilibrium is a comparative equilibrium is a point like that one. In this case, I did assume not only they have symmetric preferences, but they care equally about their good versus the other good. In that case, then the equilibrium is just, the contract curve is a straight line and the equilibrium is just 1/2, 1/2. So everyone's just consuming 1/2 of each good. Okay, and the relative price here is 1. Okay, that's just for illustrative purposes, this figure. Any questions, Tom? No. Yes, this is just for reference, a comparative equilibrium. Yes, absolutely. No, I don't want to look at a comparative equilibrium. That's the whole point. Okay. Yeah. Oh, sorry. What do you mean? You're worried about multiplicity of equilibrium or what? No.
Like Leontief, discriminating monopolist.
Oh yeah, no, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there.
You know.
Yeah, no. This is the comparative equilibrium, just for reference.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Okay. Exactly. My next point was, but I don't want to look at a comparative equilibrium. I want to think of agents who are setting prices. I need to think of some monopoly power, and I want staggered prices, I said at the outset. So I'm going to go with what I said. And so the elements are going to be that agents are setting their prices in a staggered way. So let's say A sets their price in even periods and B in odd periods. Okay. And what do I mean by prices? I mean nominal prices. Okay. But what do I mean by nominal prices? There's no money. Okay. I mean this. There's a whiteboard next to my apples, and there's a whiteboard next to your bananas. And I put on my whiteboard a number, a real number, in the sense not real. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You're getting it. So I just put a number, and you put a number, and that's what we mean by setting our prices. Okay. Now, obviously, I have in mind that we probably have some convention, and we also put a little symbol in front of it, like a $sign or something, maybe. I don't know. But for what I'm doing, it's just a number. Okay. Exactly. That's what I don't want. And the motivation for that is obvious. I have 2 goods, but imagine you had 1 million goods. So then you'd have to set all the relative prices on your whiteboard and run out of space. Okay. All right. So.
Or relative to the average.
Yeah. Well, but you'd have to go and survey the average and yeah. So So I'm not modeling that. I'm just telling you exactly the game. This is going to be one thing I like about this model. You may hate it, you may not like it in the end, but this is a fully spelled out game and I just solve it. So like if you didn't ever take macro and you took micro, you'd get this model and you'd understand how to solve it. I explicitly tell you what the extensive form of the game is. Exactly. All right. So that's the model. Informally, yes, think of it as a unit of count that we're used to using. It might be currency, even though we don't have that currency in our pocket. So think like prisoners, they talk in dollars, but they're not allowed to have dollars. Okay. And then they trade, And then how do they trade then? Let me, exactly. No, any similarity with reality. Okay. So how do they trade though? I have to tell you. So there's no currency or money. Nobody has it in their pockets. They trade by barter. Okay, that's my solution to that. Sorry about that. So they trade using the relative prices. So when you show up at my Apple store, and and you want apples and you have bananas to give, we use the ratio of the 2 prices that are currently set. Okay, as our terms of trade. This is my game. I think it's a good game. It captures something, and it's my game. Yeah. But they don't have to trade at that. They'll be able to choose quantities or to trade or not trade. But basically, it's a price posting setup. So it has to mean something that I put the number and that you put your number. And since there's no money, what we trade is what are good for the other at that ratio. So that's the game, okay? Right? And we could alternate, and then we're going to be alternating who's choosing so one person has to choose the quantities, and the other person has to decide to sell or not. And then we're gonna think of some variants of that, but it's for now, I'm going to imagine that the person who just has a fresh price doesn't choose a quantity, he's the seller, and the person who has the old price is the one walking up and acting as a buyer and choosing the quantity. So let me put some math to that. Okay, here's the timeline. So we wake up and there's some previous thing on person B's board, PB minus 1, we take that as given. And at time 0, I'm the one who gets to choose the price, so I'm going to choose PA0. Okay, the price of apples at time 0, I write it down. And then next period, B is going to get to do that. And then again, I'm going to get to do that. Okay. And what happened also in time 0 is that B chose how much to buy using the ratio of the things that were written on the board, which was what I just freshly wrote and what that person had written in the previous period. Okay. And then the same thing in time 1 using these new ratios and so on. Okay. All right. So that's the game, spelling it fully out. And here's one, I think this notation is useful. Let me call a star a fresh price. So P star T is a price just written down. So in even periods, it's the price of A that was just written down. Okay. And in odd periods, it's the price of B that's just been written down. So it's the newly posted price P star. Okay. So if I'm setting a price, I'm setting a P star. Okay. And then it's going to be my price for 2 periods. With that notation, it's kind of useful. I can kind of drop A and B because I'm going to just translate what I just said up there by saying, look, every period there's barter through a buyer making a take it or leave it offer to buy an amount C prime from the other agent. And at that time, the agent uses the ratio of P star T to P star T minus 1. Okay. And cuffs over that amount of their good. Okay. So the amount of the banana person has to give that amount of the good. If they want an amount C prime of apples, they need to multiply that by the ratio of the price just newly set in apples divided by the old price of bananas. Okay, so that's the game. And now I got to drop, so it's a notation that doesn't have A and B in it. And then finally, I have to tell you what preferences are. I had utility, but now I have to think maybe intertemporal things matter. So I'm just gonna have this discounted utility. Okay, before I didn't have to tell you that because there's nothing intertemporal about it potentially. Okay, so let's solve this thing. Any questions about it before I move on? It's very Edgeworth boxy, but we're going to depart from that, like you said, not looking at the comparative, and looking at a price setting model. I said we want staggeredness, price setting. I think those are elements of the real world I want. And that's the very basic stripped down model. We do many variants of it. I won't cover them all. Okay.
Excuse me, sorry.
Yeah.
You said that you were going to find the equilibrium. Is the equilibrium unique?
Yes, it will be with the following caveat. I'm going to look only at Markov equilibria here. Okay. So I'm not going to look at things where you trigger strategy, because, and the motivation for that is I said there's 2 agents, but I could imagine really there's 2 types of agents and there's so many banana sellers, so many apple sellers. And we know that models like that can give us, a hard time with the kind of trigger strategies. All right. So anyway, it's a common refinement. All right. So here's how you solve the model. I have to choose the price P star T. I may be A or B. I've dropped A and B, but think of it as A. I'm choosing P star T. And I know full well that all that's going to matter is this ratio. So I'm looking at the other person's price, or I checked it out yesterday. And I'm computing this ratio in my head and realizing that's what they're going to use in their head. Okay. At the end of the day, only relative prices matter. We're using barter. Okay. So when I'm choosing my P star T, I'm just picking the numerator, but I know full well that what matters is this lowercase relative price P. Okay. And given that relative price P, the buyer is going to solve this problem. It's going to maximize their utility over how much they consume of their own good and how much they consume of my good, taking into account that to consume my good, they're going to have to pay this relative price. So if they want to choose an amount C prime, they're going to have to give me P times C prime. So they're only going to be left over with 1 minus P times C prime. That's how they're thinking. And there's one more constraint, which is they also have to make an offer that I want to accept. I can still refuse the offer here. Okay, it's like a take it or leave it. That's not important. That won't be binding. in this model, but in some extensions, it can matter. It's never binding in equilibrium, but it can matter to make like the equilibrium exist and things like that. Okay. The important thing is it's so trivial. Like in the end, this just implies there's a demand function for my good. When I'm setting my number, I know that that's the numerator, that implies a relative price, that implies a quantity they're going to buy me. I'm calling that D. So there's just a demand for how many apples I'm selling as a function of the relative price I managed to set up. Very simple. So the seller controls this price, this ratio, but he knows full well that he knows full, if I'm A, sorry, I know that I control the relative price today, but this is an important step. I have no influence over the relative price tomorrow. Okay, and here's the Markov assumption. Am I doing something wrong? Okay, so why is that? I just argued that whatever P star T minus 1 was, I'm gonna be able to choose the relative price today. That means also that whatever price I choose in the numerator, it's not gonna have any effect on the relative price tomorrow. Okay, that implies that I just have to think what relative price I want, then remember what the absolute price was of the other agent, and then write on the board this absolute price, P star T, okay? So I'm solving this problem. I'm maximizing my seller utility little v, where little v is just the utility of selling this amount D that depends on the price and collecting an amount of the other good P times DP. So that's the indirect utility V as a function of P, and then I just maximize that over that. I get the optimal relative price. So it's extremely simple. And that's just a monopolist type problem, okay? It's a monopolist, but the thing you're selling doesn't have a price. It's like you give it up and you liked it, okay? So really it's like a marginal cost curve that might be increasing because if you give up a lot of it, you don't, but it's very similar to a monopolist problem, okay? Now, what does that imply? Very intuitively, it implies that you want a relative price above 1. Okay, so seller acts as a monopolist for a given demand function will want the relative price above 1. Okay, so why? Because competitive equilibrium had a relative price of 1, and that's an option for you. But you can always do better by choosing something a little higher. So you will never choose a relative price of 1 or below. You always choose one above that. Okay, in fact, if there are multiple competitive equilibrium, you'll choose a relative price above the highest one. Okay. In a graph, it looks like this. So there was the competitive equilibrium, the black dot. And I can think of my buyer as having an offer curve. This is very like old school trade theory, which is just produced by, for every relative price, I think of the ray going through the endowment, which is at the bottom right. And I find the demand of the agent B. And that gives me the purple curve. So by shifting around relative prices, I spell out the purple curve. And then the optimum for this monopolist is just the place that maximizes his utility on this purple line, which is just this tangency point. And you can see that that tangency point has a ray that has to be higher than the competitive equilibrium, okay, or any competitive equilibrium, okay? So that's a very simple argument, very graphical, that relative price is greater than 1. Let me finish this, just this punchline. So that just implies, boom, inflation is some given number, which maximizes this, and it's greater than 1. And everything was symmetric. So inflation is always constant and equal to this number. Okay, sorry, Andy, go ahead.
No, yeah, but here the consumption is going to be going, when you have the good terms of trade, you consume more. When they are bad, you consume less, right?
Well, you consume more one good relative to another. Yeah, you do better.
Yeah, so, but you consume more of, yeah. No, I was, did you think about like a dynamic thing?
Yeah.
In which here you have some, you're not consuming there is like a social cost.
Yeah.
That from period to period, you're consuming different things.
Yeah.
So then that could be in this setup like a welfare cost of inflation.
This is a welfare cost of inflation.
Yeah.
There is a welfare cost of inflation here, absolutely.
So there is like this
Relative prices,
inefficiency.
or what you say intertemporally, I'm moving my consumption around.
Yeah,
Is another
so
way to
then,
think about it.
When you put this game as only one period,
Yeah.
you're preventing other equilibrium, which you might have some cooperation for the best equilibrium. Or
Of course, no, we could try and arrange society differently and get away from the inefficiencies of this one. But I'm not going to do that now, but yes, it is inefficient.
Which could
and
be like the long-term contract of a.
we could do other things, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just say, note that this equilibrium didn't depend on the discount factor or anything because it was a static problem. And it was independent of what I thought was going to happen in the future, et cetera. So no role for expectations here either. So it's kind of interesting. Was there another question on the left? I wasn't sure. Okay. Yeah.
The price, the agent that chooses the price is maximizing like profits like a monopolist would, right?
Utility, yeah.
Oh, utility. By is there a way in which he could just say, what? Here's the question. What? Yeah. Why doesn't he go to a corner and to precisely the outside option of the other guy?
No. That's the buyer. The buyer has to choose a quantity. In equilibrium, it doesn't bind. But you just have to make sure they don't ask so much that at the price that was set that you prefer not to trade. But that doesn't. You can forget about that.
He can break.
You can forget about that. Yeah.
So Ivan.
Yeah.
So inflation here depends on the time period, on the length of the time period.
Inflation here depends on absolutely, yeah. So which is actually a property of most macro models. If prices adjust more frequently and you had a reason for inflation, you usually start getting more inflation. So it's not so different from in that sense. Like in a capital model, if you increase the frequency and you had inflation, you usually get more inflation. Okay, so all right. So here's what's happening, ignoring the symmetry of the problem. Like you're really moving between that relative price for A versus B and the other one, back and forth. So maybe it goes between, 2 and 1/2, okay? And that's what I mean, there's this agreement. Agent A wants the relative price to be 2, agent B wants it to be 1/2, and that creates this tension, okay? Like the lion and the gazelle, okay? And over time, in absolute prices, this is what's happened. And so take a pause. I know it's really, look, I wrote 10 variants of this. It's very simple and obviously it's not realistic, but that's, I think, something beautiful. Sometimes the more unrealistic lets you get to the heart of it. This model tells you, we wrote down a model without money, where there's a determinate price and there's inflation. And it's not because we're printing money, there's no money, not because they're saving, and the interest rate's too low or too high, not because there's too much demand for labor, there's no labor, okay? So whatever, maybe it's just a curiosity, but I think it tells you that at a minimal, our usual notions are not capturing this case. And I want to put forward the idea that the right way to capture this case is to think of this relative price disagreement. Yeah.
That's Neil Wallace question. Unit of account or store of value here?
There is no money here.
Is there a unit of account?
There's just a number on a board. But yeah. I'll choose money for Neil now. In a second. But I'm gonna, yeah. Okay, so we do a bunch of variations. One that's useful is in the previous, we really had two people, or you could think that we had many agents A, many agents B, but they were in a permanent match. So I had my favorite baker and their favorite apples. But now, let me imagine there's an infinite amount of apple and bananas. Yeah.
So there's an inflation rate.
Yeah.
Is that the derivative of the log of something?
Sorry, these prices, I didn't set them up in logs, but yeah.
Do you know I'm getting? Okay. So there's something very clever here, but there's a sliding unit of account here.
Yeah, I mean,
Anyway.
I didn't want to use the word unit account. I explained everything about the game. You put a number, we divided it. I guess we had the rule of dividing it is that they were in the same units.
Yeah, but
But
Schwarzenegger is going to come here.
there's no accounts. There's no borrowing. There's no, in that sense, there's no accounts. All right. I know I said it was a shock to the system, right? It does feel like a shock to the system a bit.
I think the point is the game would have been different. The game could have been written.
Of course, yeah.
This many bananas per
Oh, yeah.
so and so.
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. We could do
I
it.
think that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
So-
No, I don't think so. But let me move on
Yeah.
because I want to show you, I want to introduce money. In some sense, I'm not avoiding you. I want to introduce money.
Sorry, but
It's one of the extensions.
this other game will have the same allocation. They will have no inflation though. The
Oh.
one in which you say, I post in this many,
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you this many apples for bananas. And then when it's your
Yeah.
turn, you always, get a markup.
Sure. Exactly.
But then there will be always a relative price of apples, bananas and apples. They're gonna be fluctuating,
Yeah.
but there's no sense in which
Yeah.
the price goes up.
Exactly.
I guess your point is, but that's not the world we live.
Exactly. No.
I just
This
no,
is-
but I want to
in
make
other
clear.
words, I mean, okay, yeah. This is a very abstract model, but I told you these are elements of reality I love, I think are important. I'm going to include them. Yeah.
But I thought the answer to Tom's question was yes. I can send my guys and look at the numbers, and you take the log of derivative,
Oh, yeah.
derivative of
I
those
said the
numbers.
log.
and you
Yeah,
get
that part. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't need the words unit of accounts.
no.
Too many words. It's like
No, but there
Tom said about
but there are
Keynes.
two different questions. The second was whether there was the derivative of the log of something, and the answer is yes.
Yeah. I said yeah to that.
I didn't get that one, sorry.
It's a unit of accounts, too many words. Just because Neil Wallace used them or just because Keynes used some words, we don't have to use them if they're not needed. Okay. So here's one extension. Imagine there's random matching now. So there's an infinite amount of apple sellers and banana sellers, and each time they meet a different person. They're in a huge city and they bump around. So now this is going to be different, actually. The game is exactly the same, but you don't know who's coming. And so when you're writing down the thing, you don't know what price they had. You may know what the average price was or the person you visited yesterday was. That's all. Okay. So in a nutshell, I want to go kind of quick on this. What you do is you solve a very similar problem where you have that little v I had before, but now you do care about the future. Because when you set your price now, it's in the numerator for as today acting as a seller, but tomorrow that price is also going to be the one you use when you bump into a seller. It's going to be in the denominator. So that means you do have these two terms. And now you do have to imagine, you do have to have some expectations about what the price is going to be tomorrow. Okay. And long story short, you solve this problem and it gives you a relative price that you choose, but it depends on how much you expect inflation to be and on beta. So it's no longer a static thing. But at the end of the day, we look for a fixed point of this problem much the same way and we find the inflation rate. Okay. And in fact, this under standard conditions, this thing is actually decreasing. So if you expect more inflation, you actually set a lower relative price. Okay, so you get a single crossing here. Okay, but inflation rate is higher than before. Okay, and the reason is there's two benefits to choosing a higher price. You monopolize the guy that's your buyer today, and you also help lower the, how much they're monopolizing you tomorrow. Okay, so you end up with a higher relative price. Okay. Okay, so little v is the utility, the thing I defined before, which is just the utility of a seller, taking into account the demand function, everything substituted out, the indirect utility function. And big V is also the thing I defined before, which is the buyer's indirect utility function. Okay, so I had the two boxes. And now it's just that you, when you're choosing your price, you're affecting to, yeah, so you're affecting the relative price today, but also tomorrow. Okay. The difference in the setup is before it was just you and me. Now there are many of me's and many of you's, and we bump into random. Yeah. Hmm? Right, because at first it's in the numerator and then it's in the denominator. So that's the right way to do it. I shouldn't have put the math because then you ask questions.
Ivan,
But yeah, it's very, but the math, if you glance at it like that, you get the idea that you're affecting the price in two ways now. Yeah.
you're modeling this as bilateral monopolies in each of the, in this game. What if there's competition? If there's sort of wouldn't that reduce the rate of inflation? I mean,
Yeah. So I have one of these extensions. First of all, there's some of these extensions like continuous time, and you get a random chance to change your price, and so there, and you're buying from a bunch of other people, so there's no like uncertain. Yeah, so you can do all those. The ideas are similar. Yeah, but if they're not perfect substitutes, you'll still get some. Yeah. Okay, let me add money real quick because I think I do want to get to the second part of the paper, but so I'm gonna do it like this. Tell you, can we have a unit of account, Tom? And can we do this without a unit of account or without money? And if we add money, would that stop inflation? I think that many people have the intuition, way you did this, Ivan, but it's weird. We also do live in a world with money. So if you add money, as soon as you put money, you make it somewhat useful. And then if you hold money constant, inflation will stop. Okay. So I'll show you this little extension, but skip the details, which is we add money to the model I just showed you with random matches, okay? And the main result is if you hold money fixed, and money is going to be used in exchange, okay? So I'm going to change the model slightly so that sometimes, you came to buy my apples using your bananas, but sometimes your bananas, you forgot them at home. So then you get to use money, okay? And in that extension, then money is useful. So whenever there is money, it will be used, and there's an equilibrium with money, okay? But in the long run, there's inflation and money is fixed. So the real value of that money is going to be shrinking and will disappear, and we're going to converge back to the thing I showed you earlier, okay? And let me just say here, like, I feel like I went back to my roots writing this part of the paper because I started with like wanting to be a search theory of money person, okay? Where everything is spelled out. In this money, everything is spelled out here, how money is flowing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I don't believe that's always necessary to make progress, but here it is, okay? But so I think I could show this to Neil without him getting too angry.
Similar to a search model of money.
Yeah.
But the key assumption is that, say, in the matches with what they call the double coincidence of ones, we still play the game that you outlined before.
Exactly.
Actually, the
staggered,
just the previous time.
Yeah, exactly.
With a big pie.
Exactly.
And that's the force that is bringing inflation up.
Yeah.
And then the money that we use for the matches with money.
Yeah.
Sorry, without the bananas or whatever, the matches that we need to use money, because of the future there, then we are buying less and less, so we're going to the non-monetary equilibrium.
Yeah, exactly. So money is always in the equilibrium. I'll show you, but I think I'm going to skip now. In this equilibrium with constant money, money is always trading hands and being useful. It's just shrinking how useful it is to zero towards what I showed you earlier. And inflation is always positive and converging to the number I showed you earlier. It's not constant anymore because real money balance is a state variable, but it's converging to what I showed you before. Oh, so let me skip this, just tell you the details in the paper, but basically you make money valuable by making it, so I had barter, but I'm gonna make barter not so good sometimes, okay, with standard thing. Okay, many ways to do it. So I call it disasters. You forgot your apples at home. It happens a fraction delta of time. To avoid having uncertainty, I play a little trick. These are discrete periods, but I assume you really meet a continuum of instants between periods. And a fraction delta of those, you forgot your fruit at home, and so you want to use money. Okay, and so then we solve this model and we show you this property that I said that I'm just gonna jump ahead honestly and tell you, not go to the details, but basically the conclusion is, again, you get positive inflation. If the amount of money is low enough, I can show you an equilibrium where there's positive inflation and we converge to inflation I showed you earlier, okay? All right, even though money is constant and is useful. Okay. Yeah.
Shrinking even though nominal money supply is constant. That's like that.
No.
Or no?
I have it.
Money demand schedule, I don't think it's shrinking, but yeah, and it's hard to think of what that schedule is here. Without, yeah.
I had the same idea until I realized I was wrong.
Yeah.
Because
it's like Tom said, sometimes it's better.
Because you think it's a hyperinflation equilibrium.
It's
like
not
in the
about
OMG,
n
but
equations only.
But it's not.
Inflation. The price level is going to infinity.
No.
Inflation might be constant. Inflation is constant, but M over P is going to 0. But I'm not sure whether M is constant or not.
M is
M is constant. Yeah, yeah. Here we did top central bank, constant M.
The corner, not the stationary, something like that.
Yeah.
Similar sort, right?
No.
Similar to what? I'm confused.
Like you take like often over 83.
No. This is the unique equilibrium here. It's not, I found the hyperinflation or anything. No.
It's not hyperinflation.
Yeah.
Like the price level is increasing all the time. Inflation
Yeah,
is
yeah.
finite.
I know, but
I know.
no, it's not. Yeah.
Not like that.
No. Okay, so let me now try and shift gears and use the remaining time to talk about this network economy. I think I'm going to completely skip the application, which was anyway a separate paper, and it's called wage price spirals. If you want to check it out, but let's do this framework here, which is going to look a lot less atypical. It'll look more like a standard macro model. If you work with models, nominal rigidities in particular, I'll use the Calvo trick. There's a lot of familiarity there. The trick is I'm going to really focus hard on that, just that block of the price setting block. Okay, perfect. Instead of, trying to model everything. Okay, and to do that, I'm going to have to take something as given. And the thing I'm going to take as given are these aspirations I told you about. So here's the setup. Here's the framework. It's an incomplete model, but incomplete models are good. Okay, sometimes. Because if they are a chip that you can plug into other chips you have, it's very good to understand that chip and know how to plug it in with other chips. And that's how I'm thinking about this. So here's the thing. It's going to be a general end sector economy where each sector is someone who's able to once in a while control their relative price by setting their price on their board. Okay, no longer just two. In each sector, I don't want you to think of it only as good. It could be my labor or something. Okay, so it could be a wage as well, or a factor. Okay, and each sector cares about relative prices only. So now I'm taking logs. Okay, it's useful to take logs. So you care about the price of the goods you sell minus some index of other people's prices of the other sectors. Okay, so why would that be? Let's think for a second. It might be a firm that has to buy those other inputs. That's why they're subtracting them. Okay, so they care about those inputs. It might be a major cost for them might be the wage. So one of those prices that's being subtracted is a wage in that case. Okay, or it might be a worker. He is selling his labor. So the price that's not subtracted, that's added, is the wage. But why is he selling his labor? Well, to buy stuff he cares about. So the relative index would be the bundle of goods that he consumes. Okay, all right, that's the model, right? Everything here now is in logs and using kind of the usual trick that we're looking log linearized without going into the details of that, but it's pretty standard, okay? And here's the key thing. Each sector, let's imagine for a moment they have an aspiration in the sense of they have this relative price they want to achieve when they reset their price. Okay, A of N, right? And we can then go and endogenize that more. But for now, let's look at the mechanics, taking that as given. And I think the mechanics are still useful to look at, okay? So one example of that, the simplest would be, it's an economy with two goods. One is goods and really like a consumption good, and the other is labor. In which case, one price would be a wage and the other would be a price P. Okay, and in that case, you might think Well, the worker just cares about W minus P, and the firm just cares about P minus W, okay? And then they have some aspirations, AW and AP. That would be the simplest model, and that's what we call the wage price example. But you can think of more complicated models where labor is providing labor to two goods that are producing an intermediate good that are in turn later combined for a final good that's sold to the worker. Okay, and that's the sense in which you can start thinking of a network. And I think it's kind of interesting to think of this network because when we think of inflation, it's all about how collectively we're reacting to those relative prices, given our goals, and how that aggregates up and works out over time. Okay. All right. So can we make everyone happy? Okay. Smiley face. That's my co-author Guido. Uses that too much. But here's a question. This is a micro question, actually. Given those A's, can I find, suppose I have no constraints on the prices, can I find prices for everyone that will make everyone happy? So I'll take as given the A's and ask, is there a set of prices? This is not macro yet. This is just a math question or a micro question, if you like, where you allow me to choose all these P's. If you can't, I'll say there's conflict. If you can, I'll say there's no conflict. Okay. And this is a linear algebra question, so you can find a book that has the answer. And the answer is, then there is conflict. You can measure conflict by taking this weighted average of the A's, okay? And if that weighted average is 0, there's no conflict. If it's non-zero, there's conflict. And the weights are network centrality, okay? So the weights are, you know, if you do networks, you know that what the concept of networks is, but then I realize it's just the invariant distribution if you look at it another way. Yeah, it's like how important this sector is, think of it. But you might not be important because you sell to everybody, but you might sell to one person, but that then indirectly sells to everyone. So it's accounting for the direct and indirect effects. Okay. So that's very simple, and that's just math. And the key thing is, but this captures something already. It says if everyone has A of 0, we can find prices, just set them all to 0. If somebody has a big demand of A that's compensated by someone having a lower A, we can also do it because someone is yielding to the other person's desire. But if everyone has a high A, it's impossible. Okay, that's very intuitive. Okay. In the wage price example, this boils down to just the sum of the A's being 0. So the network centrality there is just 1/2, 1/2. And so here I've multiplied by 2, but it's just, equal weights. Okay, so next I want to do some macro, basically fit this into a macro model and think about inflation and dynamics over time. So what I'm going to do is basically do the usual trick. We do in trade, we do in macro, we do everywhere. Wherever I saw a sector, really, that was a sector composed of a continuum of varieties that had some elasticity of substitution. And within these varieties, you had some Calvo updating of prices. And when I talked about prices of a sector, I really meant like the average ideal price index of that sector. There's really maybe some heterogeneity within those prices, okay? So it's the usual thing, okay? Okay, so that's what I'm going to do in words. And to get some of the staggeredness I had in the first part of the paper, I'm going to have Calvo staggeredness. So within each sector, you get a chance to change your price. It's going to be done in continuous time, but that's not that relevant. But you have a constant probability of being able to update your whiteboard. Okay, right? And that probability might depend on the sector you're in. So we're kind of being general about that. All right, so here's the math. You get, okay, it's hidden by that zoom thing, I guess, but that has a time derivative above it. So the price at the sector level, P dot, is equal to a proportion lambda, which might depend on the sector you're in, lambda n, of the distance between the price of someone who's setting their price anew compared to the average price. So if the person setting a new price is setting a price above the average in that sector, he's bringing up the average, and there's inflation in that sector, okay? And that's just the standard, mechanical equation of motion for prices in that sector, okay? And then I'm adding on to this, the statement I made before. At the time you set your price, you want to achieve this aspiration A, which I'm going to take as given in the current analysis. Okay. So what am I taking as given? I'm taking as given the A is a function of the sector you're in and as a function of time. Okay. I will endogenize that a little bit in the next slide, but I have to be realistic about time. But I think I'll be able to show you one thing about that A that slightly endogenizes it. But that's the thing I'm not endogenizing fully because I would have to have that left box I showed you in the introduction. Okay. All right. Well, if you substitute, you get this equation, but moving on. I'm going to define the following. I'm going to define conflict inflation to be the amount of conflict. Remember that weighted average I defined from the math, times 1 over the average duration of prices, where D bar is simply the weighted average of the duration of prices in each sector using the network centrality weights. Okay. Then you can show that average inflation, that there's a weight, which is almost just this gamma, but maybe adjusted if the frequencies are not the same. Okay, so that's this psi. But anyway, there's a weighted average of inflation that has to equal conflict inflation at every point in time. So conflict inflation is something that doesn't depend on a sector. And if you take a weighted average across sectors at every point in time, that weighted average should equal conflict. Why is this useful? Because this says that if I want to have inflation in the sense I'm taught in macro 1, inflation is a rise in all prices, not a rise in one price and a drop in another. Then I have to have conflict. Okay? Because unless I make some positive, some negative, okay, I can't have pi c equal to 0. Okay? So if I want inflation in all sectors, I have to have conflict. Okay? So we see that conflict is necessary there for generalized sectoral inflation. And the second result is take any sector now and average the inflation it had over 30 years, or maybe 40 or 50, a long enough period of time. And also average this conflict inflation measure I gave you. Then if you took a long enough time, the two are equal, which is to say that over a long enough period of time, inflation in every sector is driven by conflict. Okay, which is also something you taught, like inflation is not a little blip of prices going up, it's a persistent increase in prices. So both for persistent and generalized price increases, we see that inflation is conflict, which is the title. Okay.
But the dynamical system has, as an initial conditions, a bunch of things. That's why you're saying, but across all the path for any given initial condition, then this holds. That's a content of it.
Yeah, it's a content, exactly. So I think this has content, and it matches exactly what I do when I open up a first-year macro book, what defines inflation. And it says, the right-hand side has inflation, conflict inflation, which is proportional to what I define as conflict. And so it's justifying the title. Okay, I have no time to go into all these examples I wanted to show you. I just want to make sure you understand one thing, which is I'm not saying A is exogenous. That would be crazy. I'm not that dumb, okay? A is endogenous. But so is when I try and talk about aggregate consumption for a given set of interest rates are endogenous. You want to put this in a model with that left box I left out here, which basically endogenizes A. And there are really, to make this familiar, in our standard macro models, for instance, in the wage price case, the A's are going to be related for the worker to their marginal rate of substitution or their reservation wage, to things about preferences. And in the aspiration of profit of firms for P is going to be related to their desired markups and their marginal product of labor. Okay, so these are very familiar things that you can link it to, and that's kind of the components that are in your left box that I left out. Okay, so we do that in the spirals paper and connect to that. Okay, but there's one more term in both cases, which is expected inflation, and if I can end on that slide, I end there. Okay. So I don't want to endogenize it fully, but it's like I don't want to take the subway from taking it as given to fully endogenize. But I want to stop halfway, because I think we can stop halfway in a way that still doesn't have to create a whole very specific left box. Okay. And so what I'm going to do is do the inflation expectation part. So here's what I'm going to do. Now imagine a price set. I'm going to replace the price setting equation I had, which is with something that's quite standard actually. When I set my price, I have a target for the relative price at every moment in time in the future. I'm calling that A hat. Okay. And this is a weighted average. I know it looks complicated, but basically this saying when I set my price, I set it at the weighted average of, sorry, let me say this again. I set the price so that on average, my relative price is what is equal to my target, which might be moving around. The A hat is the target, it might be moving around. And also the prices of others in my index are moving around. So that whole parenthesis, I would love to make it 0, I can't, but I make it 0 on average. And that's embedded in many of our models, okay? All right, so what I'm gonna do is take the A hat as given, not the A. So previously I took the A as given, now I'm taking the A hat. And so one way to think about it is part of the A is endogenous now. So actually that's exactly the, what you can show is that this is equivalent to saying the A is a function of the A hats, which I treat now as given. I should make clear, I don't treat them exogenous. In my sub-analysis in the right box, I treat them as given. I know fully well in a general model, the hats would be endogenous. I'm endogenizing part way because I'm gonna say, now give me the A hats, don't give me the A's. And I'm telling you how to adjust them for inflation. And that's how you adjust them for inflation, okay? And this is including any subjective beliefs about inflation. So rational expectation is an important special case, but you could also have deviations from that. And I would just want to end up with one punchline here and then with this. So the important thing is when you have inflation expectation, it creates a higher aspiration for both parties. So if I'm a worker and I think there's going to be inflation, right now, relative to where prices are now, I demand a higher real wage to protect myself against the future. Because my wage, might be stuck between January and December. I want it to be okay on average in June, okay? But it's not like that works the other way for the firm. If the firm is worried that their wage is going to be going up over time, then it also wants protection. So it wants a higher price also for protection, which means like a lower real wage today. So they're both pushing for a higher aspiration. So inflation creates conflict, which was that arrow I showed you, in the sense that once I model the A as a function of the A hat and inflation expectations, they enter affecting conflict, okay? And it's very natural, they create conflict. Like if we agreed before and now there's inflation, we don't agree anymore on what relative price we want. Okay, let me end it there, just going quickly to that. Sorry, with this button, you can't go quickly, going to the conclusions. So conflict, I think, is a useful way to think, research, and teach inflation. Much more intuitive, much closer to experience than saying, look, here's the demand for money, M goes up, P has to go up. Okay, here you kind of can feel what every party was thinking and why prices went up. And hence, I think, telling us about the mechanism for inflation, which is important for intuition, but also it provides this simple general framework that fits many traditional models, but helps us think outside the box about new ones. For instance, it might help you, in a nutshell, might help me think about if union leaders are antagonistic, they're going to push for these higher aspirations, which would affect real wage demands, will affect inflation. So let me end there and just say thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ivan. We don't really have much time, but I'm going to allow, if you have the mic on your hand, go.
So you have this conflict if you take the model with that every now and then you need the money and you go one step forward because money has some social value there. The optimal quantity of money, monetary policy might be to increase them so that the M over P is constant, and then you have a beautiful theory of the structural inflation with passive money and so on. So yes, my question is related to the one I was asking you before. This oscillating thing, there is a social cost here to this inflation. So what do you think that is it in most countries that have a very low inflation, that gets you a cooperative solution instead of this Nash non-cooperative equilibrium.
Love your idea of thinking normatively in this model. Would you want to increase M so it doesn't get outpaced by prices? Yeah, maybe you would. I don't know. I haven't done it. I think your question, let me translate it to saying, Ivan, your first model had inflation, it was unavoidable, but then we see inflation varying across countries. So do you really think countries are just different? No. That, again, this was super stylized model. I mean, it was a model that showed you could do nothing about inflation, basically. And I don't believe that model, okay? Let me make that clear, super clear. It's just a model to isolate that, you know, to force you to think harder and think, yeah, maybe I have to think of conflict, because even when the money's in there and maybe you don't have as stylized a model, it's also a good way of thinking. So no, I don't think, so in other words, if I translate it, and maybe some people don't like this, to a Phillips curve, it's like I wrote a model where there's no natural rate of output, okay? There's no way you can get inflation to zero by just doing something. And even though I wrote a very special model, which is where that's true, but in a very extreme way, because inflation is just a constant. I could also write a model where I thinking, yeah.
Andy.
Yeah, let me just give you one answer, maybe by giving you a crazy idea. Let me give you a crazy idea. Suppose you have inflation, okay? Now let me answer your real question, which is, I think at the heart of your question is, I see some countries with a lot of inflation. Are you saying those countries have a lot of conflict? No, actually, no. If I had more time, I would have explained this clearly. Once you have that expectation term, you can get a lot of inflation out of very small amounts of intrinsic conflict. That's the same way in which any model in a steady state probably should have either a vertical Phillips curve or a near vertical Phillips curve. So I'm not trying to say like Argentina has 100 times more conflict than the US or something. You would be able to explain very high steady state inflation rates with very, very low near zero conflict, okay? Now for thinking of temporary increases, which is like the recent events and stuff, you need to always create more conflict, right? But they're out of steady state. Yeah, I'll leave the other wacky idea for dinner.
Last quick question, Ariel.
Tell me where I'm wrong here. So take Ersek Henderson Levin. There's staggered wages and staggered prices. There's a markup, wages over prices, prices over wages. If money is constant in that model, there's no inflation. Is there conflict in that model? And in that case, conflict does not generate inflation, or I'm sure I'm wrong somewhere. But
yeah, I know you're wrong, but it's a good question. Very good question. Yes, that model fits our model. Actually, that spiral paper is almost that model a little extended. So again, you don't have to throw anything away if you adopt this view. It's just a better view. You can keep everything you have and add some things to your arsenal. The answer to your question is, if you get inflation in that model, you are getting it through conflict. But if you keep M constant in that model, and what's going to happen is eventually you will reach a level of output that's the natural rate of output, and you won't have inflation. And that's the way people like to say it because they got used to saying it that way. But I think a better way of saying it is you reach a position where labor is not being asked to work too much. So they're kind of more desperate to work. And they're happy then with the aspiration that matches the markup that firms want. And that's just another way of thinking about it that I think is way more general, more insightful. Yeah? Yeah. So you just reach a point of no conflict endogenously in that model because it allows that. And my answer to Andy was, my wacky model didn't have that. I'm not claiming that's a property I want to always, push for, although I do think we should think harder about whether we think always lowering output lowers aspiration. Suppose you lower output, employment falls. People that are left on jobs are the most unionized. You might get more inflation. Now, how do I do that all in my head? It helped me to have this framework to realize that would be a possibility. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of, this is consistent with all of that. I want to stress that again. And this paper I can write, and I completely think that the main problem in Argentina is fiscal imbalance and seniorage. has no, there's no conflict there.
Thank you, Ivan. Andy.
So, so first of all, let me thank all of you for coming. Let me thank all of you for presenting great papers, all of you for putting the work to discuss them, for coming here and for participating in these really interesting conversations. And then those that...
So, hold it.
Yeah.
And thank you, Andy, for your continuing work on this and for all the conferences you're organizing in the future.
And then we should thank also also thank Cecilia. A big applause for Cecilia.
I insist, and for all the conferences you're going to organize in the future.
She's even organizing conferences for Colombia. So we also want to thank the IDB, the World Bank, the Becker-Friedman Institute, and ADEBA, and some logistics, the people that were participating in the conference with papers and so on. We're going to have dinner at a restaurant that is 15 minutes from here walking. The dinner is at 7. Between now and 6:45, get together with your friends that you can go. And if you get there early, you get a drink. Yeah.
When we do the bus, then the group will walk there. Very close.
Okay. So thank you, Cecilia, again.